everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Players descend. Good thing I have a traversal simulator. Chapter 201 to 260, Chapter 202, Hidden Quest Part 2, Chapter 202, Hidden Quest Part 2. After accepting the mission, the first task prompt appeared. Talk to Sherlock and listen to his introduction. It was similar to the steps in the giant mission, basically a cutscene to start the quest, with quite a few possible details embedded in it. Sherlock then rambled on to Zhou Ning, explaining some of the mission's details. It started about a month ago. At the time, the Darkland East District Police Department was investigating a string of missing person cases. After some digging, they narrowed their target to a wealthy businessman named Jeremy Wayne Aiden. His neighbor had reported to the police, claiming that the night before, while passing by Aiden's yard, they saw a group of undead, and among them was the figure of one of the missing teenagers. Many people didn't take it seriously at first, because on the surface, Aiden was a mega-rich tycoon. He owned a large carriage rental company, with last year's total annual revenue exceeding 200,000 vectas. On top of that, he was a devout follower of the ascetic church, highly active in the local community, and always willing to help others. He was also politically active, a close friend of many nobles, and often offered free labor services. In fact, during last year's Sun Goddess Christmas parade, he was appointed parade director by the church, with a bright future ahead of him. But when police raided his mansion on Canary Street, they found it was basically a giant graveyard. Aiden had already transferred most of his assets and fled beforehand. Around his estate, the police dug up a total of 35 corpses, many of them just parts that couldn't be pieced back together. Aiden seemed to have an obsessive fascination with death. He cold-bloodedly killed countless people, burying the remains of 28 victims inside his own fireplace and gas pipes, 4 in his yard, and dumping the other 3 known victims into the nearby Seton River. Because there were clear signs of supernatural involvement, Ian and Cherry stepped in to investigate. In a hidden room in Aiden's mansion, they found handcuffs, folding knives, ropes, incense, idols, an altar, and other items. They confirmed that Aiden had been diagnosed with a terminal illness earlier this year, so he tried to sacrifice living people to an evil god, reviving it, pleasing it, and seeking its blessing. He had even converted a significant number of his employees into cultists, some willing, some forced. Oh, right, remember the carriage driver who rammed into the schoolyard with alchemical explosives? He was one of Aiden's employees. We don't know if his sacrifice succeeded, but personally, I think it did, because afterward, Aiden seemed to be in perfect health. That very night, Ian and the others really did see many undead in Aiden's house and yard. Some were zombie-like, highly aggressive, while others were more like resentful spirits, simply wandering in place. Then, as you saw, Ian's luck turned terrible for quite a while, and sightings of undead spread across Darkland, growing worse as time went on. Zhou Ning exhaled. This story was quite grotesque. Just from the description, he could already picture Jeremy Wayne Aiden. A cold-blooded, ruthless, cunning man. Did they ever catch Aiden? That's why I wanted your help. We want to capture him and uncover the real cause of the undead outbreak, but we're short-handed. Sherlock shook his head. He then handed Zhou Ning a thick stack of files. These are the case files for the incident. They should help you. What about you guys? Zhou Ning asked. We've got other operations to handle. Sherlock spread his hands helplessly. If you need, Kyle Robbins can be temporarily assigned to you. Better not. Zhou Ning shook his head, and began reading the files. The first was a portrait of Jeremy Wayne Aiden, a middle-aged man, obese, fair-skinned, with brown eyes. His physical traits were very distinctive. He flipped through the files page by page. Only after he finished did the mission prompt appear on his panel. The Undead's Trail. This is a large chained mission. You can advance its progress by completing the objectives below. The Hidden Truth. In the abandoned mansion on Canary Street, find a tattered diary. Mansion Mystery. Near a certain old house in Southwestshire, coordinates 749, 1212, find a wandering undead. This undead hides an unknown clue. Locate it, and uncover its true cause of death. Origin of the Undead. In the Templeport City Library lies a book called Origin of the Undead. Find it and bring it back. Resentful spirits in the night. On Lantern Avenue in the Trade District, some resentful spirits are wandering. Eliminate them or uncover their true cause of death. Aiden's whereabouts. Rumor has it that Aiden was spotted in the Rusted District of the city's west side. Find him, tail him, and uncover his secret. This is the first stage of the mission chain. It may affect the main storyline and faction development. Once completed, it will be irreversible. Proceed with caution. First stage reward, 400,000 EXP. You can complete the objectives in any order, and only need to finish one to request mission completion. Additional rewards will be granted based on performance. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised main story-related missions had always offered high freedom and flexibility. Many objectives were optional, and the outcomes were variable. Even completing just one task would let you turn it in for the base reward, but it would affect the mission's subsequent flow. For example, if you skipped Aiden's whereabouts and turned in the first stage, the next stage might still have you search for Aiden, leading to an entirely different quest route and ending. One thing was certain: the more objectives you completed, the higher the completion rating, and the better the rewards. And the rewards were indeed generous. The first stage alone offered nearly 400,000 EXP. The extra rewards for completing the other objectives could be anything: random items, rare specialties no one knew. But the missions were a real pain, spread across multiple districts of Darkland, ridiculously tedious, with two even requiring travel to Southwestshire and Templeport. Southwestshire wasn't too bad, but Templeport was in the far southwest of Bryston. Even by steam train, the trip would take over 10 hours, a huge time sink. Total scam. After parting ways with Sherlock, Zhou Ning walked down the main street toward the Trade District, deep in thought. Since I've already taken on this scam of a mission, I can't just drop it. Is there a way to finish it without wasting too much time? An idea suddenly struck him. He opened the Starry Sky Guild's panel, created several submissions, and posted them. Following the chain mission structure, he split the Hidden Truth, Mansion Mystery, Origin of the Undead, Resentful Spirits in the Night, and Aiden's Whereabouts into individual guild missions. Accepting these missions required 3,500 guild contribution points, meaning you'd have to either donate heavily or take on Adventurers Guild quests to help level up the guild while earning contribution points. Of course, Zhou Ning didn't forget to mark them as main story missions. If they were related to the main story, they counted as main story. No problem there. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 202, Chapter 203, Hidden Quest Part 3 1309 words. Chapter 203, Hidden Quest Part 3. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then slightly modified the Aiden's Whereabouts quest, changing it so that the player only needed to return and report to him once they found Aiden's trail. Compared to the other quests, this one carried more potential danger, and thus a higher chance of failure. An NPC as considerate toward players, as he was truly one of a kind. As for the other quests, they were mostly fetch and puzzle-solving missions, which, even at the player's current modest power level, should be relatively easy to complete. His reason for doing this was simple. Back during the Meteorological Tide event, he had deliberately tested something. He accepted a patrol quest, then delegated it to Qingbai Wild Sake to complete. When Qingbai Wild Sake turned it in, Zhou Ning received the reward as well. It was essentially free rewards for doing nothing. If players could be the ones running errands, why should he bother himself? Although the game limited the number of available quest slots for each type, the total still added up to a considerable income. It saved him time and effort, letting players handle all the tedious parts while he focused on other things. Players, in turn, enjoyed the gameplay and earned hefty experience. This kind of win-win was exactly how he preferred to operate. Once the quests were set up, Zhou Ning reviewed them again carefully. Confirming there were no mistakes, he leisurely clicked Publish. Although no one had discovered these quests yet, Zhou Ning wasn't worried in the slightest. He didn't believe anyone could resist the lure of a main storyline quest. Meanwhile, the players of the Starry Sky Guild were enthusiastically tackling the Gnomerigan dungeon. Glancing at the group finder info, Zhou Ning saw that this feature had once again brought him a windfall. Surprisingly, the team with the fastest progress was XB's party, called the Wolfdog Squad. Their completion rate was at 68. The party comprising him, Jin's, Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds, and Sunken Star Beneath the Water was a rare one wolf one dog dual devil fruit ability user lineup. By Zhou Ning's estimation, they had the best shot at the first clear. With Zhou Ning providing anti-poison potions and various buff elixirs, clearing the dungeon had become much easier. After sustained effort, more and more players had gotten past the viscous fallout, earning plenty of experience and quality gear. However, the price of transcendent gear like the Water Vine Staff remained high, even trending upward on the trading platform, making the dungeon even more sought after. The reason? This staff had the transcendent ability of underwater breathing. NPCs seemed to particularly favor it. The first player to get one used it to complete a hidden quest, earning an invitation to the Booze and Wolverines bar to join a fight club which was essentially an underground arena. At first, he thought he'd been tricked, but soon realized that, as a player, brawling in such an arena was actually quite fun. Opponents varied from strong to weak, and winning was naturally satisfying, yet even dying earned him money. Getting paid your own death benefit. Now that was fun. But compared to other gear, the Water Vine Staff had a very low drop rate. Many players bought large amounts of antidote to get through the viscous fallout, only to come up empty-handed, effectively paying for experience points. They too eventually got stuck at the dungeon's second boss, Grubbus the Trog. This boss didn't deal high damage, but constantly summoned Trog reinforcements during the fight. The sheer swarm made underpowered players despair, quickly drowning in the sea of enemies. Currently, fewer than 10% of teams could beat Grubbus, and even they only managed by buying bull potions and stone shield potions from the faction store, or Zhou Ning's shop. Most groups stalled out from lack of damage. Zhou Ning's shop had effectively become the main city for Darkland players, with shouts of "No Morrigan needs high DPS, no warriors, no warriors, no warriors," repeating 3 times, ringing out all day. The indignation was real, had even the most basic equality between people disappeared. Did being weak mean having no human rights? Many warrior players were heartbroken. If it weren't for the 3-day cooldown on deleting characters, some would have already re-rolled. By this time, Jin's squad, the fastest in terms of progress, had reached the second-to-last boss, Electrocutioner 6000. This was their 8th raid attempt, meaning they had already burned through 3 group finder lockouts on this boss without success. Electrocutioner 6000 was a spider-shaped mini-tank piloted by a green-skinned leper gnome. The tank's damage was high, and its attacks had a paralysis effect. Occasionally, like a Pikachu, it would unleash high-voltage discharges. Even the dual devil fruit user's superb defenses were pushed to the limit. Worse still, every so often it would summon 4 mini spider mines that homed in on players and exploded. This required everyone's constant focus, with no room for mistakes. Fortunately, 4 of the players were roaming gunners, and the other was a weather mage specializing in long-range control, so the mines weren't hard to deal with. Only XB, distracted by streaming, made several mistakes, nearly causing wipes and earning plenty of chat mockery. XB, can you focus a little? I came here because I heard this streamer leaks more than the dance section streamers. I thought it was true, but turns out it's leaking mobs. 66666, XB, you're amazing. His chat always made his blood pressure spike. Honestly, his oldman reflexes were slowing down. And what's wrong if a guy leaks a little more, huh? While shooting and furiously arguing with his viewers, he let another spider mine slip through. The fight dragged on for more than 10 minutes, and just as everyone was running low on ammo and supplies, Electrocutioner 6000 finally let out a death cry and collapsed to the floor. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Just as XB was about to loot the boss, he suddenly saw a flood of messages in the faction channel. Holy crap, everyone check this out, the main character just posted a main storyline quest. Instantly, it was like a rock thrown into a pond, sending ripples everywhere. Players erupted in chatter. Whoa, it's true. My god, 5 main storyline quests, and there are still people who think Wayne isn't the MC. One quest reward is 60,000 EXP, that's huge. Quick, grab the quests. But when they tried, they discovered it required 3,500 contribution points. Everyone was stunned. 3,500 contribution points. Was this daylight robbery? At this stage, who could afford that? Players were furious. Even XB, Jinx, and the others in the dungeon were taken aback. As the only 2 employees of Zhou Ning's shop, they had more contribution points than most, yet even they barely had around 800. Still, as pro players, they would do anything to get stronger. Give up the main storyline. Impossible. How about we pool resources from both our clubs? Jin suggested to Sunken Star Beneath the Water after the Deep Blue Club manager whispered the idea. Sure, Sunken Star Beneath the Water agreed without hesitation. Even for him, spending that much to accept a quest was painful, but since it could be shared, it was worth it. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds pointed to a black speck in the distance. As it grew larger, they saw a massive dragon soaring over Nomerigan. Its vast wings beat the air, whipping up a violent wind. The game's normally calm BGM shifted into the protagonist's exclusive execution theme. What was happening? Everyone present stared in shock at the sudden turn of events. The live stream chat exploded right along with them. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 203, Chapter 204 Summon Lightning Storm. 1321 words. Chapter 204, Summon Lightning Storm. Several players had just looked up when they saw a massive red figure flying toward them from afar. In an instant, it swept overhead, the gusts from its beating wings whipping their hair into a frenzy, and nearly knocking them off their feet. The sheer span of its wings alone seemed to blot out the sky, its presence overwhelming. Look, there's someone on the dragon. Jins shouted. Everyone lifted their heads, and sure enough, a figure was standing on the dragon's back. One hand pressed down on the brim of his hat, he wore an elaborate shirt, and his black trench coat flared dramatically in the swirling wind. With his handsome face and refined, scholarly air, he looked extremely familiar. In fact, every Apocalypse player knew him well. This dragon rider was Wayne Sturwell. Hubby, you're awesome. Jinx, the little fangirl, waved frantically at him, her eyes sparkling. Quit drooling, this is probably just a cut scene, Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds said bluntly, unable to stand it any longer. His teammate shot him a glare. Sure enough, amid the rousing execution march, Wayne Sturwell didn't so much as glance at them. Instead, he gazed into the distance and said lightly, Sly for the Sky Dragon, use Summon Lightning Storm. Almost instantly, the dragon named Sly for the Sky Dragon opened its massive jaws, and released a colossal sphere of electricity, glowing with a dreamlike radiance. In just an instant, the giant sphere split into countless smaller ones, a flood of electric orbs surging forward and striking every inch of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, lightning flashed across their entire field of vision, and every monster in their path was instantly annihilated. Even the dungeon's gatekeeping boss, the great traitor Mechanier Thermoplug, who stood far away on a distant platform, wasn't spared. He was reduced to a puff of smoke. The remaining lightning orbs didn't stop, they engulfed and destroyed everything, surging toward the group of players. What the hell? Everyone cried out, scattering in all directions. Moments later, all 5 members of the party were instantly killed. Their vision blurred, and they found themselves back in the shop. Dungeon Nomerigan, failed dungeon cooldown, 3 hours. Even back in the shop, they stood there in a daze for a few seconds, glancing around blankly. They had come out thinking they'd pick up a quest, but no one had expected to be forcibly ejected in that way. Worse still, after killing Electrocutioner 6000, they hadn't even had time to loot the bodies. Thinking of the top-tier gear possibly rotting away inside those corpses made their hearts sink. A protagonist this powerful, and with a giant dragon to boot, was this total world-ending power. After a moment to calm down, Jinx and the others hurriedly opened their faction panels. Sure enough, the quest page showed 5 main storyline quests, all still unclaimed. After some discussion, they decided to stick to the plan they'd made in the dungeon. The Deep Blue and Star Moon clubs would jointly buy a main quest. Half an hour later, they pooled their funds, and Seabed Starfall stepped forward to claim the quest, a secret unknown to others. Afterward, he tried to pick up another quest, but was told that this quest line could only be accepted one at a time. No other quests from the series could be taken simultaneously. Everyone. This is daylight robbery, Wrath of Thunderchasing Winds complained. He had thought they could grab them all. But with this being a seller's market, they had no choice but to all take the same quest, a secret unknown to others. The moment it disappeared from the quest panel, it caught other players' attention. The forums lit up with speculation about who had taken it. Using the exchange rate, 1 Vecta could be donated for 2 contribution points, 500 contribution points meant 1,750 Vectas. Add some cash and that was enough to trade for 2 devil fruits. Most people guessed it had to be a guild move, since with most players only having a few dozen Vecta to their name, only a big guild could scrape together that kind of money. The PR teams of Deep Blue and Star Moon knew how to ride a wave. They quickly announced that the 2 clubs had jointly purchased a main quest, releasing a recording of the dungeon run to boost their star players' profiles. Compared to cold, hard currency numbers, the apocalyptic dragon that appeared at the end of the video struck right at the players' excitement centers. Discussion threads flooded the forums, with the dragon called Slifer the Sky Dragon setting off wild speculation and bizarre fan theories, further boosting Zhou Ning's fame. This was the first time such a mythic-level creature had appeared in the game, and its power didn't disappoint, obliterating everything in sight with overwhelming force. And this insanely powerful dragon was merely Wayne Sturwell's mount. Many players suddenly felt the Apocalypse forecast NPC power rankings for the next issue would have to be redone. Wayne Sturwell was surely number 1 in the world. Some experts speculated that the dungeon's cutscene was taken from a past event, that the protagonist had already been through this dungeon in the past, commanding the dragon to kill all the monsters. Maybe, if they moved faster, they could clear it before the protagonist appeared. Most players agreed, since nearly every dungeon worked this way. For example, the only other known dungeon, the Heretic's Nest in the Byron Republic, had been taken from the Earth Temple's raid on the Heretics 3 months ago. Naturally, Zhou Ning also saw the forum chatter. To be honest, even he had been startled when Slifer the Sky Dragon appeared in the video. If he remembered correctly, this came from his very first crossing into Empire Tempest, when Dual King, Zhou Ning, proficient in puppet alchemy, summoned Slifer the Sky Dragon in Nomerigan, destroying half the place. He hadn't expected the dungeon's Groupstone version to include that segment. That essentially meant the dungeon had a built-in time limit. Once the clock hit, the cutscene would trigger, wiping the party. Even Zhou Ning himself couldn't interfere. Still, that was fine. At least it reminded players that aside from being handsome, stylish, and a crack shot, he was also a badass dragon rider. That thought made him remember that he still had a miniature Deathwing, and a blueprint for Slifer the Sky Dragon requiring master-level puppet alchemy to learn. He was currently at advanced level, not far from expert, and then it was expert master grandmaster. With the right formulas and enough money, leveling up shouldn't be hard. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning hurried toward his alchemy shop. From the forum posts, it was clear many players were already eager to join his Starry Sky Guild, some probably hoping to freeload on his main quests. For such players, Zhou Ning had only 2 words: naive. They had no idea about the power of pro players and the wealthy. When he arrived at his shop, he found a dense crowd of players, many unfamiliar faces. By the looks of it, some high-level players had probably maxed their reputation, and left the starter villages, maybe even coming from other starter zones. As usual, he sold items and taught skills. Maybe it was the Dragon Rider footage's influence, but he felt the players' smiles were unusually warm today, and sales were strong. Even the stone mask, which had never sold before, finally found a buyer. A 6 out of 10 looking streamer girl. She insisted on becoming a vampire in broad daylight without any sun protection, and the moment she transformed, she was burned to death by sunlight. 10 seconds later she revived, still cheerful, only to die again in exactly the same way. A complete dimwit. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 204, Chapter 205, Meeting 1375 words. Chapter 205, Meeting. When that silly girl resurrected for the 3rd time, Zhou Ning finally couldn't hold back. He grabbed her by the collar and dragged her into the room. He had discovered that in the apocalypse world, vampires didn't die instantly when exposed to sunlight. It rapidly drained their HP instead, and only when the HP bar was emptied would they burn to ash. That made sense, and it was actually a decent mechanic. It gave people a chance to rescue them. Otherwise, if a player logged out at night while outdoors, then logged back in during the daytime, their gaming experience would probably be delightful. After that, Zhou Ning saw Jin's, XB, and the others come out of the shop. Jin's cutely asked Zhou Ning for 3 days off. As professional players, their top priority was naturally to complete their class quests. This was a perfectly reasonable request, and Zhou Ning had no reason to refuse. Smiling, he took some potions from his backpack and handed them over. This quest is extremely dangerous. These potions might help you take them. These were buff potions he'd gotten from Edwin during an earlier expedition. Zhou Ning didn't need them himself, but they were quite effective and could provide a considerable boost for players. After seeing the potion's stats, Jin's and the others lit up with joy, feeling an overwhelming sense of ceremony. As expected of a main storyline quest, the treatment was different, even with the protagonist personally supplying gear. Seeing this, the surrounding players realized these were the ones who had purchased that hidden quest and looked on enviously. This little episode only further fueled the players' shopping frenzy. People kept buying items from Zhou Ning's store, with all kinds of stock depleting rapidly. Even his previously unsellable medium mechanical constructs sold out. A glance at the forum told Zhou Ning why. A player had just invented a cheese tactic to solve the problem of low DPS when fighting the subterranean dweller, Grubbus. The minimum level requirement to use a medium mechanical construct was level 15, and they had high damage output. The only downside was that they were fragile and easily destroyed. Each player could control up to 2 at once, so if everyone in a party brought the maximum, taking down Grubbus became easy. The player even posted a video. Their team, 2 wandering gunners and 3 warriors, a clear bottom-tier composition, used 10 medium mechanical constructs to focus fire. After just 2 waves of Grubbys' summoned dwellers, the boss fell, dropping a pair of pretty decent boots. The tactic spread instantly, and players who had suffered under the dungeon's difficulty rejoiced. Medium mechanical constructs sold out on the spot. Wait, you can do that? Zhou Ning was shocked. It reminded him of the Serenite bomb incident back in World of Warcraft. Back then, in the race for the world first 25-man Lich King kill, a top European guild came up with a way to use Serenite bombs en masse to bypass fight mechanics. That guild was banned for exploiting game mechanics. Zhou Ning hadn't expected to see the same kind of ingenuity in Apocalypse. He made a point of remembering the player's ID, Vane St. The surprising part, it was a woman. Zhou Ning. He'd been about to give her a like, but now, not so much. In fact, he quietly committed her name to memory. Next time she came to shop, he'd reward her with a 20% markup. Still, her post had created another business opportunity for him. Starting tomorrow, Zhou Ning planned to produce more medium mechanical constructs, and put them on sale in the faction shop, while also leveling up his puppet alchemy skill. As for simpler manufactured goods, he would hire other NPCs to make them. He couldn't do everything himself. At one point, John stopped by with his son, Polly. Seeing Zhou busy, he told him to come find him later at the nearby Yu-Gi-Oh! Card shop. Business continued booming, with several players buying invitations to join the Starry Sky Guild. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., all 10 invitations were sold. The guild now had 22 spots left before upgrading to rank D about halfway there. Selling 10 a day would last 2 more days, so Zhou wasn't in a rush. What surprised him, though, was that by 4:30, no other player had bought the main storyline quest. Of course, the high price was a major factor, and even big guilds needed time to gather funds. As for lowering the price, impossible. That word didn't exist in his dictionary. By the time it was nearly 5 p.m., Zhou ignored the players trying to make him stay, and left. After some thought, he headed toward the nearby Yu-Gi-Oh! Card shop. To his surprise, the shop's business was excellent. As he walked in, he saw many customers browsing cards, most of them nobles, judging from their clothing, with strong purchasing power. At the side tables, several NPCs were dueling. My turn, draw. I summon Harpie Lady. Harpie Lady, ATK 1300, prepare to lose, your monster can't beat my Harpie Lady's attack. Heh, don't get cocky. I summon the judge, ATK 2200. A monster with 2200 attack. Didn't see that coming, did you? This is the strength of the Duel King. Go, judge. They're weak. I think I can beat them, Molly said coldly. Zhou. Where does this brat get her confidence? Do you know what the 3 great illusions of life are? Zhou asked. I'm strong. I can do it. I can win. Zhou smiled. Molly went silent. From over a month of living with her, Zhou knew this meant she was now angry. He scanned the room and soon spotted John at a booth, chatting with a noblewoman. Using his observation hockey, Zhou picked up on their conversation. It was about certain, unspeakable topics. When John saw him, he quickly excused himself from the lady and walked over. After a few pleasantries, Zhou smiled. That your girlfriend? John smirked wryly. Broke up? Zhou asked casually. Her husband came home early that day. Zhou. As a fellow veteran, he instantly understood and couldn't help thinking of Marcus Gill. If John could conquer both her and her husband, that would be hardcore. The thought gave him goosebumps. John sighed, then changed the subject. Right, Wayne, per our previous deal, here's this month's profit share. We split it 60 to 40. Guess how much? When Zhou shook his head, John grinned. 1,200 vectas. Your cut is 1,200. And this is just one shop, it's only the beginning. While this wasn't a huge sum for him now, extra income still felt nice. Zhou took the thick stack of banknotes. With this, his cash on hand rose to 15,765 vecta even, after buying a house outright. That gave him the confidence to purchase a powerful transcendent item, since with players around, he'd continue earning well for the foreseeable future, without touching his savings for daily expenses. I'm planning to open a few more shops of the same scale, and host a high-level duelist tournament. I want this to spread all over Bryston. It sounded just like what Zhou had done in the simulator with Yu-Gi-Oh! Only, without holograms. He sighed inwardly and let John continue. He already had a good idea of what John was getting at. But to make this happen, we don't have enough funds right now. I want to bring in more investors, but that might dilute your shares. What do you think? John asked expectantly. No problem, Zhou replied with a smile. This was extra money to begin with, and he wasn't attached to it. John's smile widened. I knew you'd agree. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I've found a great investor I'll introduce you in a few days. Zhou nodded, not thinking much of it. After chatting a bit more, he took his leave. He was headed for a transcendent gathering in the old city, hoping to gain something there. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 205, Chapter 206, Secret Gathering 1234 words. Chapter 206, Secret Gathering. After stepping out of the Yu-Gi-Oh card shop, Zhou Ning spotted 2 players peeking inside. When they saw him coming out, they moved closer, trying to strike up a conversation, clearly hoping to trigger some hidden quest. This was just a case of reading too many online game novels and thinking they were the protagonist. Zhou Ning gave them a polite smile, walked past them, and headed straight for the other end of the street. For gatherings of transcendence, one usually needed to conceal their identity. The last person who attended in a flashy manner, Wright Phillips, had been killed by Zhou Ning himself, and the grass on his grave was already waist-high. Out of caution, Zhou Ning had no intention of using his own carriage. At this hour, the public carriages had already stopped running, so Zhou Ning found a hired cab at the street corner and paid a fare 10 times higher than that of a public carriage. The horses' hooves clattered rhythmically as the cab made its way toward the old district. This time of night was when Dockland's nightlife was just beginning. From newspapers, magazines, and knowledge from his past life, Zhou Ning knew that entertainment in this world was relatively limited. Aside from the 2 activities common to both worlds, reading books and newspapers, there were playing weather cards, listening to opera, watching ball games, and watching more ball games. Bars and pleasure houses along the way were already open. Zhou Ning even spotted women wearing fake ears and dressed as elf or werewolf girls in revealing cosplay outfits, calling out to passers-by. There were also less pleasant sights. In certain streets of the old district, beside trash bins and under bridge piers, he saw traces of beggars and vagrants. They tried hard to stay hidden, shivering, because if the police found them, they might be beaten or even thrown into the poorhouse. Before long, Zhou Ning arrived at the entrance to the underground market. Being a Saturday, there was already quite a crowd by the time he got there. He hopped lightly out of the cab, flipped open his pocket watch, and saw that it was exactly 7 o'clock. Following the flow of people into the underground market, Zhou Ning didn't head straight to the gathering venue. Instead, he found a quiet, deserted spot and put on the black hooded robe he had prepared in advance, then began wandering through the market. Most of the goods here were worthless herbs or materials, but rare finds sometimes appeared. For example, Zhou Ning had mentioned before that he'd come here searching for unknown wonders more than once, but Lady Luck had never favored him. You could buy some silver accessories with spiritual qualities, preferably mithril. Your mental strength should now be enough to craft some more powerful talismans, Molly suggested. All right, Zhou Ning nodded. In previous battles, he had tasted the benefits of using talismans. Molly might be terrible at card games, but her knowledge of mysticism and meteorology was top-notch. Passing between the fortune-telling hut and a herb seller's stall, Zhou Ning found an occult shop along the aisle's edge. The place had cat's eye stones, moonstones, rubies, and other rare minerals, with an impressively complete range. On the stall, he spotted several pieces of silver-colored or faintly glowing with a spiritual light. This was mithril, a rare mineral from mines in the northwest, an excellent material for crafting mechanical puppets and talismans, and extremely expensive. Following Molly's guidance, Zhou Ning quietly chose several high-quality pieces of mithril, moonstone, and malachite, and had the shopkeeper wrap them up. After another circuit through the market, he bought a few ancient books but found nothing else of value, so he gave up. By coincidence, at an old book stall, Zhou Ning encountered a middle-aged man who looked very much like Edwin. The man wore an ordinary white mask, a black hooded robe, and concealed his hands, face, and hair. With such careful disguise, Zhou Ning couldn't be certain. Following the same route as last time, Zhou Ning made his way to the market's interior, and found the underground market's administrator, Old Taylor. "You're in luck. This gathering is the largest we've had in years," Old Taylor said with a knowing smile. This week, not only did an expedition team emerge from the weather tides, but a fleet also returned from the Sea of Mist, bringing back some extraordinary items. "I hope you brought enough money." "Weather tides. Expedition team, then that man he saw must really have been Edwin, Zhou Ning thought silently. Adjusting his black hood, Zhou Ning quietly followed him into the same dark room as before. This time, the turnout was much bigger than last. Around 20 people were already seated in the dim hall, though half the chairs were still empty. Scanning the room, Zhou Ning indeed spotted someone who could be Edwin at the 2 o'clock position. At 6:30, he also saw the conspicuous stag-headed man again, his new colleague, Kyle Robbins. Glancing at the ominous scales on the table in the center, Zhou Ning casually chose a seat. Beside him was a young-looking nobleman wearing deep blue clothes under a black hooded cloak. Casting a casual glance at the man, Zhou Ning suddenly froze. Using his aurasight technique, he saw that the man's energy was pitch black, a sign of imminent death. Sensing Zhou Ning's gaze, the man seemed displeased and shot him a sharp glare. Zhou Ning shook his head slightly and turned his attention elsewhere. To his surprise, including that nobleman, the stag-headed man at 6 o'clock, a fat man at 9 o'clock, and a woman at 12 o'clock, 4 people in total had darkened auras. While they weren't on the brink of death, they were undoubtedly destined for misfortune. What was going on here? Zhou Ning couldn't help wondering again if he had the misfortune detecting, death god elementary schooler talent. As time passed, by 8 o'clock almost everyone had arrived. Soon after, the owner of the cursed scales, a middle-aged man in a silver mask, stepped into the center and began to speak. The time has come. This secret gathering officially begins. May we share our knowledge, hope for the future, and together welcome the coming of the transcendent supernatural era. As usual, we'll start at the 12 o'clock position, the silver-masked man said, sweeping his gaze around before returning to his seat. A portly man at 12 o'clock stood and walked to the platform in the center. From under his cloak, he took out an iron box. This is an unknown wonder. It comes with a lock and countless keys. You can open it with any key, and each key leads to a different storage space. It's very effective for storing items. I want to trade it for 500 vectas, or an equivalent value in spirit-enhancing potions. Zhou Ning couldn't help raising an eyebrow. So exciting, the first auction item was an unknown wonder. Still, compared to other wonders, its effect seemed rather limited, not something he urgently needed. And 500 vectas was a steep price. To Zhou Ning's surprise, the seemingly unremarkable box ended up selling for 750 vectas, but by the nobleman sitting beside him, setting the tone for this secret gathering. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 206, Chapter 207, Treasure Map 1152 words. Chapter 207, Treasure Map. In truth, even if the price were cut in half, Zhou Ning still probably wouldn't buy this thing. First, just looking at a whole string of keys made him uneasy. He felt like he'd never keep track of which one stored what. Second, he had his own player-exclusive inventory, so why abandon the essential for the trivial? Even though he was fairly wealthy now, money still had to be spent where it counted. After that box was sold, the next few lots also went for impressively high prices. The second seller brought out a whole bundle of red jasper leaves, a main ingredient in brewing high-grade potions, especially aphrodisiacs, with an extremely rare yield. The starting price was already 800 vectas, and competition was fierce. The one who bought the red jasper leaves turned out to be the nobleman sitting beside Zhou Ning, paying 1,200 vectas for them. The third lot made Zhou Ning's heart race. A ring enchanted with ice armor, able to automatically trigger when attacked, with a usage limit of 100 times, of which 92 remained. The starting bid was 300 vectas. Zhou Ning was just about to speak when the nobleman next to him once again placed a bid. I'll offer 350 vectas for this ring. 400 vectas, Zhou Ning immediately raised by 50. The nobleman responded without delay, 450 vectas. After several rounds of back and forth bidding, when the price rose to 750 vectas, the man gave up. All right, it's yours. The scales of misfortune were used for evaluation, and after confirming its authenticity, It turned out the ring wasn't quite worth 750 vectas, but it was close enough. That's the downside of the supernatural world. There's no such thing as a bargain here. You basically get exactly what you pay for, Zhou Ning thought to himself. Once the appraisal was complete, it was money in one hand, goods in the other. Zhou Ning picked up the ring and slid it onto his finger. It might not be incredibly powerful, but it was at least a life-saving tool. There was also an unexpected bonus. The ring counted as an antique. Obtaining it advanced his history enthusiast quest to 7/9. Oddly enough, not every antique piece of gear counted toward the quest. It depended on whether it had historical significance. He was now very close to completion. He'd have to keep making moves when the chance arose. After winning the ring, Zhou Ning stayed quiet for the next few rounds, simply watching from the sidelines. Before long, it was Edwin's turn to auction at the 2 o'clock position. As expected, he presented a hammer from the Halfman Mammoth Katawa, and a round shield. This is a high-quality supernatural weapon, enchanted with Thunder Strike, which can significantly slow your opponent's movements. The effect is very noticeable. But the downside is its heavy weight, about 67 kilograms. It requires considerable arm strength to wield. Starting at 900 vectas. Edwin's introduction was brief and to the point. Despite its monstrous attributes, the strict usage requirement meant no one bid for quite a while. Eventually, someone offered the starting price and took it. Unbothered, Edwin moved on to the second item. This shield comes from the Weather Tides. It's called the Shield of Grut. It can significantly boost the user's strength and endurance, and it's permanently imbued with a Grand Druid's Thorn spell, which damages enemies who attack you. Its only flaw is, again, its weight. The price is 1,200 vectas. That shield must have dropped from the last big shield warrior they encountered. The attributes were insane. Wearing it would make you a walking fortress. Pity it was completely useless to him. In the end, the shield sold for over 2,000 vectas, and Edwin looked quite pleased. This trading round was much longer than previous ones. In the next few deals, someone bought 2 Tier 3 Earth Temple spells for 900 vectas, while a supernatural material priced at 1,800 vectas failed to sell due to the high asking price. When it was the turn of the stag-headed man at the 6 o'clock position, he was still looking to buy a melee weapon at a reasonable price, with a budget of 400 vectas or less. No one responded, and after a while, he slumped back into his seat. The trades that followed were relatively mild. Someone sold 10 treasure hunting potions at 15 vectas each, a potion Zhou Ning could mass-produce at will. After that, another seller offered an expert-level alchemy blueprint for something called the Volcano Potion. It boosted critical hit rate by 18% for 30 seconds, required level 40 to use, and had a cooldown of 2 minutes. It was essentially a controllable burst skill. The blueprint's starting price was 500 vectas, and surprisingly, there wasn't much competition. After bidding against the same fat man who'd sold the iron box earlier, Zhou Ning bought it for 800 vectas. After purchasing 2 items, Zhou Ning's wealth dropped to just over 13,000. Money came fast but went just as quickly. Soon, it was the turn of the two at the 7 o'clock position. A cloaked man wearing a red mask stood up and spoke in a deep voice. 2,000 vectas for a commission to assassinate a high-ranking knight. An assassination contract. A high-ranking knight? There aren't many in all of Darkland. Who's the target? The announcement caused a stir throughout the venue. I'll share more details once a contract is signed. Under the contract's witness, I will naturally tell you, and both I and the faction behind me will provide substantial assistance. Anyone willing to take it? He waited for nearly 30 seconds, but when no one replied, he quietly sat down. Next was a burly man, wearing the same black hood as Zhou Ning, but without pulling the brim low. His lower face was faintly visible. He stood about 2-3 meters tall, with reddish skin, a classic northern pirate look. Zhou Ning noticed faint scales and small tendrils near his jawline. Given some northerners' peculiar tastes, he was probably a human sea creature hybrid. I want to sell a few items discovered on a mysterious island in the Sea of Mists. First is an unknown oddity, sometimes called the lucky clover. It can boost one's luck for 12 hours, but 3 hours later, misfortune will begin. This is based on repeated testing, though we can't confirm if there's any margin of error. The other item is a so-called treasure map, said to point toward a legendary great treasure, originating from a pirate king of the Four Heroes era. The starting price for the lucky clover is 1,600 vectas. The treasure map comes as a bonus. I don't recommend trying to find it. We paid a terrible price in the attempt. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 207, Chapter 208, The Great Treasure. 1131 words. Chapter 208, The Great Treasure, The Great Treasure. Hearing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. This was absolutely the Pirate King. Zhou Ning's twisted sense of humor. Absolutely. Both the lucky clover and the treasure map had been very clearly noted in the simulation process. It seemed the man before him had found something left behind by the Pirate King Zhou Ning on some island in the Sea of Mists. Though it wasn't spelled out, the process must have been gruelingly difficult. Zhou Ning was filled with curiosity toward the things another version of himself had left behind, but he decided to check the price first. The lucky clover would undoubtedly be very useful to him. For more than half a month, his luck had been atrocious. He'd been drawing prizes non-stop every day, but it was like he'd poked a hornet's nest of firearms, all guns, not a single useful one in sight. Perhaps this little thing was the key to turning his luck around. Whether he could draw other epic tier items would depend on it. As for side effects, if he timed it right and stayed home, it probably wouldn't kill him. Strictly speaking, a supernatural item like the lucky clover being priced at 1,600 vectas was still reasonable, especially with a treasure map thrown in. For most supernaturals, this was irresistibly tempting. As for the clover's negative effects, and the possible dangers of the map, those were things people conveniently chose to ignore. 1,600 vectas, 1,700 vectas. The people sitting around called out one after another, the price climbing rapidly. Before long it had reached 3,200 vectas, then stalled. Anyone still bidding? The seller asked again. The hall was silent. 3,250 vectas. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate, calmly naming his price. Hearing the latest bid, the seller waited a few seconds, and when no one else spoke up, nodded. He walked with Zhou Ning to the center of the venue, placing the box in his hand on one side of a balance scale, while Zhou Ning put a thick stack of banknotes on the other. The result: the box's side outweighed the other, making it clear these things were worth far more than the price. In a way, Zhou Ning had gotten himself a bargain. No worries. There's a saying in the Northlands, honesty is a kind of faith, just like sea winds, fine wine, and the gods. The seller smiled. Zhou Ning hadn't expected someone who looked so intimidating to actually be rather decent. Still, parting with over 3,000 vectas at once felt like having a huge chunk of flesh cut from him. Exhaling, he tucked away the single 50 vectas note he got back in change, opened the box, and saw a green, 3-leaf clover. Beneath it lay a yellowed square of folded paper. "Don't touch that treasure map for now, it carries an ominous curse that needs to be dispelled," came Molly's voice in his mind. Zhou Ning gave the faintest nod, closed the box, and held it in both hands. After making the largest purchase he'd ever made, the next few trades were all magic-related. The third one shattered his sense of value: the fire dragon technique. He had spent dozens of quest rings to learn from the royal court mage. Elon sold for 4,000 vectas, bought by a portly man. The seller was an elderly man wearing a mask, his voice weathered and hoarse. Zhou Ning guessed he was a high-level archmage. Over 10 minutes later, it was finally Zhou Ning's turn. He stood and said in a deep voice, "I'm looking to purchase expert-level alchemy blueprints, as well as weapons or supernatural items with some age to them." No one spoke. His request was ignored. After all, nearly all expert-level or higher alchemy formulas were controlled by major powers, with very few circulating outside. Getting that volcano potion earlier had already been a lucky break. After a long silence, the Northlander finally spoke. I might have something for you, a seemingly ordinary blade, another trophy I brought back from that island. Its only special trait is that it conducts battle energy quite well. I'll probably be at the next gathering. If you're interested, I'll bring the blade along. With Frostmourne unusable, I do happen to lack a good melee weapon, Zhou Ning thought, then nodded. Seeing no further responses, Zhou Ning sat back down to listen to the rest of the trades. There was another big purchase. The unlucky young noble beside him spent 8,700 vectas on an unknown artifact called the Golden Pouch, which could produce 3 coins from the ancient Fauric era each day. The only modern use for those coins was to melt them down for gold bullion. Zhou Ning did the math, assuming the noble survived long enough. It would take over 230 years just to break even. What a little genius. Such a huge purchase naturally stirred greed and covetous looks from the crowd. Many kept eyeing the noble. Honestly, even Zhou Ning felt the urge to rob him. After that, the trades became much less interesting. Near the end, Zhou Ning spotted something worthwhile, a book on ancient languages and cultures. Upholding the clan motto, knowledge is power, Zhou Ning had little resistance to scholarly works. He bought the book for 50 vectas, and with that, all trades were concluded. The owner of the Scales of Misfortune announced the gathering's end. As when they had entered, attendees left one by one through another secret passage. To protect the young noble, the owner sent him out first. Zhou Ning was in the middle of the order. Emerging from the hidden door, he immediately looked for the noble. The man had removed his outer hood, and was glancing around warily as he walked in the opposite direction. Alert but probably in vain. Zhou Ning shook his head, then froze slightly. From an entrance not far away emerged an old man, both unfamiliar, and yet somehow familiar. It was the elderly man who had sold the fire dragon technique earlier. With his mask removed, he was revealed as a white-templed, refined-looking man with an air of elegance. His green eyes were deep and penetrating. Zhou Ning hadn't expected to meet him here. Count Wisdom Robbins. From him, Zhou Ning sensed a chilling power, subtle but undeniably present. Though disguised, Zhou Ning's observation hockey still detected an inexplicable familiarity about him. With the help of his aurasight technique, Zhou Ning could clearly see the chi within Robbins, dark and lifeless, without a trace of vitality. No doubt about it, Count Robbins definitely had a problem. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 208, Chapter 209, A Perilous Situation. 1143 words. Chapter 209, A Perilous Situation. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, suppressing the slight surge of excitement in his chest as he watched Count Robbins walking in his direction from a distance. Right beside him happened to be a rather ordinary-looking carriage. Soon, Count Robbins stopped and began exchanging pleasantries with Professor Edwin, who had just caught up. Clearly, just as Professor Edwin had said before, he and Count Robbins were friends. Zhou Ning raised his eyebrows slightly at the sight, thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with an idea. He quickly slipped into a secluded alley, took out the world amplifier from his inventory and fired it at himself. In an instant, a beam of light struck him squarely in the chest. Immediately, the surrounding walls loomed higher, and the entire world seemed to expand. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ning had shrunk into a tiny figure no bigger than a thumb. Even though this was already his second time using it, Zhou Ning couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of gnome engineering. This buff would only last for 10 minutes before entering a full hour of cooldown. Not daring to linger, he stepped out of the alley just in time to see Count Robbins's enormous carriage rolling forward. From Zhou Ning's current perspective, the carriage was as tall as a skyscraper, and moved at remarkable speed, about to leave him far behind. In his urgency, he quickly donned the Phoenix battle suit. The grappling hook in his hand shot out like a coiling python, catching on the carriage's axle, and looping around it several times. Using the recoil force, Zhou Ning's black-armored body shot forward. With a soft thud, he landed lightly on the roof. Only then did Zhou Ning exhale, retracting his grappling hook and pressing an ear to the roof to listen to the sounds inside. At the moment, the carriage interior was strangely quiet, so much so that not even breathing could be heard. If he hadn't seen Count Robin's board with his own eyes, Zhou Ning might have thought it empty. Meanwhile, he spotted the unlucky nobleman's carriage traveling on the same road. At a narrow intersection, Count Robin's even slowed down to let the other pass first, displaying remarkable courtesy. Zhou Ning had originally suspected that Robins might rob the man, but clearly he'd guessed wrong. Robins' standards weren't that low. With his shrunken size and limited visibility, Zhou Ning could no longer tell where exactly he was. He had to rely on smell and direction to judge that they had left the old quarter, and were now near the Sedan River. About 5 minutes later, the carriage stopped before an extremely grand residence. Zhou Ning crouched low, watching as Count Robin stepped down and headed inside. The carriage then turned toward the inner grounds. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ning fired another grappling hook, this time latching onto a nearby low eave, landing quietly by a second-floor window without making a sound. With about 3 minutes of transformation time left, Zhou Ning crept closer to the window just in time to see someone strike a match with a sharp snap, lighting a kerosene lamp. Count Robin's appeared in view. This was an enormous study, almost a library with shelves packed full of books. The most eye-catching item, however, was a gray, hazy-looking book lying open on the desk. The book was blank. Robbins glanced at it, took a key from a nearby shelf, and opened a safe. He placed a stack of banknotes inside, then groped deeper until he pulled out a bundle of extremely thin objects. He stared at them for a moment, then began undressing and, to Zhou Ning's horror, even peeled off his own skin, revealing a ghastly body of raw flesh. Then, like putting on clothes, he slipped into a new skin. Zhou Ning sucked in a sharp breath. What on earth had he just witnessed? An old man's version of Skin Painter. What crime had he committed to deserve seeing something like this? Once Robbins was dressed again, he let out a breath, sat at the desk, and put on a pair of glasses. He picked up a quill and wrote, Act 3, Scene 11. The Careless One. As a member of the conservative Lambert family, Joshua Lambert has a careless habit. He leaves something very important behind at the site of a secret gathering. On his way back to retrieve it, a sudden gust of wind knocks down steel bars from a nearby construction site, striking and killing him along with his coachman. Just as he was about to add more detail, the book suddenly flipped pages, words spilling across them in thick paragraphs. Act 3, Scene 12. The Voyeur. As a habitual voyeur, Wayne Sturl is at this moment peeping at us from outside the window. Due to an unknown device, he is currently shrunken in size, and because of a mechanical malfunction, he cannot revert to normal for the time being. Thus, any supernatural being could easily kill him. The moment Zhou Ning read this, a wave of dread surged through him. Without a second thought, he leapt backward. A sudden gust slammed the window against the wall, crash, shattering the glass, sending a storm of shards raining toward Zhou Ning like deadly snow. From his shrunken perspective, they were like a sky full of razor-sharp weapons. Before he could react, his body instinctively leaned back. A fierce sense of weightlessness washed over him as the Phoenix battle suit sealed around his body, wings unfurling from his back as he glided downward. But his misfortune wasn't over yet. A strong west wind struck, driving him toward the window. At the same time, Robbins flung the window open with a bang. His gaze swept the air, quickly locking onto the wind-blown Zhou Ning. Pale threads instantly streamed from his hand, spreading to ensnare him. Just then, Zhou Ning summoned Little Deathwing from his inventory. Obeying his command, the creature swooped in, catching him steadily before arcing back upward. Clutching Little Deathwing's neck, Zhou Ning soared away from the mansion just in time, leaving Count Robbins empty-handed and fuming. Once firmly seated on the dragon's back, Zhou Ning exhaled heavily. That moment had been one of the most dangerous of his life. A cascade of coincidences had led to this. Suddenly, realization struck him. He had finally seen the very book that had appeared in the serialized story, the same one he had dreamed about, Leoncavallo's four-act opera. From what he could tell, it allowed its owner to insert others into its scripted scenes, and to some extent, influence their actions, manufacturing one accident after another. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 209, Chapter 210, An Unexpected Incident. 1227 words. Chapter 210, An unexpected incident. Sitting on the back of the little Deathwing, letting it carry him for a distance, Zhou Ning couldn't help but take a deep breath. Leoncavallo's four-act opera. Zhou Ning silently recited the words in his mind. He glanced at his current miniaturized state. The remaining time was 14 minutes and 32 seconds, ticking down constantly. No matter how many times he clicked, he couldn't cancel it. It seemed he'd have to stay small until the timer ended. He hadn't expected that this shabby little book could even exploit mechanical malfunctions, truly unbelievable. Back when he saw this book in the serialized drama, he had already treated it with due caution, but it seemed he had still underestimated it. Its abilities exceeded his imagination, and it seemed to have a will of its own. Living unknown artifacts like this were the most troublesome. Once it fixed its sights on you, it was like being targeted by death itself. In Final Destination, danger could strike at any time. Since crossing into this world, this was the first time Zhou Ning had felt such a headache. He wished he could tear it into pieces. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, accompanied by strong headwinds. After all, Deathwing was still in its juvenile stage, and its flapping wings were starting to struggle against the wind. From his observation hockey, Zhou Ning could sense a powerful aura belonging to Robin's drawing closer. Clearly, the man had not given up his pursuit. Perhaps he had even locked onto Zhou Ning's location through some unknown means. Zhou Ning's face suddenly changed. The raindrops stung sharply on his skin, making a sizzling sound. They were clearly highly corrosive. Even his hat and clothes were being eaten away, leaving small holes. Zhou Ning couldn't help cursing. He never imagined that one day, he'd be fighting a battle of wits with the weather. And of all times, it had to be acid rain now, and not just any acid rain, but strong acid, almost like sulfuric acid. While this kind of rain might not be fatal to a supernatural being, in his shrunken state, it was like taking a bath in sulfuric acid. It hurt like hell. With a thought, a layer of black phoenix battle suit once again covered his body. This place was between the trade zone and the Seton River district, a wide, open area with no cover. Under the combined assault of acid rain and powerful headwinds, not only was little Deathwing struggling, but even the glider and short flight functions of his cape would be useless. Faced with such extreme conditions, Zhou Ning quickly came up with an idea. He'd try using the lucky clover to counter it. With no other choice in this critical moment, he acted immediately. Without hesitation, he took the lucky clover from his inventory and used it. A green light rose from the clover's surface and merged into his body. A cumulonimbus cloud formed in midair, followed by a loud clap of thunder. The acid rain suddenly turned into a thunderstorm. Then, a strong gust of wind came out of nowhere, and the wind direction flipped from headwind to tailwind, pushing him rapidly forward. At the same time, his body returned to normal size. Just as he stored little Deathwing away, a sudden sense of weightlessness struck. His body plummeted straight down. The ground shook slightly. Zhou Ning had used his incredible agility to cushion the fall, but still landed heavily, his head spinning, vision speckled with golden stars. His health bar had dropped by more than half. When fortune comes, even heaven helps. When it leaves, heroes are left helpless. Zhou Ning muttered, recalling the heart-pounding moment just now. He retracted the Phoenix battle suit, pushed himself up off the ground, and adjusted the hat that was nearly blown away by the wind. Looking around, he realized he was at an intersection in the old city district. It was late at night, so there was no one around. On one side of the road was a construction site, currently inactive. He glanced at a street sign. Heading back the way he came would take him to the trade zone, and from there, it would be about a 25-minute walk to his home. So this is the Lucky Clover's power. It actually blew me all the way to the old city district. Just as he was considering heading straight home, he heard the urgent sound of horse hooves. A carriage approached from a distance. But then, an even stronger gust of wind than before blew through. Zhou Ning looked up and saw a bundle of steel rebar on the construction site swaying violently. With a loud snap it fell. A horse let out a tragic, high-pitched neigh. The speeding carriage was struck by the rebar, rolling violently across the road. The entire carriage shattered, debris scattering everywhere. Its cargo spilled out, and some of it landed right at Zhou Ning's feet, as if deliberately delivered to him. Zhou Ning stood dumbfounded. Especially when he saw the corpse lying not far away. Although the face was mangled beyond recognition, Zhou Ning still recognized him. Wasn't this the unlucky noble who had spent lavishly at the secret gathering, buying 2 unknown artifacts? His aura sight had already foretold this man's death. And thinking back, the Joshua Lambert written in Robin's book should indeed refer to him. Even the manner of death matched the description exactly. Joshua Lambert had a careless habit of leaving important things behind at secret gatherings. On his way back to retrieve them, a gust of wind would blow steel rebar from a construction site, striking him and killing both him and his coachman. Zhou Ning was supposed to have nothing to do with this incident, but the Lucky Clover had brought him here, giving him the chance to acquire 2 unknown artifacts, and thus tying him to this death. Based on his speculation, and recalling how Brynd Morton's encounter with the mermaid ended in the simulator, items obtained like this tended to be lost in a twisted way. Now, by appearing here, Zhou Ning might well become a suspect in Joshua Lambert's murder. Was all this arranged by fate? Zhou Ning felt his scalp tingle. At that moment, he suddenly realized just how much hidden mystery and madness lurked beneath the surface of this game world he thought he knew so well. He took a deep breath, crouched down quickly, and picked up the 2 items at his feet. From the corpse, he also found a stack of coins, a ring of keys, and an identity plaque. Without stopping to examine them, he stuffed everything into his inventory. Next, he had to clean the scene. Do everything he could to avoid being dragged into this accident. With his purple talent criminal genius, Zhou Ning swiftly erased all traces of his presence. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Hopefully, things would go smoothly from here on. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 210, Chapter 211, The Lambert Family 1032 words. Chapter 211, The Lambert Family. Out of caution, when dealing with the body of Joshua Lambert, Zhou Ning deliberately kept some of his hair. As a criminal mastermind, Zhou Ning was meticulous in such matters. Right now, he was in the middle of a 12-hour streak of good luck, which meant he could use Joshua Lambert's hair to drink a transformation potion, turn into him, and completely clear himself of suspicion. Thinking about this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. This whole thing originally had nothing to do with him, yet he now had to rack his brains just to shake off suspicion. Utterly ridiculous. He really didn't know whether this Lucky Clover was bringing him fortune or misfortune. Tomorrow, I'll test just how bad the bad luck gets. If it's really unbearable, I won't hesitate to destroy it or pass it on to someone else. Making his way back to 117 Gibbon Street, Zhou Ning pretended nothing had happened and returned home. He greeted his housekeeper, Jacqueline. Remember to wake me up at 8 tomorrow morning. Yes, sir, Jacqueline replied respectfully. Without another word, Zhou Ning locked the door behind him, exhaled heavily, and rubbed his temples. He was exhausted, but there was no time to rest yet. Even with his alibi secured, there were still loopholes to close. After resting a few minutes, he pulled Joshua Lambert's identification plaque from his pocket, the equivalent of an ID card in the apocalypse world. The plaque number was 0-139594477, and sure enough, the name read Joshua Lambert. At the bottom was his address, not far from here, 47 Levia Street, in the district where Darkland's nobility lived. The Vester family resided there as well. The leading digit 0 marked him as a noble. In Bryston, the ID number prefix was clearly defined. Nobles were 0, great merchants/high-ranking professionals/officials were 1, commoners were 2, and vagrants or the homeless were 3. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then took out his first unknown artifact, Damien's ordinary mirror, and stepped into it without hesitation. Indeed, he planned to head to Joshua Lambert's house, at least to make an appearance there. Levia Street was to the north. After orienting himself, Zhou Ning entered the mirror's long, elf-style corridor. As before, it was filled with the ruins of elven architecture and countless mirror ghosts. As mentioned before, the mirror world's geography was the reverse of reality. Once you knew the direction, it wasn't hard to navigate. Heading forward, Zhou Ning passed through the city center. There were at least 7 or 8 inns nearby, each room containing 1 or 2 mirrors. In just under 2 kilometers, he passed tens of thousands of mirrors, each leading to the world beyond them. It gave him the unsettling sense that he could easily become lost here forever. It also served as a reminder never come here while under bad luck. Perhaps because of his 12 hours of good fortune, Zhou Ning found his way quickly. Before long, he spotted a shop window near Levia Street, making it easy to orient himself. Soon, he located the mirror for 47 Levia Street. From inside, he peeked out, intending to first observe the situation before deciding whether to drink the transformation potion and appear as Joshua. In his view, the house was elegantly furnished, hung with numerous oil paintings and laid with Byron-style carpets. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Ning saw a beautiful young woman dressed in pajamas hurry to answer it. She looked under 20, with golden hair and a bewitching face, quite possibly Joshua's wife. When she opened the door, a familiar male voice spoke, followed by hers, "Surprised, darling. I just got back from a seaside holiday in Templeport." Zhou Ning. What's going on? Was he about to witness the classic neighbor's affair scenario? But the next moment made Zhou Ning's eyes widen. Joshua Lambert, dead just hours ago, was standing there alive, arm in arm with the young woman, as they entered the bedroom. Soon, sounds best left undescribed followed. Could this be another stroke of luck from the clover resurrecting the dead to give him an alibi? Yeah, right, tell that to a fool. Frowning, Zhou Ning stepped lightly out of the mirror. He was in what seemed to be Joshua's study, the desk and drawers piled with documents. He picked some up and glanced through them, raising an eyebrow. They were materials from the Earth Ring organization and petitions opposing certain new policies. So Joshua held not only a notable position in the Earth Ring, but also in politics. His father was none other than the leading figure of Bryston's conservative faction, a hereditary noble of the Pride motto. Joshua himself was one of the conservatives' frontline operatives, and a political rival of the radical reformists, including Harrison Rivers. But in Bryston, political rivals, where common differences in policy didn't usually escalate to life and death enmity. So what exactly had Joshua done to make Robbins want him dead? Zhou Ning's curiosity deepened. What's this? In one drawer, Zhou Ning found a diary. Who even kept a diary these days? After some thought, he put the other files back but slipped the diary into his inventory. Maybe it held the answers he sought. Joshua's apparent resurrection had put Zhou Ning on guard, making him even more curious about the diary's contents. Returning to his own room through the mirror without realizing it, Zhou Ning finally let out a long breath. He then opened the simulation system and checked its update progress. With the lucky clover still active, he wanted to try a round of lottery draws, but first, he had to be sure the update was complete. Finally, after nearly 4 days, the damn thing had finished its snail-paced update. Opening it, Zhou Ning was met with a fresh look. The interface was cleaner, with pattern trim along the bottom. At the top, in addition to shop, map, achievements, lottery, tasks, artifact haul, and template management, there was now a new tab: titles. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 211, Chapter 212, The Bow and the Arrow. 1123 words. Chapter 212, The Bow and the Arrow. There was a red dot above the title, clearly indicating something to be claimed. This must be the result of the latest update. Clicking it open, Zhou Ning found that he already had quite a few titles, including the once-evolved Supernatural Rampaging Tiger, Ordinary Office Worker, Phantom Thief, the Blue-Tier Architect, and so on. Just like in the Hall of Curiosities, there was a small red icon behind each title, which allowed him to claim some traversal coins, 10 coins for a purple title, and 5 coins for a blue one. Free rewards, of course, had to be claimed. After collecting them all, Zhou Ning studied the simulator's instructions carefully and realized this crappy game's tricks were multiplying yet another way to push players into spending money. This title system was somewhat similar to a domestic browser game Zhou Ning had played before, except unlike that game's set-based bonuses, here every purple title directly provided a personal attribute or effect bonus. For example, the evolved Supernatural Rampaging Tiger title added 3 points each to strength and stamina. The Ordinary Office Worker title Kira Yoshikage exclusive added 2 points to spirit, and 1 point to will. The Phantom Thief title gave +2 agility and +1 spirit, while the Penguinman added +3 spirit. After a quick scan, Zhou Ning roughly figured out the system's logic. Every purple title without advancement granted a fixed +3 attribute points, clearing a stage and evolving it gave +6. Fair enough. Aside from attribute boosts, purple titles and above could also be equipped. Once equipped, they provided unique effects, but switching titles required a 3-hour cooldown. For instance, Supernatural Rampaging Tiger boosted melee physical damage by 15%, the Phantom Thief enhanced infiltration and disguise capabilities, and the Ordinary Office Worker dramatically lowered one's presence, a very practical effect, but one Zhou Ning couldn't help but mock. Overall, this feature wasn't bad. It at least made Zhou Ning feel the money spent on templates wasn't wasted. It felt like his templates could now fight alongside him. After checking the new function, Zhou Ning turned his attention to the lottery. For the past while, he had been drawing once every 2 or 3 days, but aside from filling his warehouse with firearms, he hadn't gotten anything truly useful. Not the Eye Red Stone, not the Bow, not a Saint's Remains. It felt more like paying money to restock the prize pool. Sometimes Zhou Ning wondered if he had fallen for an online scam. But today, he would settle the score. Justice must be served. After downing pre-prepared fortune elixir and treasure-seeking elixir to max out his luck and ritualistic feel, Zhou Ning exchanged 3,000 vectas for 300 traversal coins, and began restocking drawing. Selecting the Miss Lost London pool, he clicked his first 10 pull without hesitation. You obtained rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol with 25 ACP rounds included. You obtained rare item, M1 Garand rifle with 7 62mm rounds included. You obtained rare item. The first 10 pull was thoroughly ordinary, 3 rifles, 5 pistols, and 2 useless miscellaneous items. Zhou Ning. It must be a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the second 10 pull. The result completely defied expectations. The second 10 pull, the third 8 or 9 10 pulls in a row yielded nothing but junk, with even firearms becoming rare drops. How rigged was this drop rate? Zhou Ning was stunned. Could it be that the Lucky Clovers bonus didn't work on the lottery? Finally, on the 10th 10 pull, something different appeared. You obtained rare item, Lee Enfield rifle with 303 British rounds included. You obtained epic item, Stone Mask. You obtained curio, Smith & Wesson Company steam-powered gun-making lathe. Smith & Wesson Company steam-powered gun-making lathe curio, a high-efficiency steam lathe capable of mass-producing revolvers. Ignoring the second stone mask, Zhou Ning's spirits lifted at the sight of this. This was the first time he'd drawn a piece of machinery in the simulator, and something immediately useful at that. It could greatly boost his gun production efficiency, and with a tweak to the alchemy array on his mechanical arms, he could even automate the process entirely. The next dozen 10 pulls were still disappointing, yielding only 2 curio-grade firearms, and more than half his 300 traversal coins vanished. So this is what they mean by mysticism can't save bad luck and spending can't change fate. Zhou Ning smirked wryly and clicked another 10 pull. You obtained rare item, Springfield rifle with 7.62mm rounds included. You obtained curio, Stalin's personal Makarov pistol, with 9x18mm rounds included. You obtained epic item, bow. Your Hall of Curiosities has gained a new exhibit. Please click to view. Zhou Ning had already given up on his lottery luck, but the last drop made his eyes light up. Was this the jackpot? He hurriedly opened the Hall of Curiosities. Sure enough, in the Miss Lost London section, the second-to-last slot on the first shelf was now filled with a bow-marked claim, leaving just one slot to complete the set. He clicked to claim it, receiving 8 traversal coins as a rebate. In the item synergy list, a new entry appeared, Cry of the Stand user, Arrow plus Bow plus. Closing the Hall of Curiosities, he opened his inventory to check the newly drawn bow. The panel popped up, bow, part of the ancient weapon, bow and arrow, crafted 50,000 years ago by a genius using a meteorite containing an ancient virus. Shooting the arrow with the bow can grant a person stand abilities. Zhou Ning. As the saying goes, some surprises really do come out of nowhere. Later, Zhou Ning would try using the bow and arrow to see exactly what stand ability he could get. Checking his balance, he still had about 60 traversal coins left. He decided not to save them and spent them all in one go. You obtained curio, great writer Zhou Ning's massive trove of manuscripts. You obtained curio, spectrometer made by vampire Zhou Ning. You obtained epic item, Lokakaka fruit. Your Hall of Curiosities has gained a new exhibit. Please click to view. Lokakaka fruit. Upon consumption, any damaged cells will be repaired using undamaged cells, while the original undamaged cells will randomly turn to stone strictly following the principle of equivalent exchange. Another epic item. Surprised, Zhou Ning opened the Hall of Curiosities again, and saw that the entire Miss Lost London shelf was now completely filled. A brand new synergy had appeared at the bottom, strange and unique alchemy materials, Lokakaka fruit plus. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 212, Chapter 213, Stand Ability 1337 words. Chapter 213, Stand Ability. As for the missing component of the stand user's cry bond, Zhou Ning guessed that it probably wasn't something that could be taken out of the JoJo world. It was either a saint's corpse or the green baby. Perhaps it could only be obtained through fusion during a tracing event. Zhou Ning wasn't in any hurry for now. After completing the full collection of the Miss Lost London display rack, the entire rack immediately radiated a golden light, and everything on it became vivid and three-dimensional, as if they truly existed. At the same time, the claim button behind each item on the rack disappeared, replaced by the word exchange, meaning he could now use traversal coins to trade for these items. Zhou Ning's heart stirred slightly. He clicked on Flawed Aya Red Stone. To take a look, he remembered that 3 Flawed Aya Red Stones could be combined into 1 Perfect Aya Red Stone. According to the original manga's setting, the stone mask was created by the Pillar Men for self-evolution, but it could also turn humans into vampires. From what was shown, vampires were like a weaker version of the Pillar Men. Although Zhou Ning didn't know what would happen if a vampire put on a stone mask fitted with an Aya Red Stone, judging from his own vampire body's physical strength, it should be possible to succeed. Though limited by his original bloodline and body, the strength would be weaker than the ultimate lifeform Kars. If he ever had the chance to get a perfect Aya Red Stone, Zhou Ning wouldn't mind taking the stone mask and studying it thoroughly. After all, a player had already become a vampire, so he could experiment on her first. But when Zhou Ning quickly scanned the list and saw the Aya Red Stone's price, he couldn't help but curse aloud, damn. He remembered clearly that when he had first collected an Aya red stone, the Hall of Curiosities had refunded him 8 traversal coins. Now the price was a whopping 800 traversal coins, 100 times more expensive. And the Lokakaka fruit, merely an alchemy ingredient, actually cost 200 traversal coins each. Zhou Ning was dumbfounded. Calling this daylight robbery would be an understatement. It was pure extortion. Seeing these prices made Zhou Ning acutely aware of his own poverty. His 10,000 vectas savings suddenly felt far from secure. In front of the traversal simulator, money was never enough. Closing the Hall of Curiosities, Zhou Ning exhaled slowly and took out the bow and arrow from his inventory. According to the instructions, all he had to do was shoot himself with it. It wouldn't kill him. The only difference would be whether he could successfully awaken a stand, and how strong it would be. Right now, fortune was on his side. This was the perfect time to try awakening his stand. By this point, Zhou Ning was a little nervous, but he managed to keep himself steady. Drawing the bow, he aimed at himself in a self-inflicted stance, and let the arrow fly. Come on, Star Platinum. Come on, the world. With a slight sting that wasn't even very painful, Zhou Ning suddenly felt a tightness in his head, as if his spirit had been drawn out of his body. From an observer's perspective, he looked at his own physical form. In the glow of the gas fireplace, he saw a human silhouette emerging from his body, gradually taking shape. Could this be his stand? The figure lasted only for a brief moment before vanishing. A moment later, Zhou Ning felt his body was once again his own. At that moment, he knew he had passed the trial of the bow and arrow and had become a stand user. A system prompt popped up on his panel. You have obtained the stand ability. You may name this stand yourself. The awakening process hadn't made him break a sweat, but his mind was unusually exhausted. Exhaling heavily, he forced himself to stand, walked over to the full-length mirror, and tried to summon his stand. But strangely, nothing happened. Zhou Ning. What's going on? Had he failed to awaken? Or was his stand's manifestation rule different in this world? This was completely different from what he had imagined. While briefly puzzled, Zhou Ning's gaze unintentionally fell on an oil painting hanging in the distance. The painting, left by the house's former owner, depicted a scene from the Second War between the Bryston Kingdom and the Northlanders. An old soldier, in his last moments, facing the enemy's charge. It was hailed as the pinnacle of battlefield art. As Zhou Ning looked at it, he suddenly noticed the figure in the painting move. Then, under his gaze, the man stepped out of the canvas and into reality. He was wearing an old Bryston military uniform, covered in blood and wounds, holding an old flintlock rifle, his expression blazing with zeal. He shouted, "For Bryston." After this last cry, the old soldier seemed to exhaust all his strength. His body staggered and finally collapsed to the ground. Zhou Ning's observation hockey told him the man was already dead. Moments later, the body dissolved into light and vanished, and the soldier in the painting disappeared as well. The whole thing lasted less than 10 seconds. But during those 10 seconds, Zhou Ning's stamina and focus values had plummeted. Using his stand consumed mana. At his current endurance, he could only last 4 to 5 minutes. Zhou Ning. So this was his stand ability. It seemed somewhat similar to Bohemian Rhapsody, being able to bring drawings to life. Destructive power, none; speed, none; precision, none; growth, none. A true 4-0 stand. Its ability was to turn fictional works from anime, novels, games, or artistic paintings into reality. When the virtual figure that a target loved appeared before them, they would be drawn into that character's story and ultimately experience the character's ending. However, compared to Bohemian Rhapsody, his stand's area of effect seemed smaller but possibly more powerful. He would need to test it further to know for sure. Exhaling slowly, Zhou Ning's lips curled upward. After a moment's thought, he stepped back a few paces and looked at the painting hanging over his bed. He tried to materialize it as well. It was a semi-nude portrait of the famous beauty, Lady Teresa, painted by Bryston's renowned artist Sinclair. When he looked again, a golden-haired, delicately featured young woman, bare from the shoulders up, stepped out. She looked around in slight confusion, then her face gradually turned red as her gaze met Zhou Ning's. It actually worked. Zhou Ning looked at her purely from a biological perspective. Her body was constructed exactly like a real human's, and she seemed to have the same mental faculties. The shy, intimate expression on her face was definitely genuine. This stand ability was really interesting. He also wondered whether it could materialize objects along with people. Still, the mana drain was far too fast. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning ended the stand's effect, watching the young woman dissolve into light and vanish. It wasn't like he was playing some edging challenge. There wasn't much point right now. He then tested other items, a Cora bird statue in the room success, an old flintlock rifle from a painting success, and it could fire, a short story from a book failure, though it cost him a lot of stamina and left him feeling fatally mentally drained. It seemed possible, but it would require practice. As the tests continued, Zhou Ning grew more confident. This stand truly had the power to break the dimensional barrier, with huge potential for development, probably stronger than Bohemian Rhapsody. In the end, Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity he couldn't draw. Otherwise, he could paint a few of his waifu characters from his previous life. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 213, Chapter 214, A New Attempt. 1138 words. Chapter 214, A New Attempt. This must be every otaku's dream stand ability, Zhou Ning thought with a faint smile. When Teresa returned to the painting, her expression was subtly different from before. A distinct blush now colored her cheeks. Compared to Bohemian Rhapsody in the manga, which forcibly materialized everything within a certain range, his version could target specific objects or people. Although the cost was higher, its potential for growth was undoubtedly far greater. Strictly speaking, this ability was like pulling the projection from someone's imagined world into reality. Yes, pulling was the most fitting description, and the word itself felt just right. For example, that painting the last battle of the Lun's River in the minds of the artist and the viewers, it depicts a veteran making a desperate charge toward the enemy lines in the final moments of his life. So when I accidentally pulled him out of the painting, it was at that exact instant before his death. Or take that half-nude portrait of Teresa. As far as the artist and the viewers are concerned, her defining trait is sensuality. So when I pulled her from the painting, that irresistible, alluring charm left an unforgettable impression. Also, when I summoned Teresa's projection just now, her facial expression made it clear that I could converse with her and even engage in intimate exchanges. Even after she returned to the painting, she still had a look of longing. In other words, this stand can not only affect reality, but also influence the original work in reverse. This kind of ability could only appear because, under the effect of the lucky clover, my stand fused perfectly with this world's power system. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Ning named his stand Bohemian Requiem. At the same time, a new skill quietly appeared on his panel, Bohemian Requiem Expert Level. It was a special skill that could not be leveled up using experience points or skill points. Bohemian Requiem Expert Level can pull projections from anime, novels, games, or even artwork into reality. The weaker the projection is compared to the user, the less energy it costs and the longer it lasts. If the projection is stronger than the user, there is a chance the manifestation will fail. Even if successful, the resulting projection will only possess part of its original strength. The closer the projection is to the user personally, the lower the energy cost and the longer it can be maintained. Reading the in-game description of Bohemian Requiem, Zhou Ning was slightly surprised. It seemed his earlier conclusions had been mostly correct. Unlike other skills, this one started at expert level, meaning its completion rate was already high. Although the description didn't specify how to improve it, he guessed it could only be enhanced through long-term use and development. The stand's functions were split into 2 parts. One allowed him to pull physically tangible projections from fictional works, whether they were people or objects. Zhou Ning had a special idea after all. Nothing could be more intimately connected to him than himself. Theoretically, summoning a template of himself to assist should have a 100% success rate. The second function allowed him to materialize a certain story segment and bring people into it. That part would require further testing. While thinking, Zhou Ning had recovered his energy enough to test his new ability again. He reached into his inventory and took out something he had recently won in the lottery, a large collection of manuscripts by the great writer Zhou Ning. These were works written by his counterpart in a parallel world, including manuscripts of the Count of Monte Cristo and Harry Potter. Since they came from himself, the energy cost should be lower. Opening Harry Potter at random, he flipped to a chapter that happened to describe wands. This would do. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and made a pulling gesture over the page. As his stamina dropped, a 28-centimeter wand of holly with a phoenix feather core instantly appeared in his hand. Zhou Ning waved the wand experimentally, aimed at a locked drawer, and said, "Alohomora." No reaction. Could it be that he was a muggle? This wand, Harry Potter's own, could remain for about 8 minutes after being summoned from the book. Just as the description said, the energy cost is much lower. With my current endurance, I should be able to use this stand 7 or 8 times a day, each lasting over 5 minutes. Next, Zhou Ning tried summoning a flying broom, which lasted around 10 minutes. Maintaining both the wand and broom at the same time was currently his limit. He exhaled and dismissed both projections. Next up, testing if he could summon characters from Harry Potter. Since the Harry Potter power scale wasn't as high as Apocalypse, he randomly flipped through a few pages until he spotted the name Dumbledore. Without hesitation, he pressed his right hand onto the page. Soon, a white-bearded elderly man in a wizard's robe appeared before him. This was the Dumbledore from the novel. However, Zhou Ning was a bit disappointed. When speaking to Dumbledore, the conversation felt mechanical, and the projection only lasted about 2 minutes. He suspected it was because his own power level was still too low. In short, objects summoned seemed to be restored to their original quality, but people came out somewhat stiff. After several more attempts, his mental energy was nearly drained. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and dismissed the projection. Watching Dumbledore vanish before him, Zhou Ning rubbed his face. Strong, ridiculously strong. This stand was nothing short of a divine skill. But to fully unleash it, his works would need a certain level of fame. In a way, this was encouraging him to become a plagiarist, since his own works would best meet the high intimacy with self condition. So, no matter how much he disliked it, being a plagiarist was now on the agenda. Conveniently, it would also help complete the 4th stage of his literary life quest. He exhaled. Oh right, he might even be able to summon projections from his Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. After all, those were items he'd brought into this world himself. But that would have to wait until tomorrow. After one last glance around, Zhou Ning began tidying up, including putting away the last battle painting, now just an empty frame after the veteran's death. Once everything was in order, he washed up quickly and crawled into bed. With about 9 hours of lucky time left, he planned to try one more simulator traversal before it ran out. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 214, Chapter 215, Blades and Storms. 1082 words. Chapter 215, Blades and Storms. With his luck stat maxed out, Zhou Ning decided to try his hand at drawing an awesome template or perhaps a powerful random transmigration talent. Ever since he started using the simulator, the highest talent he had ever gotten was purple. He had never once seen a gold one. Opening the simulator panel, he found that after the previous lottery draw, he had only 7 traversal coins left. The cost to travel to the next map was a staggering 140 coins. After spending 1,330 vectas to top up, Zhou Ning's wealth took yet another dip, leaving him with just 8,849 vectas. Letting out a weary sigh, Zhou Ning clicked into the map and chose Blades and Storms for his next journey. Preparing for transmigration. Traversal coins -140. Please choose your transmigration mode. Direct transmigration. Use parallel world template. Use random template. This time, there was a third option, probably a new feature from the latest update. As usual, Zhou Ning first checked option 2. Even though he was back to being broke, he wasn't about to skimp on necessary expenses. After a shuffle, 3 cards appeared in front of him. To his surprise, all 3 templates glowed with either purple or orange light. Utterly absurd. The first template showed himself wearing a white coat, hair neatly slicked back, a shallow green-handled sword at his waist, looking refined and cultured. Personality: elegant, ambitious, arrogant, ruthless. Talents: high intelligence purple, master of deception purple. Skills: spiritual pressure master, Kyoka Suigetsu advanced, Keto expert, calligraphy expert. Price: reasonable, only 400 traversal coins. Title: Kyoka Suigetsu Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning. Don't think I don't know, this is obviously Aizen from Bleach. Seems like I'm destined to be tied to villain roles. Still, the card was fairly practical. Spiritual pressure might even combine with his conqueror's haki. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning bought it, wincing as his balance dropped to 4,849. The second template was a purple card, him in a black uniform with a black blindfold. Just from the blindfold, it looked like a male version of 2B. Personality: arrogant, unrestrained, responsible. Talents: sweet tooth white, 360 degrees vision purple, curse technique genius purple, 6 eyes orange. Skills: limitless curse technique advanced, cooking expert, painting expert, jujitsu advanced, plus a long list of others. Price: 250 vectas. Title: strongest jujitsu sorcerer Zhou Ning. Cheaper than Kyoka Suigetsu. Zhou Ning, not being a hardcore manga fan in his past life, didn't recognize the source. Judging by the skills alone, it didn't seem worth the price. Given his dwindling funds, he decided to hold off for now. Then he turned to the third card, expecting mediocrity but perhaps with a bit of luck from his lucky clover. When he saw it, Zhou Ning cursed under his breath. You again? Dressed in a black crown and black dragon robe, First Emperor Zhou Ning sat cold-faced upon a golden throne, gazing into the distance. Seeing the ridiculously high price tag, Zhou Ning silently skipped over it. Not even the lucky clover could save your mediocrity, impressive in its own way. He ignored the card outright and went back to purchase the strongest Jujitsu Sorcerer template. After buying both templates, his total collection reached 9. The Kyoka Suigetsu Zhou Ning card linked with Penguin Zhou Ning, Ordinary Office Worker, and Mad Clown, raising the Villain Boss sequence to 4 cards, unlocking a new synergy in his template gallery. With the 4-card Villain Boss synergy, Zhou Ning received plus 500 HP, plus 5 Spirit, and a bonus effect. When using a villain template in Transmigration, dungeon completion progress would increase faster. Honestly, the reward was a bit underwhelming, but better than nothing. After sweeping through the templates, Zhou Ning checked option 1 to see the new 10 talent list, curious how the lucky clover would influence things. You have chosen Transmigration Mode 1. Please choose 3 out of the following 10 talents as your matching conditions. Love winner purple. You will always be the victor in the game of love. Nemesis Slayer gold. In any battle with your nemesis, you will always have the upper hand. You may reassign your nemesis once every half-month. Liar blue. You habitually lie, and your lies are hard to expose. Allspark purple. You are born with an allspark capable of transforming machines into living beings, but they may not obey you. Celestial dragon purple. You start with a high social status in this world, guaranteed to be part of the privileged class. Chosen of fate purple. You are the one and only chosen of fate in this world. Your luck will skyrocket. PUA master blue. You are a natural-born PUA expert, works on both men and women, especially in the workplace. Hero of Chaos purple. A virtuous minister in peace. A mighty hero in chaos. You truly fit this description. Borrow the east wind green. You are especially likely to draw the east wind tile when playing mahjong. Mighty strength purple. You possess far greater strength than ordinary people, among the strongest in history. Zhou Ning. This was the first time he'd seen a gold talent just casually appearing like this. And the rest were mostly purple or blue, flashing brilliantly like he'd turned on cheat mode. But the better the luck now, the worse it would get after the 12-hour window ended. Zhou Ning knew the principle of equivalent exchange all too well. Nemesis Slayer was obviously Batman tier. Anyone targeted would get wrecked. Definitely a must-pick. He also really wanted Allspark in real life. Imagine building Transformers, but Blades and Storms sounded like a wuxia world, maybe even a high martial one. For carried over skills, he decided on Cold Weapons Master. You have chosen 2, 6, 10, Nemesis Slayer Gold, chosen of Fate Purple, Mighty Strength Purple. You have chosen option 1 and entered simulation. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are the one and only chosen of Fate, secretly a great powerhouse, and an exceptional master of cold weapons. What changes will you bring to this world? Let's find out. Current world exploration progress, 0%. Unlock the next map at 66. If you die in this simulation, the game ends. April 7, 2022, you arrive at what appears to be an ordinary small village. The wheels of history begin to turn. Zhou Ning. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 215, Chapter 216, Blades and Storms Part 2. 1153 words. Chapter 216, Blades and Storms Part 2. Zhou Ning was stunned. He had gone to great lengths to piece together a set of perfect talents suited for martial arts experts, only for this damn thing to dump him into the year 2022. This stupid simulator. April 7, 2022, you arrive at what you thought was a village street, only to realize you were mistaken. This isn't a village at all, but a small county town called Gaochun. The place only looks old-fashioned because of limited productivity. Everywhere are ancient-style buildings. This world is like ancient China, with villagers dressed in traditional clothes passing to and fro. Did you travel back to ancient times? As a transmigrator, your attire quickly draws the attention of the locals. A constable comes over at once to question you. Following the fine traditions of transmigrators, you make up a story that doesn't sound remotely believable about being a wanderer returning from a foreign land. To your surprise, he actually believes you. Then a prompt sounds in your head, making you freeze. Your reputation with the Great Qian faction has reached neutral. What the hell? Subway old man looking at phone. After some investigation, you find your stats panel and receive a newbie quest, join a sect. Your attributes are absurdly good, strength and luck both maxed out at 100, and your identity is listed as an ordinary citizen of Great Qian. Being steeped in transmigration culture, you naturally think of one-word system. Could it be that your luck has finally turned and you've gotten a system? April 8, 2022. Perhaps thanks to your insane luck, you happen to save the young son of the county magistrate. With the magistrate's help, you settle temporarily in the small county town, and even get a new job, constable. From him, you learn that this is a country called Great Qian, whose territory is about twice the size of the Ming dynasty in your past life. The place you're in is just a small city. April 9, 2022, you make a new discovery today, martial arts. Running into the same official again, you learn his name is Zhu Baoquan from the Peng Lai sect, skilled in wielding a single saber. You're thrilled. Turns out martial arts really do exist in this world. The martial world here has its own closed circle that common folk rarely enter. Even better, this discovery triggers a newbie quest, join a sect. From your research, there are 3 sects nearby: the Haisen Gang, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Peng Lai sect. Haisen specializes in long weapons like tridents and spears, Giant Whale in lightness skills and water combat, Peng Lai in saber techniques and hidden weapons. You're not very interested in any of them, they sound too much like cannon fodder. Luckily, your good fortune holds. You run into a random Taoist priest named Qiu Chuji, who's impressed by your potential and takes you in as his disciple. A new title appears on your panel, 4th generation disciple of the Chuanjin sect. The quest is complete. Completing this quest earns you 20,000 experience points, and a manual called 2 Sleeves of Green Serpents, which sounds very high-class indeed. You really are the chosen one. You have obtained the manual, 2 Sleeves of Green Serpents. Looks like the world you've entered is the legend of the Condor heroes. You're now convinced of it. The martial arts level here isn't too impressive, so with the system's help, you might just work your way up to number 1 in the martial world. April 9th to May 19th, 2022, over the next month or so, Xiao Chuji teaches you the Chuanjin inner skill and the Chuanjin sword technique before leaving, saying he needs to return to the sect and will come find you later. The names of these 2 techniques are plain, but their effects aren't bad. After just a month of training, you can already beat Jubakuin, but that's thanks to your golden finger. Your system is ridiculously overpowered, like Deep Blue, letting you spend experience points to level up martial arts. This makes your strength skyrocket in no time. You're practically the top dog in the city now, having caught several notorious bandits. The system also provides side quests, with these bandits as your targets. The only downside is that 2 Sleeves of Green Serpents requires an enormous amount of experience, so you'll need to save for a long while. July 20th, 2022, your impressive performance earns the attention of your superiors, and 2 months later, you're transferred to Yangzhou, the prefectural capital, as head constable. With a bigger stage, your horizons broaden and you're shocked. This world is far bigger than you imagined, a mashup of factions and characters from all sorts of familiar martial arts novels. In the court are the Eastern and Western factories, the 6 gates, and the embroidered guards overseeing the imperial order. In the martial world, there are those whose flying daggers never miss, swordsmen whose single sword from the west is unstoppable, masters like Duguchiobai who seek defeat, but cannot find it, and tyrants who dominate the world, their power split 3 ways 7 parts relying on grit. There are also countless well-known sects like World Society, Shaolin, Wudong, and the Sun and Moon Divine Cult. In short, the sheer size of this world and the number of experts leaves you stunned. As a low-ranked constable, how the hell are you supposed to survive here? You feel an urgent need to get strong enough to reach the peak of this world and uncover its truth. August 2nd, 2022, your luck strikes again. On a routine patrol, you catch 2 petty thieves prowling around Yangzhou. Searching them, you find a familiar-looking manual, Eternal Life Art. Asking their names, you get another Shako Zhong and Su Xiling. So this is the gap between fake protagonists and Heaven's chosen sons. You have obtained the manual, Eternal Life Art. August 2nd to August 30th, 2022, over the next month, you complete multiple side quests, grinding experience points. You finally scrape together enough to learn the first level of Eternal Life Art, and even manage to learn 2 Sleeves of Green Serpents as well. September 1st, 2022, just as you set out on patrol again, full of ambition, you hear a voice in your mind, Swordsman's Journey Public Beta begins. The first batch of players, 80,000. Connecting data. Data connection complete. Welcome to Swordsman's Journey. You're dumbfounded. So this whole time, you were in something like Sword Art Online inside a game world. As the voice fades, you notice many oddly behaving players appear around you like a swarm of locusts. The way they look at you sends a chill down your spine. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 216, Chapter 217, Blades and Storms Part 3 1269 words. Chapter 217, Blades and Storms Part 3. It was only at this moment that Zhou Ning finally understood why this map was called Blades and Storms. In a wuxia game world dominated by cold weapons such as sabers and swords, having it called Sword Art Online was, admittedly, quite fitting. Still, when it came to playing a game within a game, in terms of schemes, nothing could beat this idiotic simulator. Zhou Ning praised it inwardly. Simulation continued. Could they be trying to PK you? You couldn't help but chuckle. As a former player yourself, you naturally understood the terror of players, even if they weren't strong now. Their immortality and nearly limitless growth potential meant they would eventually become the dreaded fourth calamity of the game world. Sure enough, a few players came at you. You had no intention of humoring them, you easily sent them back to the respawn point, and while you were at it, you lowered their favorability toward you by 20 points, hoping they wouldn't regret it later. Although you revealed your HP bar, perhaps because you were too handsome and your style differed greatly from other NPCs, the other players only grew more excited. Like masochists, they swarmed toward you in an attempt to trigger some kind of quest. And when the public beta began, your system panel had already undergone significant changes. You now had an NPC template that allowed you to interact with players. If given the choice, you would naturally prefer to have a relatively good relationship with players. So you tried issuing them a patrol quest, and it worked. Instantly, countless ideas came to mind. From September 2, 2022, to November 15, 2022, with your superior, harvesting techniques, you gained a huge amount of experience by teaching some basic martial arts. Well, maybe not that huge, just enough to raise Eternal Life Art and 2 sleeves of green serpents to the 3rd tier. Gradually, more and more of the constables under your command were actually players. Every time you received a side quest, they would rush in even more aggressively than you. On November 19, 2022, Chiao Chuji came to see you again. After receiving his invitation, you specially went to the Chuanjin sect partly to meet the current sect leader, Ma Yu, and partly to try and obtain the 9-in manual that might be hidden on the back of the stone coffin in the secret chamber of the ancient tomb. On November 22, 2022, following the novel's plot, without much searching, you luckily found the waterway leading into the ancient tomb. You successfully sneaked in through the waterway, and sure enough, you found Wang Chongyang's engraved writings inside, exactly as in the novel. Although it lacked several powerful moves such as 9-in White Bone Claw, Heart-Shattering Palm, and White Python Whip, as well as the crucial Sanskrit general outline, it didn't affect you much. You unhesitatingly made a rubbing of the text. You have obtained an epic item, Martial Arts Manual, 9-in Manual, incomplete. Since the Chuanjin Heart Method, 9-in Manual, and Eternal Life Art were all Taoist mental arts, even without the Sanskrit general outline, it didn't take you much time to merge them together. You avoided detours and easily mastered all 3, once again greatly improving your strength. As your strength grew, your branch of the 6 gates in Yangzhou became highly valued. As a major hub connecting north and south, Yangzhou was prosperous and bustling, but also crawling with notorious thieves and criminals. Among them were Xiang Wentian of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult, known as Old Man Heavenly King, and Bian Bufu of the Demon Sect's Yin Kuei faction, one of its 6 elders. These 2 were second- or third-rate experts in this world, and had not learned any high-level martial arts. You originally thought you might not be their match, but the truth proved you had underestimated yourself. Facing Bian Bufu, you used 2 sleeves of green serpents for the first time, your movement swayed like a green dragon, unleashing 12 consecutive strikes in one seamless flow. Your opponent froze in shock and collapsed in defeat. This battle took place in the bustling streets of Yangzhou, with countless bystanders and players witnessing the scene. In this world, the 6 gates were strong, standing between the imperial court and the martial world. You didn't need to worry too much about revenge from the demon sect, at least not within 6 gates territory. As an outstanding imperial hound, you went on to defeat 23 more foes, striking fear into all evildoers who passed through. Players found it immensely satisfying. They would gather behind you in droves to bolster your presence, and sometimes joined in group fights to gain generous experience. In a way, the players were now bound to you, ready to provide you with abundant cannon fodder, and a steady stream of experience. On December 15, 2022, the new Wulin Rookie ranking was released, and for the first time, your name appeared on it. Ranked first was Jian Chen, the chief disciple of the legendary Wulin myth Nameless. Not long ago, he had broken the Sword Sage's Sword 22 with one move, Name Unknown, earning massive fame and securing the top spot. Second was Qiao Feng, who had just turned 27 this year. You were ranked 11th for your victories over Xiang Wentian and Bian Bufu. This ranking was fairly accurate. Your current strength still lagged behind those near the top, such as Qiao Feng and Xiao Qiushui. Even Xiao Qiushui was only ranked 9th. Though you were strong now, you probably still weren't his match. While you remained humble, your system thought otherwise. After completing the previous main quest of joining a sect, you now received a new main quest, Sword Worship. The quest required you to challenge the top sword masters in the martial world one by one, including Jian Chen, who was ranked first on the rookie list, and defeat them. While you were confident, this world had its share of monsters, the Sword Sage, Nameless, Shimenchuishue, Yi Guqing, and Duguqiubai, to name a few. In some ways, you were lucky. With your nemesis talent, you were destined never to be outmatched in duels. At worst, you could take your time, issuing challenges every half-month. For now, there was no rush. On February 7, 2023, you received another promotion. Due to your outstanding performance in Yangzhou, you were transferred to the Six Gates headquarters in Luoyang City to continue serving as head constable. There you met 6-5 Divine Marquis Zhuge Jinhua, as well as the 4 famous constables, Heartless, Iron Hands, Cold Blood, and Life Snatcher. Among them, Cold Blood was one of your quest targets, a famed fast sword expert. After observing several of his moves, you easily devised countless counters. Then, to the bafflement of the 4 famous constables, the first major thing you did upon arriving in Luoyang was to challenge Cold Blood. The duel was held on Tianjin Bridge, and you suppressed him from start to finish. His fast sword style produced only 7 strikes before you skillfully countered and won with ease. Watching from the side, Zhuge Jinhua couldn't help but praise, judging by swordsmanship alone, you should rank first among the younger generation. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 217, Chapter 218, Sword Trial of the Grandmaster 1468 words. Chapter 218, Sword Trial of the Grandmaster. That praise could hardly be called anything but high. In this world, the number of people who use swords is countless, and the strong are as numerous as fish in a river. But you didn't feel especially elated. Defeating Ling Shui was only the first step of your mission, and it could hardly be called an easy one. Still, the reward for this mission was tempting, especially since it seemed to pay out in stages. Simply by defeating Ling Shui, your swordsmanship advanced greatly, effortlessly breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. You obtained basic swordsmanship master level. After defeating Ling Shui, your eyes turned toward the second swordsman near Luoyang, Jing Wuming, the famous left-handed swordsman and right-hand man of Shangguan Jinhong, leader of the Money Gang. You didn't rush to challenge him, because the 6 Gates had received a tip. Yi Guqing, the master of Baiyin City, had already set out for the capital. The entire 6 Gates was on high alert regarding this sword giant's movements. As for you, you were rather calm. After all, Yi Guqing was destined to be your nemesis sooner or later. On March 6, year 23, you officially began your career as a government hound in Luoyang. In your career plan, working as a government hound was the best way to pick up side missions, gain experience, and meet other players. You'd have to stick with it for a while yet, like that monthly visitor all girls get. It was unpleasant and irritating, but something you just had to endure. Compared to Yangzhou, Luoyang, as the imperial capital, was far more complex. Aside from the 6 Gates, there were major forces such as the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower, the 6.5 Halls, the Money Gang, and the Jingnian Zen Monastery. Several sects of the demonic sect were entrenched here as well. These powers often fought openly and covertly, undercutting one another. To establish yourself better in Luoyang, you hadn't forgotten to bring along the few players you'd trained in Yangzhou. After half a year of tempering, their strength had improved considerably. Most were on par with Zhu Baoquan, and the strongest was equivalent to 2 Zhu Baoquans, making them very useful. On your very first day in office, you witnessed a clash between the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower and the Money Gang. Jing Wuming was there. Although you didn't get to fight him, you observed his entire exchange and gained some insights. Over the following days, while carrying out missions to apprehend criminals and improve yourself, you also sent your players to stir up trouble for the money gang. This gave you several more opportunities to watch Jing Wuming in action. His swordsmanship was not only strange and unpredictable, but specialized in unorthodox strikes. Every thrust targeted a spot his opponent would never expect. But walking the unorthodox path was also his weakness. On March 9, year 23, you formally issued a challenge to Jing Wuming, arranging to duel 3 days later in a peach blossom grove 7 li outside the city. On March 12, as a swordsman, Jing Wuming naturally wouldn't refuse such a challenge. Among the swirling petals of the peach blossoms, he was the first to draw his sword. But you countered with a single, light stroke, like a hanging antelope's horns, subtle and elusive, striking him in his most vulnerable points just as he was beginning his attack, before his sword momentum could even unfold. Then Jing Wuming unleashed his rapid swordplay, but in the face of your seemingly casual strike, a dozen consecutive blows were dissolved into nothing. Your own swordplay was free-flowing and effortless, your energy rising with each exchange. Moments later, amid the dancing petals, a dazzling stream of light flashed. When it passed, Jing Wuming had already been struck and fallen, leaving everyone present wide-eyed with shock. You obtained elite specialty weak point strike. After defeating Jing Wuming, your swordsmanship not only improved again, but you also gained many new insights. You vaguely began to understand, this mission might be guiding you to challenge swordsmen across the land, to become the strongest swordsman in Ode to Gallantry. No, not just the strongest swordsman, a sword god. On March 14, year 23, you set out again, this time heading to Shaolin Temple in the guise of a pilgrim. Your goal, of course, was the 9-yang manual hidden in the temple's scripture pavilion, one of the 3 legendary martial treasures in Jin Yang's worlds. Even if it couldn't be practiced together with the 9-yin manual, it could at least serve as a valuable reference. After donating a large sum of money and asking only to copy a few scriptures, Shaolin readily allowed you into the scripture pavilion, though you had to be accompanied by a guest monk. After searching a few shelves, your eyes locked onto the Lankavatara Sutra tucked between a stack of ordinary scriptures. This was the joy of hidden treasures. Thus, for only a small price, you obtained the 9-yang manual, copied onto paper in the folds of the Lankavatara Sutra. And you did it right under Shaolin's nose. You obtained the item 9-yang manual. From March 15 to April 1, year 23, you encountered some difficulties attempting to merge 3 different martial arts. You could have learned them by spending experience points, but that would only pile up stats without providing any real boost in power. In the end, while watching the sunrise and sunset, you were struck by inspiration. The Zhoui Cantong Chi states, in the morning, advance the Yang fire, in the evening, withdraw the Yin talisman. When 9 Yin true Qi and 9 Yang true Qi meet the longevity formulas true Qi in the Naiwan Palace, they can naturally spiral together, one forward and one backward, flowing in opposite directions through the meridians. Unintentionally, you achieved a fundamental breakthrough in cultivation. As the saying goes, head bowed, you climb for 60 years, only then do you see the lamp atop Kunlun's peak. From April 15 to June 1, year 23, over nearly 2 months, you challenged numerous renowned swordsmen, the true sword god, Zhuo Bufan, Fei the flying swordsman, whose swift sword exceeded even Jing Wuming's, the sword-obsessed sword glutton from wind and cloud, who loved nothing more than collecting all kinds of treasured blades, and Yuan Qingji, who had just risen to fame with the golden snake sword technique. For a time, the heroes of the Heluo region were left powerless before you. You also ran into Lu Xiaofeng, famed for his spirit finger capture, said to be able to catch and immobilize any weapon, be it sword, saber, whip or spear, with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Out of curiosity, you tested him, but the moment you drew your sword he bolted. That shameless guy. During this period, your swordsmanship underwent another fundamental transformation. Now, even compared to long-established masters, you had a fair chance of victory. You felt ready to challenge true legends. Among players, your reputation soared. Your repeated challenges to top-tier swordsmen were seen as trials of the sword across the martial world, the path to becoming a grandmaster of the sword. Compared to other stingy NPCs, you were like an angel in the player's eyes. You not only issued them many quests, but also taught them a great deal of martial arts. Admittedly, some skills were priced a bit high, but you got what you paid for. Exquisite techniques like Great Demon Subduing Fist, Nine God Claw, and Serpentine Weasel Flip weren't things one could just find anywhere. Of course, these were all derived from the 9-ine manual. In this high martial world, while the 9-ine manual was indeed a supreme art, there was no need to keep it overly secret. Harvesting players for profit and using them to work for you seemed to be etched into your DNA. Now, wherever you went, a large crowd of players trailed behind you, shouting all sorts of nonsense slogans, eager to witness your next duel, much like the Star-Sex old freak. Impressive, yes, but also a bit socially embarrassing. In the latest rookie ranking of the martial world on June 1st, year 23, you finally broke your personal record. You'd surpassed Xiaofeng, the former second place, and now stood just behind Jian Chen, ranked second overall, nicknamed the Little Sword Saint. Naturally, your next target was Jian Chen. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 218, Chapter 219, Sword Trial of the Grandmaster Part 2 1315 words. Chapter 219, Sword Trial of the Grandmaster Part 2. It didn't take much effort to track down Jian Chen. After all, players were everywhere. But the place he was at did surprise you. It turned out to be the Sword Festival hosted by the Sword Worship Villa, the very same place where, in the original story, Bujinyan obtained the Peerless Sword. It was said that the Villa Master, Ao Tian, had sent out invitations far and wide to the young sword experts of the martial world, promising that at this sword festival, a peerless sword that had been forged for a century would finally emerge. The sword was already sentient, and on the day of its completion, it would find its own master. You had no interest in the peerless sword itself. In your view, the 3 feet of steel already in your hand was more than enough. But the fact that Ao Tian hadn't even invited you gave you pause. Was he not afraid you might crash his illegal gathering? As a rather competent imperial hound at the moment, your specialty was showing up in the right place at the wrong time to do the wrong thing in the most appropriate way. So, when the sword festival was halfway through, you barged onto the scene, with a crowd of players in tow. 6 Gates official investigation. By now, every player had at least 2 or 3 Zhu Baoken's worth of power, so their shouted declaration carried plenty of force. Someone immediately leaped up to flee. The moment you arrived, it was none other than the infamous flower thief, Tian Buguang, whom you'd been chasing for some time. Seeing him here made your blood boil. Even this knife-wielding scum of the martial world got an invite, but not you. Facing Tian Buguang, you stopped, made a throwing motion with your sword, and with a clear metallic ring, pinned him dead to the ground. Many present hadn't even seen how you made your move, and now they stared at one another in stunned silence. You glanced around. At least 3 or 4 of your former defeated opponents were here, Jian Tan, Zhuo Bufan, and Yuan Qingji among them, but they no longer held your interest. Your eyes moved to others in the crowd. Besides your target, Jian Chen, there were also Bujinyan and Duan Lang. Of these 2, aside from Bujinyan, the other 2 just happened to be mission targets. Under everyone's gaze, you pulled your sword from Tian Buguang's body, pointed it at Jian Chen and Duan Lang, and said with a smile, "The 2 of you can come at me together." You'd long considered Jian Chen your nemesis. His strength was close to that of 100 Zhu Baokens. Duan Lang, though wielding the fire Qilin sword, was less of a threat to you, perhaps 50 at most. Frankly, you were confident of victory against them both. Jian Chen was a bit stronger than you had expected. Word-headed, his enigmatic sword style came directly from Wu Ming's true teachings. When his sword thrust forward, it seemed as if all the radiance of the sword worship villa gathered at its tip, vast, unstoppable. But against such swordsmanship, you could only smile genuinely because you had already seen through it. The enigmatic sword style was majestic and upright, while Duan Lang's fire Qilin swordplay, though fierce, brimmed with demonic aura due to his growing inner demons, making it clash poorly with Jian Chen's style. Exploiting the flaws in their coordination, you unleashed a free-flowing stroke, dazzling sword light filling everyone's vision. Moments later, as the glare faded, Jian Chen and Duan Lang were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their left shoulders pierced clean through, blood gushing. The scene fell silent. You flicked the blood from your sword and sheathed it. In that instant, you sensed a subtle shift in the world itself. Your swordsmanship had reached a new height. As if drawn by your powerful sword intent, the peerless sword, forged for centuries in the molten lava pool, shot into the sky and sped toward you. You held out your thumb and forefinger, slightly curved, and the sword that so many in the martial world coveted landed neatly in your grasp. But you only smiled, thrust it into the ground, and left it there like discarded scrap. As you'd always said, the 3 feet of steel in your hand was already enough. You have gained basic swordsmanship grandmaster level. What came next was unexpected. Someone in the crowd still dared to challenge you. That man was Xie Xiaofeng, the 3rd young master of the Divine Sword Villa. You accepted without hesitation, agreeing to meet at the Divine Sword Villa in 1 month, on July 26th. You have obtained Dungeon Summoning Stone, Sword Worship Villa. July 2, 2023, the latest martial rookie ranking was released. With your victory over Jian Chen and Duan Lang together, you finally took the top spot. Xiaofeng, having defeated the Tubo National Master, Jimozi, overtook Jian Chen for 2nd place. People began to notice your actions, suspecting you were challenging every famous swordsman in the martial world. Who would your next opponent be? July 7, 2023, you once again visited the Chuanjin sect. Your nominal master, Qiu Chuji, was fairly well known for his Big Dipper sword. After a polite and friendly spar, he was staggering back and covering his face after just 7 moves, this only because you deliberately allowed him to show the full set of the Big Dipper sword. July 9, 2023, you visited the neighboring Mount Hua and challenged Mu Rinqing, the divine sword immortal ape, head of the Huashan sect and a master of swordplay. This time it took you about 40 moves to claim victory. July 11, 2023, you headed straight into Sichuan and defeated the Qingqing sect's head, Chang Qingzi. You then commented that Qingqing's swordsmanship was mediocre, his skill exaggerated far beyond reality, about equal to 20 Zhu Baokans at best. Soon after, Chang Qingzi fell ill and died in dejection. July 13, 2023, on the treacherous Sichuan road that even the yellow crane could not fly across, you cut down 13 sword-wielding experts who tried to block your way. July 18, 2023, you went to Fuzhou to challenge Lin Yuantu of the Fuwei Escort Agency, whose 72 paths evil-repelling sword art had crippled many famous figures in the martial world. Yet you didn't even need to face all 72 moves by the 36th, you had already won. July 19, 2023, you encountered Shui Yiren on the roadside. He was a martial arts giant of the Central Plains, his swordsmanship so exquisite that Chu Xiangshui was said unable to block even a single strike. This was one of your tougher battles. It wasn't until past the 100th exchange that you scraped out a narrow victory. Frankly, in pure swordsmanship, he was your superior. Unfortunately for him, fights aren't won by sword skill alone. July 26, 2023, you arrived at Suiyin Peak, Greenwater Lake, to challenge Xie Xiaofeng of the Divine Sword Villa. His swordsmanship was unmatched, natural, and without flaw. On the sheer cliff reaching into the clouds, facing his ultimate move, stealing the sky to seize the sword, you managed to win on the 75th exchange with a sudden, 2-sleeved green serpents, then even offered him pointers. In less than a month, you had defeated 20 sword-wielding masters, including the renowned Shui Yiren and Xie Xiaofeng, shaking the martial world. Many now considered you a once-in-500 years prodigy of the sword. August 1, 2023, upon returning to Luoyang, the first thing you did was challenge Baiyin City's master, Yi Guqing, who had long been in seclusion there. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 219, Chapter 220. Shattering the Void 1806 words. Chapter 220. Shattering the Void. Yi Guqing was one of the most formidable sword masters in the martial world, a man of rare caliber. He had created the legendary sword technique, heavenly flying immortal, said to be unparalleled beneath the heavens, dazzling and brilliant beyond compare. This strike was as pure and flawless as blue skies and white clouds, descending from above with a splendor and swiftness that could chill one's very bones. Frankly speaking, when facing him, you were never entirely certain of victory. When you challenged him, Yi Guqing gladly accepted, setting the duel for the night of the full moon atop the purple Forbidden Peak. But the events that followed left you somewhat disappointed. As it turned out, you were merely Shimen Chueishue's backup opponent. His acceptance of your challenge was merely part of a greater scheme, to assassinate the emperor and assist the heir of the southern prince in seizing the throne. He intended to use the duel atop the purple Forbidden Peak as an opportunity to draw away the palace guards, clearing the way for the southern prince's heir to take power. In the end, after Lu Xiaofeng exposed the conspiracy, Yi Guqing, knowing he was doomed, still honored his agreement to cross swords with you, deciding both victory and life or death. Thus on that cold, moonlit night, with strong winds howling atop the high towers of the Forbidden City, you engaged in a brief yet fierce duel. From the very start, spectators, both players and onlookers, felt as if the air itself had frozen, their hearts oppressed to the point of breathlessness. This was pure, crushing spiritual pressure. Almost no one had the mood to speak, and all held their breath. How many people in the world had the fortune to witness a battle between masters of this caliber? Yi Guqing struck with full force from the outset. A dazzling sword light came slanting toward you, and for a moment, it was as if you saw a host of celestial maidens scattering flowers and chanting in divine harmony. Faced with this unpredictable, irresistible attack, you gripped your sword tightly, springing forth like a green dragon leaping from the water, unleashing your strike. Your sword light arced like a rainbow, as if to carve a rift across heaven and earth. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Your blade slipped silently into Yi Guqing's chest. All present were left dazed, their minds reeling. Was this not already the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship in the current age, the unrivaled master of the way of the sword? By then, the moon and stars had faded into the first light of dawn. Withdrawing your sword, you flicked away the blood from the blade just as a white cloud drifted into the sky. You obtained the achievement, Duel atop the purple Forbidden Peak. You obtained the dungeon summoning stone, Duel atop the purple Forbidden Peak. The rewards for completing this task far exceeded your expectations. Not only did you gain a massive amount of experience, but you also acquired a new sword technique, one sword to make immortals kneel. The name alone was sharp enough to make one's heart stir, and the technique itself had already reached the very pinnacle of all sword arts ever seen in the martial world, utterly different in style from anything of this era. On September 9, year 23, you formally resigned from your post as chief constable of the Six Doors, embarking on your journey to challenge the swordsmen of the martial world. On December 1, year 23, the new martial rankings were released, shocking countless people. Not only did you retain your first place on the rookie ranking, you also rose to 32nd on the overall rankings, a near unbelievable feat for someone who had debuted less than 2 years ago. On December 5, year 23, after 3 months of cultivation, you resumed your travels. Along the banks of the Yangtze, you encountered Shifei Xuan, the saintess of Cihang Jingzhai, newly entered into the martial world. To you, her slender waist and graceful figure were far more impressive than her swordsmanship. With a single strike, you shattered her sword heart and forced her back to Emperor Treading Peak, leaving Cihang Jingzhai humiliated. On December 11, year 23, you arrived at 10,000 Plum Manor in the northern frontier to challenge its master, Shimen Chueishue. If Xie Xiaofeng's swordsmanship was as natural and traceless as flowing water, and Yi Guqing's was flawless and dazzling, then Shimen Chueishue's could be described as sharp and piercing. Yet when you casually unleashed Azure Dragon from the sleeve, he was still unable to withstand you. Struck in the ribs, he could only watch you depart in carefree fashion. On January 9, year 24, you defeated the sword demon Yen 13. After experiencing his 14th sword and 15th sword, you openly declared that these two moves had already approached the mortal pinnacle. On February 1st, year 24, you ranked 21st on the martial rankings. By now, there were few sword masters ahead of you. However, your newfound fame also brought constant annoyance. More and more martial artists sought you out, challengers, avengers, and would-be killers hoping to make their names by taking your head. In just 3 days in the Hebei region alone, you slew 19 such road-blocking opponents, striking such terror into the martial world that heroes quailed at your name. On February 14th, year 24, you returned to Shaolin, challenging its martial might with your sword. You defeated 32 Shaolin masters, though in the end, you still did not meet the sweeper monk. On March 3rd, year 24, you went to Wudong Mountain to challenge their swordsmanship. Compared to Shaolin, you treated Wudong with a bit more gentleness. Your first duel was with the elder Mu Daoren, famed as Wudong's first in Go, second in poetry and wine, and third in swordsmanship. Yet in just 30 moves, you broke his weapon, shook your head with a smile, and remarked that his swordsmanship was overrated. That same day, you challenged the martial world's pillar, Wudong's Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng. It came close to ending in a draw, but in the end, your swordsmanship was just slightly superior. On March 14th, year 24, you went alone to Blackwood Cliff, defeating the Sun and Moon Divine Cult's leader Dongfang Bubi in just 27 moves, sparing his life afterward. On March 19th, year 24, along the plank roads of Shu, you encountered a lone figure wearing a bamboo hat. De Guqiubai come specifically for you. The plank road was flanked by sheer cliffs, with iron chains suspended over 1,000-fathom abysses. Not even birds could cross, monkeys would despair of climbing. One misstep would send you plunging to your death. Yet you did not hesitate. You drew your sword against De Guqiubai. He was the strongest opponent you had faced thus far, wielding the heavy, blunt-edged Xian iron sword, his style plain yet supremely refined, every move an attack. For a time, he forced you entirely onto the defensive. It took over 70 exchanges before you unleashed the sudden strike, one sword to make immortals kneel, shattering his ever-changing sword forms bit by bit until he was defeated on the spot. From April 1st, year 24 to May 9th, year 30, after defeating De Guqiubai, you returned to Luoyang, sheathing your sword and entering seclusion. Having challenged so many masters, you had dismantled and absorbed all their sword arts, transforming them wholly into your own. Your understanding of the sword reached an unbelievable height. After 6 years without drawing your blade, you finally forged a strike imbued with immense sword intent, one sword to open the gate of heaven. You believed that by swordsmanship alone, you now had no equals in this world. On June 2nd, year 30, you began your final journey, seeking to challenge Nameless and the Sword Saint De Gujian. Though you had been absent from the martial world for 6 years, your legend still endured. When you arrived at Qin village, where Nameless lived in seclusion, a large crowd of followers had already gathered. Your duel ended swiftly in your victory, less because Nameless lacked strength, and more because he no longer possessed the will to win. A swordsman without the will to triumph is like one without a sword, no longer a threat. On June 9th, year 30, you arrived at Peerless City. If nothing went wrong, this would be the final battle of your journey and you could not shake the strange feeling that you might leave this world at any moment. Compared to Nameless, the Sword Saint De Gujian's Holy Spirit swordsmanship was less subtle than the Nameless sword, but his will to win burned far stronger. From Sword 1 to Sword 22, he fought you evenly. Yet as the battle went on, the signs of his defeat began to show, and soon he was on the verge of collapse. You did not relent, each strike stronger than the last, pressing him to unleash Sword 23. And then it happened, you felt the entire world freeze. The air stopped flowing, sound vanished into stillness. This was Sword 23. Sword Chi and Sword Intent, under the eruption of immense spiritual force, formed a sword realm where all things halted, helpless to resist or defend. De Gujian stepped toward you one pace at a time, bringing with him an overwhelming sense of death that sent your instincts into a frenzy of alarm. But in the next instant you laughed. The Sword Saint's ancient blade trembled, pulled by your aura, and flew into the air. Every sword in Peerless City, including those in the hands of players, was drawn from its sheath, thousands of blades rising together in a dense, surging tide. In the sky, these swords gathered into a single colossal blade that hung in midair, exuding a terrifying majesty, one sword to open the gate of heaven. In but a moment, the sword realm of Sword 23 cracked, then shattered entirely. Dugu Jian's figure slipped from his primordial spirit state, standing dazed before you, then crumbled into a cloud of ash. Immediately afterward, a massive sphere of lightning, so bright no one could open their eyes, appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth turned white, and your figure vanished without a trace, leaving the crowd trembling in awe. You obtained the dungeon, shattering the void. Shattering the void. Sword God Zhou Ning has shattered the void, someone cried out, breaking the momentary stillness. That scene became an eternal classic in the game's history. In the blink of an eye, you found yourself passing through the heaven gate you had opened, leaving the game world behind, and now, the world before you seemed far more intriguing. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 220, Chapter 221, Golden Talent 1252 words. Chapter 221, Golden Talent Simulation ended. Summary, congratulations. You've completed a glorious and brilliant life, and you've perfectly cleared this map. In this traversal, your life surpassed that of 99.5% of all other travelers. You became the sword god of blades and storms, an eternal legend in that world. You could kill a man within 10 steps, travel 1,000 miles without stopping, and with nothing but the bold spirit in your sleeves and a single sword in hand, you intimidated the entire martial world. Even many years later in the game world, people still remember your legend, how you reached sword mastery with a single strike and shattered the void. Among players, you're also a legendary in-game character. Even though you only appeared for a single version, you became one of the most classic figures in the game's history. Some even suspect you were a traveler from Sword Art Online dropped into the game. People like that usually get burned at the stake. Evaluation, S. World Exploration Rate, 99. Since your exploration rate is over 90%, you've earned 56 traversal coins as a reward. Because you made a historically unprecedented and unparalleled impact on the world, you've earned another 45 traversal coins. Since you perfectly cleared blades and storms, you've gained a chance to keep one of your talents in the real world. Because you achieved an S-rank rating and cleared the game, Sword God Zhou Ning has been updated into a hidden template, which you can select if you're extremely lucky. Congratulations to the player for clearing the map. A new map has been unlocked. Please check the relevant tab for details. Please select your reward quickly. Randomly obtain 3 skills or specialties gained during your traversal. Randomly draw 3 items you obtained during your traversal. Zhou Ning stared, almost dumbfounded, as he watched the entire simulation to the end. Damn, aside from a few templates, this fierce version of himself felt completely unfamiliar. Maybe it was because of the lucky clover, but this traversal, whether in skill selection or on-the-spot decisions, was like playing with cheats on, smooth beyond belief. In just a few short years, every sword master in the martial world had been crushed by him, and he flattened the entire Jianghu. He'd even thought that if he didn't make it this time, he'd send chivalrous hero Zhou Ning to show his face, but unexpectedly, just like with fierce tiger Zhou Ning, he'd cleared this map in one go again, and even set a new record with a 99.6% completion rate. Ever since he got the lucky clover, Zhou Ning truly understood what cheating felt like. Simply too good. But this unusual smoothness also made Zhou Ning wary. The entire world operated on equivalent exchange. However lucky he was now, the bad luck later would be just as intense. He was already mentally prepared for the serious misfortune ahead. As for the choices, either option 1 or option 2 would be fine. Option 1, the skill/specialty rewards were a bit much. If he ignored the fact that the tone would get a little too out of place, he could get Li Chuangong's QWE triple combo, 3 incredibly powerful sword moves, Grandmaster level basic swordsmanship, and an elite specialty called Weak Point Strike. Every reward was great, though what he needed most was weak point strike. He was just 2 elite specialties short of becoming a boss template. Option 2, the item rewards were clear as well. Though things like the 9 manual and the 9 Yang manual might feel bizarre in tone, they should also belong to the Hall of Curiosities, and would have to be collected sooner or later. The instant summoning stones were also rare treasures. After some tough deliberation, Zhou Ning still chose the first option. He wanted that specialty too much. The rest could wait until the reward pool opened, or he could find a way to get them during a backtrack. You chose option 1. You have obtained the skill, 2 Sleeves of Green Serpent's Beginner. You have obtained the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Grandmaster. You have obtained the specialty, Weak Point Strike. 2 Sleeves of Green Serpent's Beginner. I have 2 sleeves of green snakes dancing. The green snakes in my sleeves know the will of the gods. You can use sword-type weapons to deliver for consecutive defense, ignoring attacks to a target. Damage output depends on your agility and swordsmanship level. Basic Swordsmanship Grandmaster. Your swordsmanship skills are at the level of a Grandmaster. When using sword-type weapons in battle, attack power plus 35%, critical hit rate plus 4%. Weak Point Strike. You have a chance to strike directly at an opponent's weak point when attacking, with a 20% chance to hit unerringly and a 15% chance to deal double damage. Zhou Ning. All 3 rewards were things he wanted. Though it was a pity he didn't get 1 sword to open the gate of heaven, or 1 sword to make immortals kneel, melee combat was never really his specialty. This was a case of lucky if I get it, fate if I don't. On the other hand, with Weak Point Strike now in hand, he was just 1 step away from becoming a boss. Definitely something to look forward to. After receiving his skill rewards, it was time to draw the talent that would awaken in the real world. This time, the options included 3 top-tier talents: Nemesis Slayer Gold, Chosen of Fate Purple, and Mighty Strength Purple. Any one of them would be fine. Since you perfectly cleared Blades and Storms, you have 1 chance to keep a talent in the real world. You have obtained the talent, Nemesis Slayer Gold. Unlike the last time with Rampaging Tiger Zhou Ning, when he missed out on Unstoppable by 10,000 men, this time he was riding a wave of great fortune and easily drew Nemesis Slayer. Although it was extremely powerful, Zhou Ning only felt even more worried about the bad luck that was bound to follow. After checking over all his gains, Zhou Ning turned his gaze toward the newly unlocked map. To his surprise, the name of the 8th new map didn't appear. Instead, the new map interface showed the word bonus. Clicking on it, the prompt said it was a random bonus map, not difficult, with extremely generous rewards. However, the price had once again broken all previous records. It required 180 traversal coins. Already back to being dirt poor, Zhou Ning could only look on helplessly. Thinking about it more, it was terrifying. Overnight, his total assets had plummeted from 16,000 to less than 1,600. His golden finger was great in every way except for the money burn. It was so fast it was unbearable. Zhou Ning immediately felt a new round of financial crisis looming. In the Dark Land, there were still about 1/3 of the players left to harvest. He needed to find a new way to make money quickly. Still broke, Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh. Glancing at the time, he saw that the entire traversal had taken less than 2 hours. Zhou Ning decided to relight the gas lamp, took out several items he had just gotten from Joshua Lambert from his inventory, and began to study them. He was quite interested in these unknown rare items. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 221, Chapter 222, Unlucky Time 1235 words. Chapter 222, Unlucky Time. Zhou Ning took out the few items he had gotten from Joshua Lambert and examined them one by one. First was the iron box that looked like a safe. Zhou Ning toyed with the keys in his hand and found that each one looked exactly the same, practically impossible to tell apart. For someone like Zhou Ning, who had key blindness, it was even more of a headache. According to the seller, he had once tried sticking numbered labels on some of the keys, or making deliberate scratches to tell them apart, but before long they would automatically revert to their original state. And even the same key would sometimes point to different spaces. That was the magical thing about unknown oddities. Unlike extraordinary items made by craftsmen or master alchemists, no one knew the principles behind them. Zhou Ning casually tried a few keys. The first opened to an empty space. The second revealed some unknown potions that looked long expired. Worried they might cause unpredictable problems, he decided to leave them inside. The third space stored a pile of Fauric gold coins, which could be exchanged for vectas at roughly a 1-to-2 ratio. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate to take them out. Overall, the thing was a bit like opening a mystery box, quite fun, but Zhou Ning didn't dare keep playing with it, afraid that his current good luck might be repaid in the form of misfortune. After putting the box away, Zhou Ning turned to the gold pouch worth 8,700 vectas. Since it was already past midnight, Zhou Ning reached to the bottom of the pouch, and sure enough, felt 3 gold coins from the ancient Fauric period. Simple, straightforward, and rather handy. Zhou Ning silently praised it with satisfaction. Next was the treasure map and Joshua Lambert's diary. According to Molly, the map carried a sinister curse that required certain materials to dispel. Zhou Ning merely brushed it with his fingertips before feeling an unsettling fluctuation in his spirituality, and immediately decided not to look further, quickly stowing it in his inventory. Then he picked up Joshua's diary and began skimming through it. The diary ran over 300 pages, with the earlier sections mostly filled with trivial matters, many of them lengthy accounts of his escapades in the red light district, a perfect illustration of the saying, "No decent man keeps a diary." As Zhou Ning had already learned, Joshua Lambert was a textbook example of a hereditary noble scion, a top student who graduated from Vic University. The Lambert family motto was Pride. His father, Blake Lambert, was one of the leaders of the Bryston conservative faction, with a highly prominent reputation. But whether it was because Lady Lambert had an affair or for some other reason, Joshua did not inherit the Lambert family's motto, nor did he resemble Count Lambert at all, and so never earned his father's favor. The beautiful young woman Zhou Ning had met before was his mistress, Marilyn, from a certain red light district, introduced to him by none other than Mrs. Harrison Rivers. Joshua himself had also been involved with Mrs. Rivers, and both were members of an organization called the Retreat Society. Reading this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Harrison Rivers. Wearing such a bright green hat was truly pitiful. The Retreat Society was very active in Darkland, advocating indulgence of one's nature and living for the moment. They believed that only by giving in to one's desires and enjoying life to the fullest could the soul be liberated. Joshua had joined the cult through introductions from Marilyn and Mrs. Outside of cult activities, Joshua actually had no major vices. Since becoming second executive secretary, aside from several conflicts with Harrison's radical faction, he had apparently kept out of trouble, and was even said to be a man of good character. Wait a minute. Zhou Ning frowned, his eyes locking onto one particular diary entry. September 19th. Father asked me to join in launching an impeachment against Mr. Harrison over the new Poor Relief Act. Harrison's bill prohibits vagrants from sleeping on the streets and from storing, using, or maintaining personal property on the streets. They can receive aid, but must enter the workhouses. When we objected to the bill, they claimed it was perfectly fair because it also forbade the rich from sleeping on the streets, begging, or wandering about, and His Majesty the King agreed. But here's the problem. Rich people don't need to sleep on the streets. Father then sent people to investigate one of the trial workhouses. On the surface, it was a poorhouse, but in reality it was a labor camp, heavy work, low pay, poor food. Without written approval from the overseer, no one could leave or receive visitors. In less than 2 months, more than 30 laborers had died for various reasons. This was clearly abnormal. As Father said, the conservatives weren't opposing the new policy out of stubbornness, but for the sake of the country. October 12th, tonight Mrs. Rivers brought 2 new noble ladies over. One of them was actually the Prime Minister's wife. A great man once said, when 3 walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. It seems 4 together is even better. Rivers taught me many new things, including whips and candles. No, I must tidy myself up tomorrow. I have an audience with His Majesty the King. October 13th, when I arrived at the Darkland Fortress to tell the king what I had discovered, I found His Majesty speaking with Mr. Robbins and an unfamiliar middle-aged gentleman. The king flew into a rage and threw me out. Oddly enough, after last night's events, I seem to have developed a liking for being beaten and scolded. The following entries were all salacious episodes that couldn't be spoken aloud. Zhou Ning skimmed through them before closing the diary, feeling a twinge of envy. Zhou Ning. One entry had mentioned the Prime Minister's wife, the mother of that chubby kid, Alan West. Thinking about it left Zhou Ning a bit emotional and sighing inwardly. Alan, you really have it rough. As for Joshua's death, it might have been to silence him, or perhaps to eliminate a conservative faction member. Zhou Ning felt it was still hard to say for sure. But judging from the situation, Joshua's identity might be usable. He didn't get along with his father, and his relationship with Marilyn was purely physical, not a deep emotional bond, so the risk of being exposed might not be high. He would have to wait until tomorrow to be certain. The next day, Zhou Ning woke from his sleep. The first thing he did was take out his pocket watch, snap it open, and check the time. Almost 8 o'clock, about 2 hours left before his lucky clover time ended. Exhaling lightly, Zhou Ning quickly got out of bed. He now had two options: stay home and wait for the 3 hours of unlucky time to pass, or go out and wait it out. He had a strong feeling that the upcoming unlucky time would be rough, not only costing him money, but possibly putting his life in danger. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event: for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 222, Chapter 223, Unlucky Time Part 2, 12-18 words. Chapter 223, Unlucky Time Part 2. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then forcibly resisted the tempting idea of going out to avoid danger. He chose instead to stay home and see how things developed. He felt uneasy. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, spending some money might help him get through a streak of bad luck. To avoid affecting others, he had Jacqueline take the odd jobs maid and the coachman away in advance. Time ticked away second by second. When the countdown finally reached 0, Zhou Ning suddenly felt a chill rush through him, as if the very laws of the world were rejecting his existence. The fireplace, statues, tables, curtains, everything in the room suddenly seemed capable of becoming a deadly threat. Suddenly, the room began to sway, and the entire floor started shaking. With a sharp crack, a statue toppled toward Zhou Ning. He dodged quickly, and watched it shatter into pieces with a loud bang. An earthquake. Zhou Ning calmly made his judgment. In just a brief moment, all the statues and paintings in the room had crashed to the ground, shattering with a cacophony of noise. A conservative estimate put the losses at no less than 500 vectas. Then, he saw the massive chandelier in the hall above could no longer bear its weight. It came crashing down, smashing into a pile of broken glass. Before he could react, a violent gust of wind swept through, lifting the shattered glass from the floor and sending it shooting toward him like a hailstorm. The distance was far too close. His left leg and abdomen were instantly sliced open, blood welling up and dripping onto the floor. During all this, his observation hockey had surprisingly little effect. Next, the chandelier's weight, nearly 300 caddies, caused the ceiling to collapse. Large amounts of dirt and dust poured down, and moments later, the roof itself began to sway dangerously. Zhou Ning saw the roof coming down, quickly sidestepped, clutched his wounded abdomen, and without hesitation, smashed through a window and leapt outside. But the bad luck didn't stop. The moment he landed, a gust of wind knocked a metal bucket off a shelf at the shop across the street. It just so happened to land squarely over the head of a horned horse galloping toward him while pulling a cart full of gas canisters. Blinded and panicked, the horned horse charged through the fence, dragging the heavy cart straight toward Zhou Ning. Even injured, with his current strength, Zhou Ning could easily avoid the collision. Without thinking further, he quickly donned the Phoenix battle suit and fired a grappling line toward a distant pillar. But just then, the gas-filled cart slammed into his house, the sparks igniting the gas. With a deafening explosion, the already unstable roof collapsed completely, reducing half the house to rubble in an instant. Clinging to the distant pillar, Zhou Ning's heart nearly stopped. He had seen the roof collapse coming earlier but never expected it to happen this way. Without a doubt, in that single moment he had lost at least 3,000 vectas. Damn that lucky clover. The sheer intensity of this bad luck left him completely stunned. One misfortune after another struck as swiftly and relentlessly as the Grim Reaper's scythe, leaving him no time to prepare. Barely half an hour into the bad luck period, he was already injured and his house was gone. What followed was just as absurd. Over the next 2+ hours, Zhou Ning fully experienced what it meant to feel a thorn in one's back, a bone in one's throat, and pins under one's seat. Both body and mind were put through severe torment. His earlier abundance of good luck truly did have to be repaid with even greater bad luck. Disasters clung to him like a shadow: earthquakes, hurricanes, lightning strikes, misfired guns, and more than once, near misses from falling objects. If not for his extraordinary physique, his near-future predicting observation hockey, and his speed, the unending misfortunes might have killed him outright. 3 hours later, as the bad luck timer finally hit 0, Zhou Ning let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if half his life had been drained away. It was clear he would have to use the lucky clover with extreme caution in the future. Even during times of good fortune, restraint was essential. Careless use could easily lead to both financial and physical ruin, just like this time. Although he hadn't tallied up the total loss, he estimated it to be no less than 4,000 vectas. Thinking it over, this use of the lucky clover hadn't really been worth it. A wave of frustration hit Zhou Ning. The next step was to head to the Darkland Fair City Housing Association, and have them contact the Darkland insurers to help him recover as much of the loss as possible. After a round of busy arrangements, Darkland insurers determined he could be compensated for roughly 1/4 of his losses, better than nothing. Exhaling slowly, Zhou Ning decided to return to his alchemy shop. From here on, the only way to recover the rest of his losses would be to get the money from players. He had originally planned to test whether his stand ability could affect Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards today, but that would have to wait for now. Thus, for the entire day, Darkland's players noticed that Wayne Sturwell's business hours had been noticeably extended. Originally from 11 a, they now stretched an extra 4 hours dedicated, as if he had just suffered a major loss. Players began speculating this unusual behavior could mean another big story event was coming. As everyone knew, the name Wayne Sturwell was a barometer for the main storyline. Thus, players were working tirelessly to improve their strength. With the open beta approaching 2 months, the top players' average level was now close to 20, and more new players were pouring into the game. While new player nationality was entirely random, the number of players in the Bryston Kingdom continued to climb. Zhou Ning was experiencing both pain and joy. After losing a large sum, he had no choice but to squeeze it back from the players, which meant extending his shop hours. That day, 2 more main storyline quests, Mansion Mystery and Origin of the Undead, were bought up by several large guilds working together, giving him a huge boost. The quest Hidden Truth, long ago taken by Jins and XB, was already at 79% progress and about to be completed. As expected of professional players, Zhou Ning couldn't help giving them a mental thumbs up. 2 main storyline quests still remained unclaimed, but Zhou Ning wasn't worried. These quests had no time limit, so there was no rush. Qingbai Wild Sake and Haiqing have completed the tasks you assigned. Would you like to issue the quest rewards? Zhou Ning was slightly surprised. He remembered assigning them to track down the whereabouts of players kidnapped by the Cursed God cult. He hadn't expected them to be so efficient, finishing in just 2 or 3 days. Sure enough, the 2 of them came hurrying over in high spirits. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event. For every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 223, Chapter 224, The Hunt 1021 words Chapter 224, The Hunt. Two players, panting for breath, ran up to Zhou Ning. Lowering his voice, Qingbai Wild Sake said, "Boss, we've found where the chosen ones are being held." "Come inside first." Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. He pointed to the alchemy shop behind him and smiled. Knew it another hidden quest? The onlookers nearby shot the two players envious and jealous looks, wishing they were the lucky ones. Qingbai Wild Sake and his companion were already used to this kind of realistic quest interaction. Without surprise, they followed Zhou Ning into the alchemy shop. The chosen ones are locked up in a manor in the northwest of the old district. There are lots of cursed god cultists patrolling the place, and two very powerful priests among them. From time to time, a researcher also visits. As a player, Qingbai Wild Sake still found it awkward to use the term chosen one. Researcher. Zhou Ning's attention sharpened instantly. At the same time, a string of messages flashed across his panel. You have triggered the instance quest reckoning. Once completed, this quest will become a historical replay type instance. Quest description: this is your first step in settling the score with the cursed god cult. Let's see what you can actually do to them. Hint: the quest difficulty is high. Watch out for the enemy's unknown artifacts. Blood and fire: kill 10 cursed god cultists. Investigation: discover the identity of the mysterious researcher. Patience and slaughter: kill priest Gaskell. Rewards based on contribution. Patience and slaughter 2, kill priest Niam. Rewards based on contribution. Patience and slaughter 3, defeat or kill Harrison Rivers. Rewards based on contribution. Destroy Austin Manor, destroy the quest location Austin Manor. Rewards based on completion and contribution. A gleam flashed in Zhou Ning's eyes. He'd only planned to disrupt the cursed god cult's operations, but this was an unexpected bonus. This was the largest scale quest he'd received since entering the game, and the rewards would surely be impressive, especially with additional evaluation bonuses at the end. It also meant he would have to go all out. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhou Ning continued listening to their report. It's hard to explain the exact location. We can take you there later. Oh, and some of the chosen ones inside have been brainwashed and forced to join the cursed god cult, but not many, Qingbai Wild Sake added. Of course, he was being strategic. He could have given exact directions, but this way, he maximized the chances of being included in the quest follow-up. After asking a few more details, Zhou Ning nodded with a smile, settling the quest. The two players then received a prompt: C-rank quest, find the chosen ones completed. You gain 14,000 EXP, 10 Vectas, and M1876 revolver ×1. Wayne Sturwell's favorability toward you has increased by 10 points. Current status: friendly. Seeing their EXP shoot up, the two exchanged grins so wide they could barely close their mouths. This haul was huge: not only a massive amount of EXP, and a deadly-looking revolver, but also an increase in the main character's favorability. Your actions have shown me your courage, adventurers. Zhou Ning took out a pocket watch, snapped it open, and glanced at the time. Tonight, I intend to explore that manor. Will you be free? The two replied in delight. This was exactly why they'd offered to guide him. Zhou Ning issued them a follow-up quest, telling them to meet him in the old district around 10 p. After seeing them off, Zhou Ning adjusted his top hat, and without delay, headed toward the nearby Duel Monsters shop. Since he'd decided to move against the cursed god cult, he planned to buy some cards to test his stand ability. And for this quest, he intended to go it alone, no helpers. Spending 10 rose hens on 5 booster packs, he tore them open one by one. His luck wasn't bad. He got the CEO's wife's dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and a flame swordsman that looked decent. The rest seemed unremarkable at first glance. Returning to the alchemy lab, Zhou Ning shut the door, sat down, and laid out all the cards. First, he pulled out the Blue Eyes White Dragon and placed it on the table. Extending his right hand, he gestured over the cards but frowned. The summon failed. He tried several more times, all ending in failure. As a mythical creature, the Blue Eyes White Dragon naturally wouldn't be easy to summon. Since it wasn't working, Zhou Ning didn't force it. From the remaining cards, he successfully summoned the Flame Swordsman, though its strength was mediocre. Then he randomly picked a magic card Mystical Space Typhoon and tried summoning it. To his satisfaction, a complex array of symbols lit up, and a visible whirlwind shot forward, like a meteorologist's power. The stamina cost was minimal. Perfect effect. The corner of Zhou Ning's mouth curved upward. He began picking through the rest, ready to use Lucky Clover again at any moment. Tonight was his first reckoning with the cursed god cult, and he had no intention of letting anyone or that pesky little book interfere. Based on earlier tests, Lucky Clover worked well against the book's meddling. By around 11 p.m, a light rain had begun to fall. Zhou Ning silently used Lucky Clover, changed into a fitted black combat overcoat, pressed the brim of his wide black hat low, and strolled toward the old district. Choosing secluded streets, the night was hushed as he passed block after block, arriving to find Qingbai Wild Sake and Haicheng waiting for him. According to them, the manor lay diagonally across from this road. "Stay here and don't move," Zhou Ning said in a low voice. Though something felt a bit off about that instruction, the two didn't dare object. Zhou Ning concealed himself in the street's shadows, quietly watching, waiting. Tonight, Wayne Sturwell would join the hunt. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 224, Chapter 225, Priest Niam 1162 words. Chapter 225, Priest Niam. Out of caution, Zhou Ning had already switched his title to that of the Phantom Thief, which was better suited for disguise and infiltration, making his movements in the darkness seem even more elusive. He didn't recklessly charge in with an all-out assault, but instead stood there and waited. Even with the Lucky Clover's effect, he still had to do everything he could to avoid being targeted by Leoncavallo's 4-act opera. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Ning finally began to move. Using observation hockey, he had more or less pinpointed the patrol routes of several groups of cursed god cultists inside. The manor had been built back during the Kingdom of Falric, now overgrown with weeds but still quite larger, in fact, than Harrison River's manor. Several statues from the ancient Falric era stood inside, 2 of which were old acquaintances of Zhou Ning, Brynd Morton, the bird-headed, human-bodied founder of the Courage family, and Ivan Rivers, the lion-headed, human-bodied figure. Judging from their presence, the place clearly had a long history. Keeping himself concealed, Zhou Ning vaulted lightly over the fence on one side of the manor, and landed silently on the ground, moving nimbly in the shadows. A squad of black-robed cursed god cultists came toward him, and he quickly slipped into the darkness to watch them approach. Above their heads floated IDs. They were players. As they drew nearer, Zhou Ning caught snippets of their conversation. "Have you learned demon transformation yet? Damn, that move looks so cool when the NPCs use it. My panel says I'm still 42 contribution points short. I'm planning to save up 300 points at once and trade for it directly. I'm more than 70 points short. No idea how much longer we'll have to keep doing these boring patrol dailies. Hey, if Wayne Sturwell ends up fighting the cursed god cult, who do we help? Definitely the cursed god cult. What, you think we'd let Wayne Sturwell live? No way, kill him without a second thought. We're already more than halfway to the points we need for the skill. Who cares about factions or whether the world's destroyed? Not our problem." True enough. Zhou Ning. Hiding in the shadows, Zhou Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. Players really were shameless creatures. Just a few days and they'd already defected. And worse, they were even plotting to kill him. In that case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Based on his gaming experience, the old city resurrection point wasn't far, no more than 10 minutes away, just enough time for him to kill his way in and out. "I haven't killed any players in a while," Zhou Ning murmured with a smile. As the players came close, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. He drew the sword at his waist and dove into their midst, a dazzling burst of sword light erupting instantly. A flash of cold steel, a spray of blood. Two players were gone in an instant, disappearing in white light. Even top-tier players didn't have more than 400 HP, and with Zhou Ning's current attack power, though his strength attribute wasn't high enough to maximize melee damage, the boost from master-level basic swordsmanship made his strikes devastating. Killing them was effortless. A few more flashes of white light, and the unlucky group revived 2 kilometers away, at the old city respawn point, checking their battle logs with bewildered expressions. What the hell? How did I die? Who attacked us? They quickly looked at their combat messages. Wayne Sturwell's normal attack dealt 465 damage to you. Wayne Sturwell's normal attack dealt 379 damage to you. The players were stunned. Seriously? Talk about speaking of the devil. After cutting down the players, Zhou Ning sheathed his sword. His observation hockey immediately picked up another squad of cursed god cultists on patrol. The leader's aura was abnormally strong, and strangely, very familiar. A dozen seconds later, the group appeared. This time, they weren't players. The leader was a black-robed priest with his entire head hidden under a hood. His figure did seem familiar, though Zhou Ning couldn't place him. Who's there? The priest was highly alert and quickly noticed Zhou Ning as he passed, turning his gaze toward him. Forget it, hiding all the time wasn't his style anyway. Zhou Ning stepped out from the darkness, drawing his twin pistols ebony and ivory, and pulled the triggers. 2 bullets roared from the barrels, wreathed in flames and silver light thanks to his silver bullet passive, slamming into the priest's body with a sizzle that made him stagger back a step, his HP dropping noticeably. Your ripple shot dealt 726 damage to Priest Niam. Wayne Sturwell. It's you. Clutching his wound, the priest looked at Zhou Ning with a mix of shock and hatred. A black light flared, and his flesh began to squirm, healing completely in moments. Through the hood, Zhou Ning saw his face and hands, crisscrossed with sutured wounds, his skin a sickly gray-green and undead in a living corpse state. A wicked black flame flared in the priest's hand, morphing into a black flame spear that he hurled at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning. And just who exactly are you? Do I know you? Trying to recall his identity, Zhou Ning's gaze shifted to a nearby statue. Without hesitation, he spent the stamina needed. Next moment, Brynd Morton, in his black formal suit and bird-headed, human-bodied form, leapt from the statue's base in flight, diving toward the priest and reaching out to grab the black spear aimed at Zhou Ning. The statue turned into a real person. Everyone present was stunned by the unbelievable sight. Reviving Brynd Morton had cost about a third of Zhou Ning's stamina bar. His ability wasn't as strong as Blue Eye's White Dragon's, and could probably last only 3 to 4 minutes. A burning mark seared into Brynd Morton's palm, but he still wrenched the black spear around and hurled it back at the priest. A black shield shimmered over the priest's body, blocking the returning spear. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning didn't pause. He slid forward, his twin guns blazing, reaping the lives of 2 cultists like a scythe harvesting wheat. Spinning, he aimed at the priest and fired 3 rounds in a line ripple shot. Fatal counter shot. Hockey-infused shot. 3 powerful skills fired in rapid succession, each slamming into the priest's body. Damage numbers leapt one after another, the priest screaming in agony. Dark light gathered again in his hands, but Zhou Ning gave him no chance to retaliate. With Brynd Morton's continuous assault and Zhou Ning's relentless gunfire, the priest's HP plummeted. Level 56 Dark Warlock, Spirit 127 points, actually pretty strong. Too bad you ran into me. Zhou Ning glanced at his panel, clicking his tongue in amusement. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 225, Chapter 226, The Second Prey 1197 words. Chapter 226. The second prey. At this moment, Zhou Ning finally recalled who this Niam in front of him actually was. Wasn't he the very same black-robed priest who had been bitten to death by the wandering nightingale Marine when Zhou Ning had just crossed into this world? The scene of his death back then had been so grotesque that Zhou Ning remembered it vividly to this day. Struck by the sudden and fierce blow, Niam let out a sharp, piercing scream. Just as Zhou Ning was about to move in and deliver the final strike, an image flashed in his mind. The seemingly gravely wounded Niam suddenly lifted his head, and a black halo erupted from his body. Zhou Ning's lips curved into a smile, trusting in the power of his observation haki to foresee the future, and immediately prepared to activate the Traveler's Ring. In the next instant, Niam jerked his head up, and his extraordinary power erupted in full, turning into a black halo that swept outward. A gloomy wind howled, and the yellow-green grass instantly withered. Brynd Morton, who was attacking Niam, was blown away by the black halo, his body showing clear signs of decay before he vanished into the air. A moment later, he reappeared at the base of the statue, now bearing obvious wounds. The moment the black halo reached him, Zhou Ning suddenly activated the Traveler's Ring, blinking forward just enough to perfectly pass through the halo's range, reappearing at Niam's rear flank. Under the white moonlight, Zhou Ning's black trench coat flared. He raised his right hand, gripping white ivory, and aimed the white barrel at the priest Niam. In the deafening gunfire, 3 bullets shot out of white ivory's barrel in quick succession, striking the priest at point-blank range. They pierced his skull effortlessly, leaving wounds that smoked black while faint golden ripples of energy spread from them. The chain of lethal hits made Niam's body freeze in place. Yet his vitality was still tenacious, the holes in his head writhed as if trying to close, but then he felt a cold metal barrel pressing against the back of his skull. "Goodbye," Zhou Ning said with a smile. Another golden bullet pierced Niam's skull at point-blank range. This time, his health bar emptied completely, and he fell heavily to the ground. "You have slain Priest Niam LV-57 Elite, damage contribution 100%. You gain 112,000 XP. Zhou Ning tipped his hat, and gave a polite bow. This was his first prey of the day. Damn, that was cool. From outside the fence, Qingbai Wild Sake and Haiqing had a clear view of the fight, and had witnessed the entire battle. Blinking, summoning, fluid combat. Although they had long grown accustomed to the protagonist's strength, they were still stunned by his ever-changing techniques. If they weren't mistaken, had he just revived a statue to fight for him? Their hearts raced, and their imaginations ran wild. Could this be the true power of a wandering gunslinger? By now, the guards inside had already noticed the intruder. Footsteps echoed chaotically throughout the manor. Many players who had joined the Cursed God cult, following orders from Priest Gaskell, rushed over as well. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, they howled alongside the NPCs and charged. Zhou Ning had no intention of humoring these Cursed God cult players. In fact, he didn't mind helping them cure their gaming addiction. He also remembered that most of these players had been brainwashed and couldn't betray their faction. In the blink of an eye, an invisible wave radiated out from him in all directions. Where the wave passed, the charging players collapsed to the ground. Most instantly turned into white light and were dead, leaving a sudden swath of empty space in the packed road. The approaching sect members met the same fate. Though they had slightly more health than the players, they too were stunned as Zhou Ning walked past, falling one after another as if lining the road to welcome him. His game log began scrolling wildly. Your Conqueror's Hockey deals 479 damage to Cursed God Cult Cultist. Mental difference 75 130 to 55. Cultist is stunned. You have slain Cursed God Cult Cultist. You gain 1,389 XP. Your Conqueror's Hockey deals 463 damage to Cursed God Cult Cultist. Mental difference 66 130 to 64. Cultist is knocked unconscious. Your Conqueror's Hockey deals 529 damage to Cursed God Cult Cultist. Mental difference 77 130 to 53. Cultist is stunned. You have slain Cursed God Cult Cultist. You gain 1425 XP. To be fair, these cursed god cult members had some combat ability. With the revival of supernatural powers, most could wield some form of black magic. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Zhou Ning. Their health was too low, their spirit too weak. The result could only be being cleared out like common mobs. Zhou Ning strolled through the trail of fallen enemies. As he passed the statue of Ivan Rivers, he snapped his fingers. With a rumble, the lion-headed, man-bodied figure in golden cross-engraved armor leaped down from the base, wielding a massive greatsword. From the inscription on the base, this statue was called the Great Battle Faith. Although definitely weaker than the original, it was still much stronger than Brynd Morton had been. Summoning both Ivan Rivers and Brynd Morton had originally just been a test, but perhaps due to the luck boost from the Lucky Clover, both attempts had succeeded on the first try. Having summoned two figures unrelated to him, Zhou Ning felt a slight dizziness, but it was still within tolerable limits. According to the quest hints, Harrison Rivers should also be somewhere in this manner. Zhou Ning now wanted to give him a little surprise. He wondered what expression Harrison would have upon seeing his ancestor manifest before him. Leisurely, Zhou Ning entered the manor interior. His observation hockey sensed a powerful presence rushing toward him ahead, and farther away, two even stronger presences were moving rapidly from underground toward this location. Charge ahead. At his command, the lion-headed Ivan Rivers thundered forward, his muscles suddenly swelling as he brought his greatsword down in a heavy slash against the newly arrived priest Gaskell. Ivan Rivers's strike dealt Gaskell a heavy blow, making him stagger back. Nice one. Zhou Ning praised, raising his right hand and pulling the trigger at Gaskell's retreating position. White Ivory's barrel kicked back slightly, firing a sapphire blue bullet. It happened to trigger the special freezing effect, shooting straight into Gaskell's body before he could dodge, locking him in visible stiffness. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ning aimed both ebony and white ivory at Gaskell and pulled the triggers in rapid succession. The three shots landed, damage soaring off the charts, instantly depleting Gaskell's remaining health. You have slain Priest Gaskell LV-58 Elite, damage contribution 100%. You gain 124,000 XP. This was his second prey of the day. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Chapter 226, Chapter 227, Blue 1270 words. Chapter 227, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Honestly speaking, Gaskell's strength wasn't much different from Niam's, but unfortunately for him, Harrison Rivers' ancestral power was formidable. In just a few moves, he had broken through Gaskell's defenses, allowing Zhou Ning to simply go all out with his attacks. Once Gaskell was taken down, the remaining enemies were all small fry. Zhou Ning didn't even need to lift a finger. Just relying on his conqueror's hockey alone, he cleared out the large crowd ahead of him. Only a group of recently resurrected players stood at a distance, looking at each other in hesitation, not daring to charge forward. Watching recordings before didn't feel like much, but facing it in reality was another story. It was overwhelmingly brutal. They saw one skeleton ally after another rush up, only to drop like they'd been struck by lightning, collapsing one after another. Just like in novels and manga, antagonists really can't stand up to the protagonist. The players screamed inwardly. As the last small fry within his field of vision collapsed at his feet, Zhou Ning retracted his conqueror's hockey and silently took a breath, keeping up the persona of someone always in complete control before his enemies. Of course, in truth, it hadn't been nearly as easy as he appeared. Conqueror's hockey and Bohemian Requiem were both massive drains on stamina and focus. Zhou Ning's consumption was actually quite high. Luckily, after obtaining the legendary physique feat, he had a regeneration rate of 8 HP/SEC, and a stamina recovery rate of 8 per second, greatly improving his endurance. He had also deliberately refrained from using his clan motto ability, because he had a vague sense that the two remaining opponents were his true threats. Currently, in his dungeon mission, Blood and Fire and Patience and Slaughter 1 and 2 were already completed. If he was right, the last two targets should be Harrison Rivers and the mysterious researcher mentioned in the quest. Elsewhere, Harrison Rivers and Professor Bislok were hurrying through an underground passage toward the outside. Gaskell's presence has vanished. Seems your enemies this time are quite troublesome. Could it be that Wayne Stirwell? Professor Bislok said with a faint smile. Better if it is. As long as the two of us work together, he's dead for sure. Compared to before, Harrison Rivers' eyes now carried a faint trace of madness as he spoke in a low voice. Will you help me or not? Since our cooperation's been pleasant, I can lend a hand. But I'll say this first, don't expect me to go all out. There are too many complications on my side. If the two major churches notice, it could very well trigger a divine descent, Professor Bislok replied. No problem. I don't need you to risk your life, just your involvement guarantees his death, Harrison Rivers said coldly. Following the direction of the two auras, Zhou Ning once again summoned Ivan Rivers, strolling casually into the manor. Before long, he stopped in his tracks, suppressing his spiritual presence and gazing calmly ahead. His observation hockey told him that two exceptionally powerful auras had arrived nearby. Both of these people posed a definite threat to him. At Zhou Ning's command, lion-headed, human-bodied Ivan Rivers stood before the tightly closed gate, his arms cradling a pile of potent homemade explosives. This was the one real advantage of summoning such a powerful creature. When your own power level wasn't enough to manifest its full might, it tended to react very sluggishly, following the summoner's orders without question. A moment later, bang. The gate swung open, revealing Harrison Rivers' ashen face. Beside him stood a refined-looking middle-aged gentleman. The instant Zhou Ning saw him, he immediately recognized the man. It was him. Professor Bislok, whom he had met before. Harrison Rivers' gaze instantly fixed on the lion-headed Ivan Rivers. His pupils shrank slightly, and he muttered under his breath. Ancestor. At the same time, snap. Zhou Ning lightly snapped his fingers. Ivan Rivers, without the slightest hesitation, pulled the fuse on the explosives in his arms. In an instant, his body was engulfed in crimson fire. With a deafening explosion, Ivan Rivers vanished into a flash of white light, while Harrison Rivers, caught at point-blank range, was left covered in soot, losing a chunk of his HP. By contrast, Professor Bislok remained mostly unscathed. He had apparently been extra cautious and never stepped forward. A prompt popped up. Your homemade explosives dealt 472 damage to Harrison Rivers. Your homemade explosives dealt 494 damage to Harrison Rivers. Harrison Rivers has suffered minor burns. Harrison Rivers has entered a berserk state. Sorry, your ancestor just blew up, Zhou Ning said with a smile. Knowledge is power. Before Harrison Rivers could respond, Zhou Ning activated his clan motto without hesitation, separating the ebony and ivory pistols in his hands and firing in a Reaper ULT stance from Overwatch, unloading bullets toward Harrison Rivers and Professor Bislok. Several loud gunshots echoed through the manor. Harrison Rivers was hit by 2 ripple bullets, with damage numbers -325 and -247 appearing. It only left him with minor burns, but his expression turned murderous as he glared at Zhou Ning and chanted, "Will creates miracles." In an instant, violent flames of light surged around him. Zhou Ning. This was their third fight, but it was the first time he'd seen Harrison Rivers go all out. It was obvious this time, he was really angry. On the other side, after taking a single bullet, Professor Bislok's figure quickly turned transparent and vanished from sight. Zhou Ning could sense he hadn't gone far. He was lurking nearby, waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. With a sharp sound, Harrison Rivers shot toward Zhou Ning, chanting, "Stasis." Counting this one, Zhou Ning had now been hit by this move 3 times, but this time, it was different. A clear white magic circle appeared beneath his feet, continuously shrinking. His movement was clearly hampered, forcing his body to falter in place. A prompt appeared, "You have been subjected to Harrison Rivers' will judgment. Your will, 85. Enemy will, 75. Check succeeded. You are afflicted with minor slow movement speed reduced by 35%. Even though his will was higher, Harrison Rivers' will judgment under the clan motto was practically a cheating hard CC, forcibly slowing him down. Then, Zhou Ning saw a skull wreathed in black mist rushing toward him, radiating death and decay. Zhou Ning remained perfectly calm. He instantly activated the Traveler's Ring, blinking a long distance away and escaping the skull's range. In one smooth motion, he kept firing ivory at Harrison Rivers with his right hand, while his left hand slipped into his pocket, reaching for a stack of Yu-Gi-Oh! With the aid of his exceptional observation hockey, Zhou Ning flicked his fingers gracefully, drawing precisely the card with the intricate patterns and the silver-white dragon illustration. It was the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the legendary dragon in Yu-Gi-Oh! Famed for its high attack power. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Memory World arc, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's power could rival that of a god. He began attempting to manifest it. First try failure. Second try failure. Third try still failure. Only on the fourth attempt, when Zhou Ning lifted his hand from the card, did he finally, within the rift between time and space, touch upon a certain image. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslations. 3 new chapters are released daily. Thank you for your support. Power Stone event, for every 50 Power Stones, 1 chapter will be unlocked. Please let me know how many Power Stones there were before the reset. I forgot to check. Thank you. Chapter 227, Chapter 228, Mission complete. 1245 words. Chapter 228, Mission complete. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Ning's face. He didn't know whether it was thanks to the enhancement from his clan's code, or the luck granted by the lucky clover, but this time, it had only taken him 4 attempts to succeed. Right now, Zhou Ning almost wanted to mimic President Kaiba's signature 3-stage laugh, raise his hand to the sky, bellow at the top of his lungs, and yell, tough. Invincible. Strongest. Big cheer. One of those Chunibyo lines. But unfortunately, he wasn't that kind of socially fearless extrovert. He still had an idol's image to maintain. Knowing the light brain, if this was recorded and turned into a series, he'd never be able to show his face again. As if lifting something unimaginably heavy, Zhou Ning raised his left palm. In the space above, a raging whirlwind suddenly rose, and a brilliant column of light came crashing down from the sky. Come forth. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blinding light burst forth. White Dragon descended. A massive dragon of light took shape in the air, spread its wings, and landed on the field with its head held high. The entire manor was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The onlookers could barely keep their eyes open, their bodies trembling instinctively under the oppressive aura of a mythical creature. Even though the Blue Eyes White Dragon he summoned via a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card would naturally be much weaker than one from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World itself, its presence was still overwhelming. As expected of a legendary mythic beast. Holy crap. That's awesome. This is way too broken. The Curse God cult players present went wild, taking screenshots, their morale plummeting. Many of them had seen the forum video of Zhou Ning riding the Slifer the Sky Dragon, although that time it was a red dragon, and this time a silver-white one. This dragon looked far more intimidating than the last. Damn it, is it too late to switch sides now? The Curse God cult players were mentally collapsing. The instant it was summoned, the Blue Eyes White Dragon lunged straight for Harrison Rivers, unleashing a blinding beam of white light from its mouth. Faced with the sudden assault, Harrison Rivers snapped into full alert and responded without hesitation. He raised his right hand toward the light beam and shouted, "Shrink." This was the ultimate effect of the Rivers family's clan code. They believed that all things could be altered by human will, able to change a target's state through sheer, unwavering intent. They could conduct a will judgment on people or objects, altering actions, willpower, and even physical states, making large become small, ascent become descent, normal speed become slowed. Of course, the higher the difficulty of the alteration, the lower the success rate. Only by activating the clan code could that success rate be boosted. Perhaps because their ability was so powerful, unlike other families, the Rivers family could only activate their clan code once every 24 hours, and it consumed a great deal of energy. In an instant, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's massive beam transformed into a thin pillar of light, seemingly harmless. Harrison Rivers sidestepped it with a flash. He then changed the distance between himself and Wayne Sturwell, crossing over 10 meters in a single step, and pointed at Zhou Ning. Mind Lash. A sound like a whip crack rang in the air. Harrison Rivers saw clearly that the opponent had been hit by this unavoidable move. He immediately raised his right arm again, palm aimed at Zhou Ning. Confusion. You have been subjected to Harrison Rivers's will judgment. Your will, 85, opponent's will, 75. Judgment successful. Your sense of direction will be distorted for 2 minutes. Didn't expect his clan's ability to be this troublesome. At this distance, Zhou Ning was still slowed, and his traveler's ring was on a 4-second cooldown. Fortunately, the Blue Eyes White Dragon opened its mouth once more, spitting another devastating beam of light toward Harrison Rivers, engulfing a vast area. The ground was gouged into a massive crater that stretched far into the distance. Harrison Rivers had to retract his right arm, and alter his position again, appearing in the distance. Zhou Ning seized the opportunity, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki at full force. Your Conqueror's Haki dealt 279 damage to Harrison Rivers. Spirit Gap, 15 130 to 115. Harrison Rivers is stunned. Your Conqueror's Haki dealt 199 damage to Philip Bislock. Spirit Gap, minus 33,130 to 163. Philip Bislock is intimidated. With the clan code's boost, his Conqueror's Haki's power was now almost at Grandmaster level, stunning Harrison Rivers briefly. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and launched his counterattack, aiming the ebony and ivory at Harrison Rivers while commanding the Blue Eyes White Dragon, use Burst Stream of Destruction. Almost at the same time, the Blue Eyes White Dragon began condensing a massive white energy sphere in its mouth. The sky brightened, lightning like flashes dancing within. 3 gunshots rang out. 3 flaming bullets spun through the air. His sense of direction still scrambled. Only 2 hit Harrison Rivers, shaving off more of his HP. Meanwhile, the energy sphere in the Blue Eyes' mouth reached its peak, releasing a silver-white beam with an irresistible force. Harrison Rivers was just about to alter its state with a will judgment when his vision went black, stunned once more. The next instant, the burst stream of destruction struck him head-on. Zhou Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Blue Eyes White Dragon was far above his own tier, and both summoning and sustaining it drained him heavily. The 2 consecutive uses of Conqueror's Haki had nearly exhausted his stamina. Then came a shrill scream. Harrison Rivers's HP instantly dropped by half, his body engulfed in blazing white flames. Before Zhou Ning's eyes, Harrison's body swelled, transforming into a 2 to 3 meter tall, horned monster. A pungent sulfur smell filled the air as his HP began regenerating. That burst stream of destruction had literally forced Harrison Rivers into his demon form. Zhou Ning drew in a deep breath, pulling out both guns to press the advantage when suddenly, an image flashed through his mind, a crossbow bolt of pure light hurtling straight for his head. It was the unknown relic that had assassinated Charles VI archer god Boudica's self-slaying crossbow. An extraordinary weapon that, if it injured the target, had a chance to extract their soul. The thought had barely registered before the light bolt was already in front of him. Zhou Ning, caught off guard, could only lean backward. At that instant, 2 layers of defense flared to life, one from the supernatural Ring of Ice shield he had bought at auction, the other from a priest's power word shield, clearly from Mali. Both shields shattered, the bolt grazing Zhou Ning before vanishing. Blocking it, Zhou Ning rolled to the ground and sprang back up, his sense of direction suddenly normal again. A message popped up on his interface. You have defeated Harrison Rivers, LV-64 Elite. Damage contribution, 100%. You have gained 154,000 EXP, progress, patience and slaughter 3, defeat or kill Harrison Rivers. Objective complete. TN, hello everyone. I apologize for the hiatus. I had some health issues and scheduling difficulties, which is why I was inactive. I was on hiatus from February 10th to May 29th, 2026, a total of 108 days. To make up for the delay, I will be releasing plus 150 chapters later for everyone, and daily updates on WN will resume afterward. Thank you. Chapter 228, Chapter 229, Reward Skill. 1166 words. Chapter 229, Reward Skill. Sensing that Bisloc's presence was rapidly moving away, Zhou Ning couldn't help but take a deep breath, secretly feeling relieved. So it wasn't just him who had held back. Harrison River's true strength was far beyond his expectations. Not only had Harrison's level risen from 60 to 64, but his clan ability was downright disgusting. It could actually confuse and change the state of objects. If Professor Bislock hadn't, for some unknown reason, held back and shown little willingness to fight, even with the Blue Eyes White Dragon at his side, Zhou Ning might have been the one to crash and burn. Right now, he was already close to the end of his strength. If the enemy suddenly came back for a counterattack, all he could do would be to run for his life in disgrace. Still, no matter what, the battle was over. Zhou Ning let out a sigh and opened his quest panel. Instance Quest, Reckoning, in progress. Quest steps. Blood and Fire, kill 10 cursed god cultists, completed investigation, discover the identity of the mysterious researcher, completed Patience and Slaughter. I, kill Priest Gaskell. Reward based on contribution, completed Patience and Slaughter. 2, kill Priest Niam. Reward based on contribution, completed Patience and Slaughter. 3, defeat or kill Harrison Rivers. Reward based on contribution, completed Destroy the Austin Manor, destroy the Austin Manor, the quest location. Reward based on completion rate and contribution. Only the last objective remained. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then beckoned Qingbai Wildsake and Haiqing, who had been watching from outside, to come in. He assigned them a rescue mission for the players trapped inside. He hadn't forgotten there were still quite a few players imprisoned in there. After sending out the mission, Zhou Ning glanced at the players outside who had resurrected, and were now looking on nervously, the corners of his lips curving into a slight smile. In his plan, Qingbai Wildsake, Haiqing, and these other players all played the role of reporters and commentators. From both positive and negative angles, they would upload footage of his battle to the forums, further spreading his influence. His lone infiltration of enemy territory to save the Chosen Ones, combined with video of him summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon to take on 2 opponents at once, would shock the player base for an entire year. It would reinforce the idea that he wasn't just Bryston's Child of the Plain, but also the main character of the Apocalypse game itself. Compared to other countries' Children of the Plain like Emlyn the Spear of Judgment, or the Walrusman Dick, his presence was far greater. All the more reason to strike while the iron was hot, consolidating his position. That way, if he ever crossed paths with other Children of the Plain, the smart ones would know who to help, and the benefits in the future would be endless. Before long, the two returned with a group of players from the underground. Zhou Ning efficiently handed out their rewards. At that moment, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's summoning time had about 20 seconds left. After distributing rewards, Zhou Ning didn't waste any time. He ordered the Blue Eyes White Dragon to use another burst stream of destruction. As the Blue Eyes White Dragon once again unleashed its white beam before slowly fading from the air, the entire manor was set ablaze, swallowed by a blazing white sea of fire. You have completed the quest, Destroy the Austin Manor. You have gained 274,000 EXP. You have completed the instance quest, Reckoning. Completion rate, 100%, contribution, 93%. You have gained 1.86 million EXP. One notification after another popped up on his panel. Without carefully reading them, Zhou Ning took one last look at the Austin Manor, now burning fiercely. Sensing a squad of supernaturals approaching, he smiled faintly, adjusted his hat in a gesture of farewell, and decided that tonight's hunt was over. Using his incredible agility, Zhou Ning moved through the white-hot flames. In no time, he reached the manor's fence, bent his knees slightly, and vaulted over. Thanks to the special effect of the Kai2 Kid title, He seemed to melt into the darkness as he sprinted through the old city's streets. Before long, he spotted another road ahead where a squad from the Earth Ring was hurrying toward the manor. Among them was a tall, thin, young-looking man, but one who gave Zhou Ning an extremely dangerous feeling. As expected, the supernaturals of this world were like the police in his previous life, always late. 5 minutes later, Emlyn arrived at the Austin Manor with his Earth Ring squad, only to find the ground littered with black-robed corpses, the manor blazing furiously, the very conspicuous corpses of 2 high-ranking professionals, and a few scattered players still lingering nearby. He ordered his team to drag the bodies away and take the players back for questioning. Sweeping his sharp, hawk-like gaze over the manor, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Has Bryston always been like this?" A member of the Earth Ring behind him shrugged. "You'll have to get used to it. This is Bryston, once known as the peaceful city of Darkland." Far from the Austin Manor, Zhou Ning oriented himself and made his way back to his alchemy shop. Only after he sat back down did he breathe a real sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with the night's gains. He had single-handedly destroyed a stronghold of the cursed god cult, vented his frustration, and likely achieved a high completion rate. If his guess was right, the rewards this time would be quite good. He opened the quest panel to check his rewards. Instance quest, Reckoning, completed. Objectives achieved: Blood and Fire, Investigation, Patience and Slaughter I, Patience and Slaughter II, Patience and Slaughter III, Destroy the Austin Manor. Quest settling. Settling complete. Performance rating, perfect. Reputation with the Bryston Kingdom plus 2,500. Current relationship, respect 1350/5000. Reputation with the Cursed God Cult minus 5,000. Current relationship, deadly enemy -5,000/-5,000. Maximum hatred reached. For successfully completing the instance quest, you have obtained the instance keystone, Austin Manor. You may generate and manage the instance keystone via the instance interface. Perfect rating reward, you gain an additional 50% EXP. You have gained 930,000 EXP, and 1 random reward. Randomizing reward type. You have received General Skill. Zhou Ning blinked slightly. This time's reward was actually a general skill usable by all classes. Although he had already created his Demon Hunter class, as the saying goes, more skills never hurt. In these competitive times, even a massage therapist needed a unique trick. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please choose one of the following 3 skills. Stealth, cooldown 8 seconds. Allows you to hide in the shadows until you move or cancel manually. Smash Strike, deliver a deadly blow with a blunt weapon, stunning the enemy for 2 seconds. Quick Heal, heal an allied target for 387 to 593 HP, healing scales with spirit attribute. Chapter 229, Chapter 230, Breaking the Level Cap 1200 words. Chapter 230, Breaking the Level Cap. Those 3 skills all looked pretty mediocre, at least. That was Zhou Ning's initial conclusion after a quick glance. Of course, since these were universal skills that every class could learn, their raw power was inevitably limited. What Zhou Ning valued more was their support potential. The first skill, Stealth, sounded nice, perfect for an Assassin's Creed-style approach, but it didn't really fit his current combat style, which favored direct confrontation and agile, fluid movement. He'd keep it in mind for later. The second skill wasn't bad. A 2-second stun was a very eye-catching control ability. Unfortunately, it could only be used with blunt weapons. In the game Apocalypse, blunt weapons included hammers, clubs, and staves, clumsy, awkward things that didn't suit him at all. The third skill was a simple and straightforward healing ability. Its recovery wasn't on par with a dedicated healer class like the priest, but for a universal skill, it was actually decent. At the very least, it was a good choice for players. It could significantly improve sustain in fights. Some early-game underpowered classes, like warriors, could even double as emergency healers to avoid getting shunned from parties. TSK, I really am too kind-hearted. Zhou Ning made his choice. Quick Heal. You have acquired the universal skill, Quick Heal. Zhou Ning opened the personal and faction shops, listed the Quick Heal skill book, and priced it at 15,000 XP, or 9 vecta small profit, quick turnover. The players would probably never know just how much effort an impossibly handsome, tall, and dashing man had silently put in for their sake. Next came the dungeon creation rights for Austin Manor. With the panel, he could freely generate dungeon summoning stones. This dungeon was for levels 20 to 30, perfect for players who had just cleared No Marigan. Zhou Ning generated several summoning stones, and priced them at 300 contribution points. Once they reached level 30, he could use Sunwatcher contribution points to exchange for the level 30 to 45 dungeon shadow raid, offering a neat one-stop service. Overall, the rewards from this dungeon quest were quite generous, no worse than what he'd earned during Weather Tides. More importantly, destroying Austin Manor meant cutting off one of the cursed god cult's major avenues to directly contact players, at least in Darkland and Bryston. Weakening the enemy was the same as strengthening himself. In his past life, during the first version he hadn't been around for, the cursed god cult had been one of the first forces to discover players' special nature. They'd profited heavily, eventually becoming a faction that rivaled nations themselves, like the Alliance and Horde in World of Warcraft. But now, thanks to his interference, the sect's influence was far weaker than before. Zhou Ning could hardly wait to see how things would develop next. Shaking off those thoughts, Zhou Ning glanced at his panel. With the quest rewards from this run, he now had a full 7 million XP, more than enough for a spending spree. Leveling Demon Hunter from 30 to 31 required 45 million XP. The higher the class level, the more it cost to level up. Your main class Demon Hunter has reached LV 31, Agility plus 4 Legendary Physique plus 1, Spirit plus 2 Legendary Physique plus 1, Stamina plus 2, Willpower plus 1, and 3 free attribute points gained. Your main class Demon Hunter has reached LV 32, Agility plus 4 Legendary Physique plus 1, Spirit plus 2 Legendary Physique plus 1, Stamina plus 2, Willpower plus 1, and 3 free attribute points gained. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning powered his Demon Hunter up to level 34, burning through 9 million XP in under 10 seconds. This also pushed his total level to 60. He vaguely remembered joining the game in August. Now it was November, 3 whole months later, and he had finally reached the peak of the first game version, becoming a max-level character. That didn't interest him nearly as much as whether he could, like other NPCs, break past the version's level cap and keep leveling. In his past life, once players hit level 60, they received a level cap unlock quest, usually involving killing certain types of monsters. Zhou Ning's had been to head to the Northlands and kill 5 frost giants. Sure enough, he wasn't disappointed. A quest window popped up. You have triggered the personal quest, level 60 cap unlock. Quest summary: you have reached the first bottleneck of the supernatural. To move forward, you must push beyond your limits through battle with formidable foes. Quest requirement: kill or defeat 10 boss rank monsters of level 60 or higher, any weapon allowed. Reward: increase level cap to 70. As expected. Although Zhou Ning had predicted it, he still couldn't stop a surge of excitement. This meant that as long as he completed the advancement quest and had enough XP, he could easily hit level 70, maybe even level 80. But the quest requirement was nasty. It was similar to the Wandering Gunslinger's class change quest, but the gunslinger only had to kill 5 boss monsters with no level requirement. This one demanded 10 bosses at level 60 or higher. That was more than twice as hard. Even if he farmed in the Stratholme dungeon, only the level 62 Mad Clown would qualify. And just hearing Mad Clown made him feel rebellious. He instinctively wanted to avoid it. Conveniently, he had to head to the swamps in Southwestshire County to complete Mr. Turing's commission, collect 10 or more high-purity life cores. That area had one of the rare extreme climates where life elementals thrive, perfect for finding high-level life elemental monsters. Along the way, he could grab a swamp-related bounty from the Adventurers Guild, then swing by the Southwestshire County starter village to harvest some rookies. That would be 4 birds with 1 stone, absolutely airtight. Zhou Ning took out his pocket watch just past 1 a.m. The Lucky Clover's effect still had 7 hours left. Since the luck buff was already active, not using it would be a waste. He began seriously considering entering a bonus stage 1 of those reward maps for a quick run. As long as he didn't get too greedy, the consequences shouldn't be too bad, right? Forget it. Crossing into an unknown bonus map required 180 traversal coins. The simulator had refunded him 101 earlier, plus his daily stipend brought it to 102. After spending 780 vectas to recharge, his funds dipped again, only 1,272 vecta left. And this was after a good day's business. With a pained heart, Zhou Ning opened the map interface and without hesitation, selected the bonus map. Preparing to traverse. Traversal coins minus 180, please select traversal mode. Direct traversal. Use parallel world template for traversal. Use random template for traversal. Even broke, he still wanted to check the templates first. As usual, he chose option 2 to take a look. Meanwhile, a few videos uploaded by players were causing a stir on the forums. A thread titled "Tonight, I Fought Fiercely with the Main Character" was posted in the main section. At first, forum users thought it was some girl's self-indulgent fanfiction. But once they clicked in, the content got the thread instantly pinned. Not just because Wayne Sturwell was the protagonist and the game's poster boy, but because the footage was simply too shocking. Chapter 230, Chapter 231, Reward Map 1095 words. Chapter 231, Reward Map. Recently, because the Cursed God cult launched attacks everywhere, quite a number of players from various countries were either forced to join them, or were captured and brainwashed. This was especially true in the Cursed God cult's headquarters location, the Kingdom of Sepharik, where the numbers were particularly high. On the forums, there were frequent discussions about the true strength of the Cursed God cult, what their ultimate goal in causing chaos was, and just how powerful their exclusive Shadow Warlock class could be. So when this particular post appeared, it came with its own traffic, immediately drawing the attention of all players. The post was made by a female player named Meowlaji. The video, told from the perspective of a victim, recorded what Wayne Sturwell did after barging into the Austin Manor. From the moment he encountered Priest Niam, Wayne Sturwell displayed a combat style completely different from before. Not only could he teleport and summon, but his fighting process and style were still as graceful and dashing as ever, delivering a strong visual impact. The girl rushed in after receiving the quest to defend the Austin Manor right after Priest Niam's death. In her narration, she said she originally just wanted to run up, flash a V sign, and take a photo with the main character, but instead, everything went black and she instantly collapsed. In the video, centered on the protagonist, players who charged forward burst into light and vanished, Cursed God cultists fell one after another, and with the stylish footwork and flashy gunplay enhancing the skills spectacle, the scene was simply jaw-dropping. Most players recognized the move instantly. It was Wayne Sturwell's signature skill, Conqueror's Hockey, the dream of every wandering gunslinger. Then, in the fight against Priest Gaskell, the protagonist won with ease as always. Calm and collected, he killed the seemingly formidable Gaskell in just 4 bullets. Players watching couldn't get enough of it, completely thrilled. And then came the scene where Zhou Ning summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Players were left utterly stunned. Even though the girl was a victim, she still paired this part with the protagonist's exclusive execution theme. Since most players were frantically taking screenshots, the video showed multiple close-up angles. When the intense light burst forth and the massive form of the Blue Eyes White Dragon took shape in the air, spreading its wings, the atmosphere at the scene exploded. Holy crap! This is way too cool. Players went wild. As the game's long-standing center figure, Wayne Sturwell was a familiar face to all, to many, the strongest character in the game, who had given them countless benefits and interacted with players more than any other NPC. Strong was one thing, but summoning a dragon that looked that epic, that was just cheating. Then, in the rousing execution theme, Zhou Ning, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon combined their powers, unleashing the burst stream of destruction to decisively defeat Harrison Rivers, the man who had twice forced him into desperate situations back in episode 4 of the series. The audience went crazy, spamming 666 non-stop. It felt just like watching a fantasy blockbuster. Afterward, Ching by Wild Sake posted another thread showing the event from a different angle, explaining that Wayne Sturwell had gone into the Cursed God cult's base alone to rescue the Chosen Ones, who had been captured and brainwashed, in other words, for the sake of the players. The positive and negative perspectives from the two posts played off each other, sending Zhou Ning's popularity soaring, exactly as he had expected. These two, hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes, had pushed his fame to a new peak, cementing his reputation and status among the players. A handsome, wise, calm, powerful, and rapidly growing legendary figure. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning wasn't paying attention to the forum. As usual, he first chose to check the second option. After all, broke or not, it wasn't like they wouldn't even let him look right. After a shuffle, 3 cards were laid out. Luck was still on his side, all 3 template cards shone with either purple or orange light. The first card showed himself wearing a white baseball cap and matching t-shirt, holding a golf club. Personality, competitive, determined, lustful, ambitious. Talents, sex addiction gray, sports expert purple, extraordinary strength blue, social master purple. Skills, golf master, flirting techniques master, social skills master. Price, only 20 traversal coins. Title, Golf Master Zhou Ning. This card was very mediocre, 0 combat power, and even a built-in negative trait. Practically useless but still purple, so better than nothing. Zhou Ning bought it without hesitation. The second template was a purple card showing himself dressed like a student, youthful and handsome. Personality, justice-minded, talkative, responsible. Talents, high IQ purple, spider sense orange, spider physique purple, scientific aptitude purple, regeneration purple. Skills, combat techniques advanced, scientific research expert, photography advanced. Price, 460 traversal coins. Title, Spider Sense Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning. This one was obvious, Marvel's golden child, Spider-Man. So in a parallel world, he'd really been bitten by a spider. This template was downright broken, containing spider sense and spider physique, abilities he really wanted. For the strength it offered, the price was actually reasonable at 460 traversal coins, but unfortunately, he was broke and couldn't afford it. Thankfully, every new template came with a 24-hour refresh time, so he still had time to scrape the money together. He then turned his gaze to the last, and supposedly most mediocre, card, which this time was an orange card. And it was a very familiar template. The image showed himself in a dark red coat, gazing coldly forward, with a towering ship behind him. Personality, wise, calm, ambitious. Talents, Tony Stark purple, Merman blue, Grandpa in a ring purple. Skills, Devil Fruit creation expert, Armament hockey grandmaster, Observation hockey master, Conqueror's hockey master, Ironman suit creation advanced, Scientific research grandmaster, plus countless other navigation-related skills. Title, Still Pirate King, Zhou Ning. Traversal cost, 0. Obviously, this was the work of the Lucky Clover again, incredible luck, but he refused. Moderately resisting the temptation of luck, Zhou Ning felt this was the proper way to use the Lucky Clover. After going through the templates, he once again chose to check the 10 new talent options in option 1. If nothing good came up, he would consider using either Godfather Zhou Ning or Kyoka Soijetsu Zhou Ning for traversal. Chapter 231, Chapter 232, The Godfather. 1205 words. Chapter 232, The Godfather. You have chosen Travel Mode 1. Please select 3 from the following 10 talents as matching conditions. Faceless Void purple. You have a cucumber growing out of your face, but you have a certain probability of reversing time. Gods chosen purple. In worlds where gods exist, you will receive the favor of the gods. Vampire physique purple. Your physical abilities far surpass those of humans. You are ageless and immortal, but will be destroyed by sunlight. Frost Archer blue. Your shooting feels icy cold, but you have a natural gift for melee combat. Masochist green, you have a fondness for pain, especially whips and candles. Discontinuous existence purple, a mysterious alternate personality lurks within your body. Child of the ocean purple, you belong to the sea by nature. You are especially adept at swimming, sailing, and related skills, enjoying tremendous bonuses. Naturally sociable purple, your social skills are flawless, with charisma and outstanding looks, you can quickly become friends with anyone. Crooked mouth dragon king purple, every time you smile with a crooked mouth, things get easier. Just do it, Nike. Prison epiphany purple, after serving time in prison, your abilities will significantly improve. Zhou Ning. This set of talents was dazzling again, almost all purple, making one's head spin, and many were quite practical. Even naturally sociable was the top-tier purple version, not the blue-tier one he had seen twice before. At least 6 or 7 talents were worth considering. For example, God's Chosen, naturally sociable, Crooked Mouth Dragon King absolute peak-level social skills, able to charm even the gods. Perfect for simulations. But Zhou Ning decided to pass on this tempting option, resisting the lure of good luck. After looking over his existing templates several times, he ultimately chose to enter the simulation as the Godfather Zhou Ning. Character, the Godfather Zhou Ning. Personality, gentlemanly, steadfast, authoritative, ruthless, unpredictable. Talents, born leader gold, criminal mastermind gold, extraordinary charm purple skills, negotiation expert, basic shooting advanced, basic combat advanced. Although this template's combat ability was average, after comparing ordinary office worker and mad clown, Zhou Ning no longer cared much about surface-level combat power. Only ambitious templates like the Godfather or Kyoka Sojetsu could fully reap rewards from a world. You have chosen option 2, entering the simulation as the Godfather Zhou Ning. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are the godfather of a prominent family in Big Apple City. You are a charismatic leader, with countless family members willing to risk their lives for you. Calm, shrewd, and strong, you earn respect by helping the weak, and with your astonishing leadership and sinister criminal mind wielding guns, axes, and torture, you have risen to your current position. In this challenging world, what can you accomplish? Let us wait and see. This map is a bonus random map, with completely random difficulty and background. Travel coins earned in bonus maps will be multiplied by 2. You will also receive an extra reward from this world that can be taken out, not limited to items or skills. Therefore, be sure to explore this world as much as possible. Current world exploration, 0%. Upon reaching 66.7%, you will unlock permission to enter the next map. When you die in this simulation, the game ends. Note, using a template allows you to freely choose the time and location of your travel. Note, template characters have strong subjective agency. The Godfather Zhou Ning's alignment is lawful evil. You cannot control the character's actions in the simulation. You did not choose a travel time or location. Boarding time machine. Travel complete. You have arrived on the high seas in 1730. From this moment, the wheel of history begins to turn. Zhou Ning. This setup felt strangely familiar. Could it be that he had traveled 100 years after he'd already conquered the One Piece world? At last, he understood why a One Piece template had appeared earlier. The Lucky Clover had actually given him 2 luck points, one being the One Piece template, and the other the Child of the Ocean talent. Unfortunately, he had missed both chances. June 2, 1716, you are adrift on an endless ocean. With no landmarks nearby, you have no idea of the date, time, or location, nor why you suddenly came here from Big Apple City. Your only support is a piece of driftwood. You have no food or drink. Although you can swim, your skills are average, so you can only cling to the driftwood and float with the current. June 3, 1716, after a day at sea, you notice that the current is flowing northward. There are amberjack and tuna in the water, so food is not an immediate concern. That afternoon, it rains. You seize the chance to collect some fresh water and food. You have acquired the general skill, foraging. June 4, 1716, your luck is excellent. After only 3 days at sea, you encounter an armed merchant vessel, which rescues you. They speak a language you can understand Spanish, but their verbs use more inflections than the version you know. Among them is a castaway woman dressed in Rococo-style clothing. From your historical knowledge, Rococo fashion originated in 18th century France, meaning you are likely in the early 18th century. You speak with the captain and learn that you are in the North Atlantic, near the Azores. They are merchants from Seville, transporting goods to Port Royal, Jamaica, a voyage that will take half a month. With your extraordinary charm, you persuade the captain to give you a ride. In exchange, you must serve as a temporary sailor during the trip. You don't mind, everything has its price. June 7, 1716, you learn that the beautiful woman's name is Jenny Poe, the captain's daughter, who is moving to Port Royal permanently. As the saying goes, love often arrives suddenly. That night, after some drinks, you two are mutually attracted and end up in bed together. Happiness +1. June 8, 1716, through your chats with Jenny, you learn about the world's situation. It is currently the golden age of piracy. Spain still holds an advantage in the Caribbean, but Britain, France, and the Netherlands are issuing letters of marque to those willing to raid Spanish ships. As a result, piracy is rampant. On this ship, you also befriend a sailor named Joshua Gibbs, hitting it off instantly. June 17, 1716, after more than 2 weeks at sea, you arrive at Tortuga Port. The port was built over 60 years ago by the infamous pirate Henry Morgan. According to Joshua Gibbs, Morgan was the pirate king of his time, operating with Britain's tacit approval. He looted over 200 Spanish ships, captured Puerto Príncipe in Cuba, used captured priests and nuns as human shields, and seized the heavily defended city of Portobello on the Isthmus of Panama, delivering a heavy blow to Spain. Eventually, for his exploits, he was knighted and used his plundered riches to build this free port, open to both official ships and pirates. Hearing Henry Morgan's story, you fall silent. This world is even more chaotic than you imagined, but sometimes chaos means opportunity. Chapter 232, Chapter 233, Letter of Marque 1294 words. Chapter 233, Letter of Marque. This port called Tortuga occupies a fairly large island. When you first arrived here, Joshua Gibbs immediately warned you not to cause trouble on the island. Freeport has its own rules. They follow something called the Pirate Code. No one may draw weapons within the port, nor will they completely wipe out passing ships in the surrounding waters. Upon entering Tortuga, you saw a large black ship docked in the harbor. Someone told you it was the vessel of Jockard, the pirate king of the Atlantic, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3,600 gold coins, skilled in black magic. You couldn't help feeling surprised. The pirate king of the Atlantic, Jockard. Black magic. This world seemed far more mysterious than you had imagined. You were certain that before long, you would uncover the truth about it. In Tortuga, you found more than one shop dealing in black magic, selling all manner of voodoo dolls. Here, both pirates and natives could use black magic to create blood corpses and revive the dead, immensely powerful abilities. The port's alchemy was also unusually advanced. Perhaps this was because a former pirate king, Henry Morgan, had once been obsessed with it. Prices for alchemical materials such as saltpeter, deadly nightshade, green ore, and red ore were outrageously high, leaving a deep impression on you. On June 19, 1716, you left Tortuga with a merchant fleet bound for Port Royal on the island of Jamaica. Near Nassau, you encountered a pirate raid. In this battle, you saw black magic, cannons, and flintlocks clashing for the first time. Broadside carronades mounted on both ships began exchanging fire, while black magic flared on either deck. But perhaps due to lack of combat experience, the merchant fleet, despite not being weak, gradually fell into a disadvantage. When boarding began, the merchant captain was unexpectedly killed by a grape shot, a type of cannon round in which multiple smaller projectiles were bound in a net, capable of instantly felling dozens of enemies at close range. Seeing the merchant sailors in disarray, you took over command. As a born leader, you quickly stabilized the situation, led the sailors in a counterattack, and defeated the attacking pirates. When searching the enemy ship for loot, you were allowed to take quite a number of piastre coins, a European currency. Family background +5. On June 24, 1716, your ship finally docked at Port Royal, currently the shipping hub of the Caribbean, a haven favored by plunderers and pirates alike, known as the most wicked and depraved city in human history. Its luxury far outstripped that of London and Paris at the time. In essence, Port Royal was a backroom where the British Crown and pirates colluded for power and wealth, a marketplace for smugglers to reap huge profits, a paradise for pirates to revel and grow stronger. The city had no industry whatsoever, yet enjoyed the finest material goods, Chinese silk, Indonesian spices, British manufactured products, and most of all, gold bars, silver bars, and jewels. Your merchant fleet carried carpets from Turkey and art from Athens. With the merchant captain dead, and Jenny having no interest in taking over her father's business, this voyage would likely be the fleet's last. After some discussion, you borrowed money from both Jenny and Joshua Gibbs, using it to lease the armed merchant vessel from Jenny herself. You planned to try forming your own fleet, at least the ship's firepower was decent. Thanks to your exceptional charisma, Joshua Gibbs agreed to join your crew, and at this point, you were almost certain you had crossed into the world of pirates of the Caribbean. On June 27, 1716, your third day in Port Royal, Gibbs introduced you to his friend Jack Sparrow. At this time, Jack was probably about your age, roughly 23 or 24, beardless, looking somewhat like Matt Damon, though still not as handsome as you. After several days of drinking together, you and Jack Sparrow quickly became good friends. You learned that Jack was still a captain for the British East India Trading Company, commanding an armed merchant vessel called the Wicked Wench, and holding a letter of marque. He was preparing to sail for Boston in the British North American colonies to conduct trade. A letter of marque. You keenly realized this might be your way forward. Your strength in this world was not yet enough to stand out, and the privateer's creed, no prey, no pay, suited you well. From what you knew of the story, the Wicked Wench was the precursor to the Black Pearl. Years later, Jack Sparrow would be ordered to transport a cargo from Africa, only to discover it was actually a shipment of enslaved Africans. Out of a sense of justice, Jack freed them all. For this, the East India Trading Company's leader, Beckett, personally branded him with the mark of a pirate, the letter P, and ordered the ship sunk. To bring the vessel back from the depths, Jack Sparrow struck a deal with Davy Jones, the undead captain of the Flying Dutchman. In exchange for rescuing the Wicked Wench, Jack would serve 100 years aboard the ghost ship after regaining her command. Jones agreed, salvaging the vessel and turning her into the fastest ship in the Caribbean, the Black Pearl. On June 29, 1716, at your request, Jack Sparrow agreed to try helping you obtain a British letter of marque, as Britain had the lowest entry requirements, and issued plenty each year. The condition was that you must become a British citizen, and serve Britain exclusively in striking at other nations' fleets. This was no obstacle to you, you had no identity, or sense of belonging in this world. Everything else was fine, and Jack Sparrow's unexpected loyalty was a pleasant surprise. If you didn't know for certain that his tastes were normal, you might have thought he had feelings for you. On July 17, 1716, you received your letter of marque from the British governor, Weatherby Swan, father of Elizabeth Swan, the future female lead of Pirates of the Caribbean. Thus began your career as a merchant captain and part-time pirate. You have received the world milestone, Pirate Captain. You have gained the title, Pirate Captain. This unique reward grants you a 50% increase in intimidation against ordinary pirates and sailors, and gives you above-average sailing skills. On July 20, 1716, you appointed Joshua Gibbs as your first mate, and began recruiting sailors, preparing for your first voyage. On July 27, 1716, you carried out your first act of plunder. Fortune favored you, the very first ship you encountered was the French armed merchant vessel Nantes. She mounted 16 cannons and had a crew of 75, with 516 captured Africans and a quantity of gold dust aboard. They had spent nearly 8 weeks crossing the Atlantic, and the infamous Middle Passage had taken a heavy toll on both Africans and French crew. Upon reaching the Caribbean, scurvy and dysentery had caused heavy casualties. By the grace of the goddess of fortune, the French ship had already lost 16 crew to disease, and another 36 were suffering from severe scurvy and dysentery. When you struck, they had no strength to resist, and Captain Pierre Dorset could only surrender the vessel. You sailed the Nantes to Bequia in the Grenadines, put the French crew ashore, and gained 4 of them plus 10 others as new recruits. Among them were a navigator, 3 surgeons, 2 carpenters, 2 sailors, and a male which skilled in black magic. Your fleet's strength rose sharply overnight. Chapter 233, Chapter 234, The Compass That Doesn't Point North. 1144 words. Chapter 234, The Compass That Doesn't Point North. At this moment, including yourself, no one could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary act of privateering would have an extremely profound impact on the political landscape of this world, and even on its history. This ship, whose full name was the Concorde of Nantes, was not only transporting 516 captured Africans and a large amount of gold dust, but if you hadn't intervened on its next voyage it would have been captured by one of the most notorious pirates in maritime history, Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. He would have renamed it Queen and Revenge, turning it into a legendary vessel feared across the 7 seas. The dark sorcerer aboard the Nantes was no ordinary man either. His name was Mason Hicks, Europe's most famous warlock and alchemist at the time, and a close friend of the renowned scientist Isaac Newton. Not long ago, he had taken part in an assassination attempt on King Louis XIV of France, fleeing afterward to Port Royal. If history had gone unchanged, he would have become Blackbeard's trusted magical advisor, playing a key role in teaching him black magic and helping him become a master of the craft. At this point, you had no idea of the Concorde of Nantes' origins. On Bequia Island in the Grenadines, you put ashore the French crew members who refused to join you, giving them a single-masted sloop along with enough food and water to make their way back to Martinique. Like Blackbeard would have, you took the Concorde of Nantes as your flagship, renaming it the Pineapple, flying a flag with a skull topped by a pineapple crown. You couldn't quite explain why, but you found the name inexplicably cool. You have obtained the World Milestone Reward, History Changer. You have obtained the title, History Changer. This title is exclusive to the reward world. In the simulation world, you will find it easier to intervene in historical events that shape the world order. Participating in such events grants you an additional 10% exploration bonus. This title can be upgraded after participating in 5 historical events. Current progress, January 5th. July 28, 1716, at the suggestion of your first mate, Joshua Gibbs, you made a brief stop at Bequia Island to resupply and refit before sailing the Pineapple north through the Lesser Antilles. You conducted trade around St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Nevis, and Antigua, seizing opportunities for privateering whenever possible. Your fleet continued to grow steadily. While passing through the pirate haven of Nassau, you stayed for 2 months. Due to your prior profession, you had some expertise in weaponry, and you were able to improve your ship's cannons with relative ease, adding recoil buffers, refining the bore, and making them more stable, accurate, and longer range than most others. Though you considered inventing a steam engine or improving sails, you knew your limits. Such advancements were still nearly 40 years ahead of their time in the First Industrial Revolution. From September 29, 1716, to August 9, 1718, your exceptional leadership and remarkable criminal talent earned you the admiration and loyalty of pirates and privateers alike. Elegant in speech, fair in dealings, immensely charismatic, and fond of wearing a black pirate coat, you became known as the Black Viscount. Compared to others, your raiding style was relatively gentle, with minimal killing, and sometimes you even gave money to impoverished captains you encountered. Your reputation was excellent. Believing firmly in strength through numbers, by July 5, 1718, your privateer fleet had grown to nearly 20 ships, a size unmatched by most pirate kings. During these 2 years, you deliberately studied black magic under Mason Hicks. Fortunately, your talent was decent. You reached the intermediate level in less than a year. You have obtained the skill, Basic Black Magic Intermediate. September 2, 1718, in the Lesser Antilles, you unexpectedly crossed paths with Blackbeard Edward Teach. Without hesitation, you attacked him, ultimately winning the battle. At the time, he commanded fewer than 5 ships. His weapon left a deep impression on you. When he swung his sword, the rigging and sails of his ship seemed to come alive, writhing like snakes, sometimes hoisting sailors into the air. But personal combat skill could not make up for the disparity in crew numbers. During the boarding battle, your trusted lieutenants, Joshua Gibbs and Mason Hicks, led a large contingent to kill Blackbeard, seizing his weapon and presenting it to you with both hands. You have obtained the epic weapon, Triton's sword. Killing Blackbeard left you with no guilt whatsoever. Compared to you, his conduct was far worse. Every time he captured a ship, he would slaughter the entire crew, and in fits of cruelty, he even turned on his own men. It was said that whenever he buried treasure, he would take a sailor along, and halfway through covering the hoard with earth, stab the man in the back, burying him alongside the loot. This earned him the title Demon of Murder. Triton's sword turned out to be a rare and pleasant surprise. With its power, the pineapple seemed to come alive. Its rigging and sails could adjust themselves for speed, and even the ship's cannons could aim automatically, albeit with imperfect accuracy. At last, your ship had the qualifications to become a true legendary vessel. Your victory over Blackbeard and your high-efficiency privateering naturally caught the attention of the British. Governor Weatherby Swan summoned you once again, urging you to increase your raids on Spanish fleets. It was during this meeting that you first met his daughter, Elizabeth, just 13 at the time. To a girl just beginning to awaken to romance, your charm was devastating, though you preferred mature women over young girls. November 6, 1718, you returned to Port Royal. Your bedmate, Jenny Poe, was generously rewarded for her loyalty, receiving a large amount of gold and treasure. You had never been stingy with those who had helped you. Through Mason Hicks's introduction, you met a witch in Port Royal named Tia Dalma. She told you she had a magical compass for sale, though the price was steep, 2,000 gold Louis. A magical compass. Your first thought was of the one that would one day belong to Jack Sparrow, the compass that didn't point north. It could not show cardinal directions, but would always point to the thing you most desired in the world. You happened to have exactly 2,000 gold Louis in your possession. Should you spend your entire fortune to buy it? After only a brief moment of thought, you decided, emptying your pockets, you bought it. You have obtained the unknown artifact, compass that doesn't point north. However, when you tested it, the compass was a bit of a letdown. It spun wildly, never stopping for even a moment. You were taken aback. Could it be that you truly were a man of endless desires? Chapter 234, Chapter 235, Pirate King. 1279 words. Chapter 235, Pirate King. Faced with your doubts, Tia Dalma told you without hesitation, yes. Only when one desires something with a pure, undistracted heart will the compass point the way, just like how she feels about you. Since when did witches start flirting like this? This sudden, cheesy pickup line caught you off guard, and you didn't even realize at first that she was teasing you. You've seen Pirates of the Caribbean, so you know Tia Dalma is actually the sea goddess Calypso in disguise, a true queen of the seas. Davy Jones, the Lord of the Deep, was once one of her lovers. He had been a brave Dutch sailor who loved both the sea and women, but the woman he loved happened to be the sea goddess Calypso herself. Seeing his skill, and knowing he loved her and the ocean alike, she decided to make him captain of the Flying Dutchman. But agreements with gods often come with restrictions or curses. In his case, the curse was that he could only set foot on land once every 10 years, and during that time, he had to use the ship to gather those lost at sea and make them his crew. Of course, being the queen of the sea, Calypso tricked him aboard and then, when the 10 years were up, stood him up without a second thought. Furious, Davy Jones joined forces with 8 pirate lords, using 9 pieces of 8 to seal her within a mortal body. From then on, dominion over the seas passed into human hands. Calypso's current form is that of a black woman with her teeth painted black. You didn't mind the idea of a friendly match with a goddess, but your tastes aren't that exotic, especially since she likely wanted you to deal with Davy Jones for her. What a joke. The Mun is immortal and commands the legendary deep-sea monster, the Kraken, a massive octopus 155 meters long and weighing 300 tons. So you decisively rejected Calypso's advances, assuring her with the classic, "Next time, for sure." On November 30, 1718, you ran into Jack Sparrow in Port Royal. You learned that, as in history, his beloved ship had been burned and sunk by order of East India Trading Company boss Beckett, after Jack freed a cargo of African slaves the company was transporting. Jack asked you for a favor to lend him a ship to search for Davy Jones. While you are ruthless toward enemies, you've always been generous to friends. Without a second thought, you agreed and gifted Jack a top-of-the-line single-masted vessel. But that rascal was trouble waiting to happen. Just as you were setting sail for Tortuga, you spotted Jack not far away at sea summoning Davy Jones and the Flying Dutchman. In the midst of the towering waves, a tattered ghost ship surfaced from the depths, draped in seaweed, its hull a decaying black with an eerie green glow. Barnacle-encrusted undead sailors bustled about on deck. This was Davy Jones' flagship, the Flying Dutchman. The bounty on his head in Britain alone is 60,000 gold coins, 18 times higher than that of Atlantic pirate Lord Jockard. He isn't a senseless killer, diligently performing his duty of ferrying lost souls, but any ship foolish enough to provoke the Dutchman is doomed, torn apart and dragged beneath the waves by his pet Kraken. Only by staying far from the sea could one hope to survive. As in the original story, you watched Jack Sparrow bargain with Davy Jones, offering to serve aboard the ghost ship for 100 years in exchange for the return of the wicked wench. You also witnessed the breathtaking sight of the ship rising from the seabed. Davy Jones' power was enough to put you on high alert. No one could have predicted that 3 of the 4 future legendary ships of the seas would gather here. Next, Davy Jones turned his gaze on you, asking if you would join the Flying Dutchman's crew. Thanks to Jack Sparrow's mediation, Davy Jones did not press the matter. Instead, he only asked you to deliver messages from his sailors to their families ashore, an easy enough task. What truly surprised you was seeing Blackbeard among the crew. After dying by your hand and being thrown into the sea, he had somehow undergone a ritual to join the Dutchman's ranks. Not that it was a blessing. He would now roam the deep forever, never setting foot on land again. On the afternoon of November 30, 1718, after reclaiming the wicked wench, Jack Sparrow outfitted her with black sails and renamed her the Black Pearl. You witnessed the moment with mixed emotions. To you, the Black Pearl felt almost alive, much like your own pineapple, but even faster, arguably the fastest ship in the world. Sailing for Tortuga together, she was 1/3 quicker despite departing at the same time. You couldn't figure out the principle behind it. Upon reaching Tortuga, Jack began recruiting sailors to head for South America in search of the legendary treasure of Cortez. He told you that in 1519, Hernán Cortez had wielded the sword of Cortez to conquer the Aztec Empire. The sword was said to grant limitless power enough to subjugate an entire empire, and it was hidden with his treasure. He proposed that the two of you team up, your compass, his manpower. You were somewhat tempted. While you're not a diehard Pirates of the Caribbean fan, you faintly remembered the Aztec treasure subplot from the first movie. The Aztecs had presented Cortez with a stone chest containing 882 gold coins, each tainted with blood to quell his lust for slaughter. When he refused to halt his conquest, their gods cursed the treasure. Anyone who took a coin would become an immortal skeleton. That was how the first film began. But after some thought, you turned down Jack's offer. You had no interest in such an adventure for now. Besides, you had more important matters to handle. From November 30, 1718, to September 7, 1723, you continued operating in the Caribbean as a privateer. With the Living Pineapple and over 20 other ships, you took down numerous Spanish and French merchant vessels and warships, earning whispers of being the 10th pirate king. During this time, you heard nothing of Jack Sparrow, but did hear that his first mate Barbossa was sailing the Black Pearl in the Caspian Sea. Jack had no doubt been betrayed by his crew, and lost the ship yet again. In 1723, using your own methods, you raided a large Spanish naval port, sinking 4 warships, capturing 7 more, one of which was the largest class of warship of the era. The feat earned you another audience with British Governor Weatherby Swan, Who told you your achievements were enough for royal recognition? Conveniently, Britain was preparing to declare the Bahamas a colony, but its capital, Nassau, known as the Pirate Republic, wouldn't easily allow foreign control. Britain planned to appoint a privateer as governor of the Bahamas, to fight pirates with pirate law. Originally, they intended to recommend Roger Wood, a Welsh privateer, but in terms of accomplishments, you were clearly the better candidate. You only smiled at this. You had long been planning to part ways with Britain. You had become a privateer merely to get your start, but now you had grown powerful, commanding the legendary Pineapple and a sizable fleet. Whether you stayed depended entirely on their offer. They did not disappoint. On November 6, 1723, your birthday, you were knighted and officially appointed governor of the Bahamas. For now, it was in name only, but your next goal was clear: drive every pirate out of Nassau, and become the pirate king in the truest sense. Chapter 235, Chapter 236, The End. 1704 words. Chapter 236, The End. Special commentary on the reward map. After you accepted this appointment, you once again, without realizing it, changed the course of history in this world. In the original historical timeline, Blackbeard's death, at the hands of the British fleet in North Carolina, in 1718 greatly dampened the morale of the Nassau pirates. In 1719, Welsh privateer Roger Wood, recommended by Weatherby Swan, became the governor of the Bahamas, splitting the pirate factions and driving them all out of Nassau. But due to the butterfly effect of Blackbeard's death at your hands, Britain did not declare the Bahamas its colony until 1723, when you replaced Roger Wood as governor of the Bahamas. The 4 years of development greatly strengthened Nassau's power, and the butterfly effect would lead history onto a completely different path. Title upgrade progress for History Changer 2/5. You didn't even need to think about it. You knew that accepting the post of governor of the Bahamas meant standing against all pirates. But beneath your calm composure, you still had a streak of madness and a love of adventure. You believed that only by being smart enough and decisive enough could you live the life you truly wanted. And at the same time you accepted the post, you finally failed to resist and fell in love with Weatherby Swan's daughter, Elizabeth Swan. She was already 18. Though her figure was nothing remarkable, especially her chest, which could rival a private airstrip as a gentleman, you did not believe in judging a girl for such things. After a few dates, with drinks making you pleasantly tipsy, you naturally spent a wonderful night together. What left an especially deep impression on you was Weatherby Swan's expression when he saw you coming out of Elizabeth's room the next morning. His face turned green, and the murderous glare in his eyes was impossible to hide. On November 5, 1723, you became engaged to Elizabeth Swan because she was pregnant. Weatherby Swan suggested you could forego going to the Bahamas. He had other ways to get you into London's high society. But you had never been one to let a woman sway your decisions. 3 days after the engagement, in Port Royal, you encountered Jack Sparrow again. From your conversation, you learned of his tragic fate. 4 years ago, after Jack told his crew the location of a treasure, they immediately mutinied, gave him a single pistol and a cutlass, and marooned him on a deserted island. He spent a month on the beach until every bird and sea creature in the area was used to him, and then he tied a raft to dozens of sea turtles and made his escape. It was a ridiculous tale. Of course you knew he was bragging, so you just laughed. Jack then asked if he could temporarily travel with your ship until he could retake the Black Pearl. Naturally, you had no reason to refuse. You knew he was essentially asking for your help, and you truly wanted to help him. In this world, friendship was always tied to interests, but sometimes, friends could be more important than interests. From November 6 to November 11, 1723, with Weatherby Swan's help, you expanded your fleet to 39 ships, all equipped with modified cannons. According to Jack Sparrow, these cannons were already superior to those of the Black Sea pirate King Amand, who was famous for his firepower. On November 11, you led your fleet to the Bahamas. Arriving at Nassau, you simply declared your identity and intentions, holding back your forces for the time being. As per your motto, the best threat is to take no action. Once you act without effect, people will no longer fear the threat. During this time, a few sailors from Nassau defected to rejoin the pirates, but you didn't mind everyone had their own choices. Only when everything was ready did you strike with lightning speed. Using the connections of your soon-to-be father-in-law, Weatherby Swan, you submitted a proposal to the British Crown, suggesting the government outsource the Bahamas from the Lord to a private investor company, which would provide all the military, economic, and human resources needed to pacify the pirates and build the colony. All the Crown needed to do was issue a pardon in its name to pirates, who agreed to peacefully surrender to the new governor. Your leadership and astonishing political skill were on full display. The moment you arrived in Nassau, the amnesty decree designed to split the pirate factions began spreading like wildfire among them. The idea of turning over a new leaf while keeping their ill-gotten gains was like salvation from heaven, and these outlaws who thought there was no way back from their criminal path rushed to submit letters of surrender. Even legendary pirates like Hornigold, the historical inspiration for Whitebeard from One Piece, washed their hands of piracy and joined the ranks welcoming you. Of course, where there were surrenderers, there were also diehards. From December 1, 1723 to February 1724, you were attacked by countless famous pirates, including Charles Vane, Edward Kenway, and William Kidd, each a legend in history, and among the so-called four emperors of the Golden Age of piracy. They were either defeated or captured by you. William Kidd, the historical inspiration for Eustace Kidd in One Piece, was so impressed by your charisma that he joined your fleet. On February 7, 1724, near Nassau's port, you were attacked by the Atlantic pirate king Jockard, the only black pirate king among the 9 pirate lords, whose position came entirely from his powerful black magic. But you had black magic master Mason Hicks aboard your ship. Thus a battle of dark sorcery erupted between the Pineapple and Jockard's flagship, the Beetle and Rum. 2 giant voodoo revenants fought fiercely on the deck, locked in a deadly stalemate. But with the Pineapple empowered by the Triton sword being a legendary ship of the 7 seas, Jack Sparrow and William Kidd's timely arrival turned the tide, and Jockard was forced to retreat. 6 days later, you faced yet another pirate king, this time Villanueva, pirate king of the Adriatic Sea, whose territory included the Adriatic, South America, and the Lesser Antilles. With a bounty of 2,000 gold coins exactly matching your compass's value, he was the weakest of the 9 pirate lords. In the sudden encounter, your fleet gained a decisive advantage after just a few rounds of cannon fire, winning the battle cleanly. From February 8 to September 7, 1724, your easy victories over 2 pirate kings greatly increased your deterrence in Nassau. At least on the surface, the pirates there treated you with the utmost respect. When your men brought in the defected sailors, you unexpectedly pardoned them. To you, forgiveness and forgetting could sometimes be more effective than punishment. If you wiped someone out entirely, even the lowliest man, if he kept his eyes open, would eventually find a chance to take revenge on the most powerful. Your mercy moved the defectors to tears, and they returned to your side, loyal to the bone. With their help as native Nassau pirates, you further divided the local pirate factions without even needing to draw a gun and took initial control of Nassau. Now, half the members of Nassau's Pirate Council were your people. On September 8, 1724, your first son was born, giving you the greatest bond you had in this world. Since forming a family with Elizabeth, no matter how busy you were, you always took time to be with them. To you, that was the most basic duty of a man to his family. On January 19, 1725, after more than a year of work, you completed your initial transformation of Nassau, fully reorganizing the Pirate Council and beginning your rule over Nassau and the Bahamas. Your first act was to push the council to pass an agreement shifting Nassau's main business from plunder to mercenary work. Pirates still yearning for freedom and battle could continue raiding, but in a different form by working for other nations for high pay. In addition, you issued a second act of pardon as governor, encouraging pirates to return to normal occupations. You promoted commerce as well, knowing as a time traveler that Nassau would one day be the capital of the Bahamas, with an excellent location as a natural international seaport. By 1726, thanks to your relentless efforts, Nassau had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. You respected and understood everyone, and in return, everyone respected you. In just 2 years, more than 2/3 of the pirates had been either driven out or reformed into law-abiding citizens. The Pirate Republic was no more. You were now, in every sense, the master of the Bahama Islands. During this time, you also helped your friend Jack Sparrow regain the Black Pearl, allowing him to resume his adventures. You fulfilled another friend and subordinate, Mason Hicks's dream by building him a fully equipped alchemy tower. His greatest wish was to make achievements in alchemy, and when you gave him this surprise, he wept with gratitude, telling you he planned to return to England to bring his good friend Isaac Newton that Newton to join in alchemical research. William Kidd's wish was to become a prosperous farmer with his own rubber plantation, and you granted that too, buying him a large estate. As always, you were generous to your friends. On September 7, 1727, when you believed everything was on track and prepared to return to Port Royal to be with your family, you were ambushed near the Lesser Antilles by an alliance of the 8 pirate kings. Aside from Jack Sparrow, all the pirate kings of the 7 seas took part. They even used 9 pieces of 8 to break the seal of the sea goddess Calypso in exchange for her aid. The ocean was filled with countless whirlpools, making it impossible for your fleet to move. In the end, a bullet pierced your chest, bringing an end to your happy yet short life. Your vice-captain, William Kidd, a hardened killer, ignored the rain of bullets, cradled your body, and wept like a child. With the departure of the era's protagonist, the Caribbean once again fell into the age of pirate warlords. Title upgrade progress for History Changer, 3/5 Chapter 236, Chapter 237, Evaluation and Rewards 1151 words Chapter 237, Evaluation and Rewards a life that was still considered glorious just like what you accomplished in the Big Apple City. Step by step with your skill and personal charm, you climbed to the top. You changed the entire pirate republic, became a figure everyone respected, someone everyone was proud to know. You completely conquered Nassau, and were only one step away from becoming the true ruler of the Caribbean, and then the ruler of the seas. But because your existence had already threatened the very survival of the pirate era, the pirate kings had no choice but to join forces to kill you. Your death, however, was not meaningless. You rang the death knell for the pirate era. Although Nassau was briefly retaken by pirates later, your influence never faded. When your son returned to Nassau, the citizens needed no rallying cry. They drove out the pirates in your name. You were remembered as the guardian god of the Caribbean, the gravedigger of the pirate era, and to this day, your statue still stands in every city of the Bahamas. Evaluation, Sea World Exploration, 47. Because your exploration exceeded 40%, you are awarded 38 Traversal coins. For having caused an extremely significant impact on world history, you are awarded 30 Traversal coins. Because this was a bonus random map, your Traversal coin total is doubled. You have earned a total of 136 Traversal coins. Your alignment has shifted, lawful neutral lawful evil. Simulation complete. Host, please make your choice promptly. Randomly obtain 3 skills and specialties you acquired during the Traversal. Randomly obtain 3 items you acquired during the Traversal. Since this was a bonus map, whichever option you choose, you will receive 1 additional reward. Zhou Ning took a long time to recover. This Traversal had felt so real that he couldn't help feeling a little wistful. Everything about this template had been excellent: personality, behavior patterns, valuing family, treasuring bonds, cherishing friends, keeping promises, not killing the innocent. His leadership and charisma were top tier. The first half of the simulation had gone very smoothly, looking like he might make it through in one shot just like the last 2 times. But tragically, he still fell right before dawn. Zhou Ning felt that in the next simulation, he would have to be on guard against the other pirate kings. Perhaps using technology to counter magic would be the better approach. The only flaw with this template was the lack of combat strength, worse even than the mad clown, propped up entirely by personal charisma. As for the rewards, with both the Triton sword and the compass in play, it was basically a single-choice question. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose option 2. You have chosen option 2. You have obtained the Unknown Relic, Triton Sword. Unknown Relic, Triton Sword. Damage, 359 to 854. Attack speed, 3. Attributes, +5 strength, +10 constitution, +10 spirit. Effect 1. When equipped, you can control all ships within a 2-kilometer radius, making them come alive. Effect 2. Requirements: Level 60, Skill, Black Magic Intermediate forged in the legendary land of Atlantis. Equipping this sword will cause you to frequently hear the sound of ocean waves crashing. You have obtained the unknown relic, Compass that doesn't point north. Compass that doesn't point north. Unknown relic. It will always point to the thing in this world you most desire. However, it will only guide you when your heart is entirely free of distractions and focused on one thing. If you abandon it for any reason, you will unleash your innermost fears. Created by the sea goddess Calypso herself, this compass carries her magical blessing. Effect 1. It will not point north, but will always direct you toward the thing you most desire. Effect 2. You have obtained the epic item, Jack Sparrow's Green Jade Ring. Attributes: +3 Strength, +2 Constitution, +3 Agility. Equipped, grants a certain bonus to swordsmanship and navigation. Description: a token of eternal friendship between Jack Sparrow and you. Zhou Ning. Although his memory was hazy, he vaguely recalled that in Pirates of the Caribbean 4, Jack Sparrow had given this ring to his old flame Angelica. Did it really have to be this gay? Still, aside from that, the other two items had come out intact. The special effect of Triton's sword wasn't immediately useful, but who could say when he might take to the sea again? Set sail. Its damage was impressive and its attributes were excellent, so it could serve just fine as a normal melee weapon. As for the compass, this was arguably the best item in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, a kind of guiding needle that could locate whatever you most wanted in your heart. Absolutely overpowered. After drawing the 3 items, there was still the extra random reward. Upon clicking to claim it, the prompt immediately appeared: you have obtained the general skill, Black Magic Intermediate. After skimming through it, Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. This skill consisted entirely of evil-aligned witchcraft. For example, one called Blood Curse required collecting the target's blood, hair, and nails, then using a voodoo doll to curse them, both sinister and tedious. Some parts were interesting, but as for the voodoo doll, the associated crafting method had also appeared under mysticism, but Zhou Ning had no intention of studying it deeply. After obtaining the 3 epic items, a new section appeared in the Hall of Curiosities, Tempestuous Seas. It perfectly fit the Pirates of the Caribbean theme. On the Tempestuous Seas shelf now sat the 3 newly acquired items, each with a refund of 18, 15, and 17 Traversal coins respectively. At the very end of the Hall of Curiosities, 2 new synergy sets had appeared, one of which was already complete. Jack Sparrow's magical items, Compass that doesn't point north plus Green Jade Ring. An epic item set from the Tempestuous Seas map. Activating the synergy grants +5 to all attributes. Strange and marvelous weapons, Triton Sword Plus. The Hall of Curiosities alone had rewarded 50 Traversal coins. Adding the 136 Traversal coins returned from the Traversal, this run had not only avoided a loss but even netted him 6 coins. Though a little worried about the bad luck coming tomorrow, Zhou Ning still couldn't help but marvel at how enjoyable it was to be overpowered. Truly, being OP is fun once, being OP is fun always. Closing the Hall of Curiosities, he opened his inventory and took out the compass he had just drawn, holding it in his hand. It was a compass of simple, ancient design, covered in intricate patterns. Perhaps because he was currently broke and most wanted money, the needle was spinning wildly without direction, utterly useless at the moment, and frankly a bit disappointing. Aside from that, a long missing red dot finally appeared on his quest log, indicating a completed mission. Chapter 237, Chapter 238. Harry Potter 1285 words. Chapter 238. Harry Potter opening the quest panel. Sure enough, just as he expected, the Progress for History Enthusiast 2 had reached September 9th, showing that it was ready to claim. Zhou Ning vaguely remembered that the last time he completed the first stage of the quest, the reward had been random. As a hardcore gamer, his favorite moment was always the one where you got to claim the prize. He tapped the button to collect the quest reward, and a prompt popped up on the panel. You have completed the hidden quest, History Enthusiast 2. You have gained 120,000 experience points. You have obtained one piece, Zhou character possession card times 1. You have obtained one random template card. You have unlocked a new series of hidden quests. So this is what it feels like to have cheats on. Looking at the generous rewards, Zhou almost felt like he was floating. One piece, Zhou character possession card, allows you to temporarily possess the combat power of one piece, Zhou for 15 minutes. Another possession card. Up until now, Zhou had already obtained 2 possession cards. The first 2 had both been epic vampire versions. This was his first time getting a one-piece version. Although he felt that the one-piece version of himself wouldn't be as strong as the epic vampire one, at least it was another trump card to have in hand. Overall, he was satisfied. Next, there was still the random template card to collect. Unlike the one-time use Godfather, Zhou card he had just consumed, a random template card granted permanent access to a template. It could potentially give him something like the First Emperor or One Punch Man. Last time, Zhou had drawn Ordinary Office Worker and missed his chance to soar. He retrieved the random template card from his inventory and chose to use it. You have used a random template reward card. You have obtained a random template, Oceanographer Zhou. A white light tinged with purple shot upward, indicating that this was a purple card from the Righteous faction. The card instantly became three-dimensional, showing Zhou dressed in a white coat and matching hat, expression cold and indifferent, with a purple-skinned humanoid figure floating behind him. Character, Oceanographer Zhou. Personality, calm, taciturn, deep, aloof. Talents, athletic genius purple, high intelligence blue, extreme composure blue, combat awareness purple skills, star platinum special skill, expert level knowledge of oceanography, advanced combat skills. Zhou. Just from the appearance, Zhou immediately knew who this was. Kojo Jotaro. This result wasn't bad at all. Zhou let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was one of the most invincible men in the JoJo series. There was no way his power could be weak. Although judging by the talents and skills alone, he didn't seem that overpowered, and his personality wasn't as combat-suited as the Godfather or the Mad Clown, Zhou was still curious to see how he would perform in the simulator. Given the current budget, next time he'd try letting him make an appearance in the rewind function to test the effect. After completing History Enthusiast 2, there was a hidden follow-up. Once Zhou accepted it, the quest entered the next stage. Hidden quest triggered under special conditions. History Enthusiast. As a history enthusiast, you are deeply interested in long-forgotten history. Try to collect 15 or more extraordinary items that are over 100 years old, whether in reality or in the simulated world. Nice, not too hard. This whole series of quests was basically free rewards. As long as you had hands, you could do it. After handling all the rewards, Zhou thought for a moment, then took out a stack of paper from the drawer, grabbed a pen, and began to write, pen scratching across the page. Harry Potter Chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived. He would spend a week copying out the first book of Harry Potter, and try submitting it to the Darkland Daily. Wednesday morning, the weather had turned chilly. Zhou pulled the collar of his black trench coat tighter, put on his hat, and opened the front door. He had stayed up all night writing Harry Potter. Though his memory was hazy, his existing writing skills allowed him to fill in with his own improvisations, managing to produce a little over 30,000 words, roughly 1/7 of the first book. Checking the time, there were less than 20 minutes left before the Lucky Clover effect ended. Zhou wasn't all that nervous after all. He had already experienced the worst-case scenario last time. This time, no matter how bad his luck got, it couldn't be worse than before. Now that he had fallen back to being a broke man, he had nothing left to lose. His overall strategy was to avoid trouble wherever possible, keep it safe and steady. On the way, he bought a copy of the day's newspaper and looked for a more open spot to weather the tribulation, fully bracing himself for any incoming disaster. Passing by the school gate, he heard someone calling out to him. Instinctively, he turned his head. It was Mrs. Turing, wearing a thick black coat, pushing Mr. Turing's wheelchair. "Good morning, Little Wayne. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to try some savory cake I baked myself? Turing said kindly, pointing to a bag hanging from the wheelchair's armrest. Although Zhou Ning had his doubts about what kind of dark cuisine a savory cake might be, he couldn't bring himself to refuse the sweet elderly lady. He thanked her and accepted a still steaming piece of cake, taking a small bite. Although it looked suspicious, the taste was surprisingly good. The main ingredients seemed to be potatoes and eggs, with sausage and bacon mixed in, rich with savory flavor. Fantastic, Zhou Ning said with genuine praise. After chatting with Mr. Turing for a while, Zhou Ning bade them farewell with a smile and continued toward the street corner. Once he crossed to the other side of the street, his smile faded. Shaking his head slightly, he sighed. Through his aura reading technique, he could see Mrs. Turing's health line filled with black and dark brown threads. Twisted together, her condition was much worse than it appeared, even worse than the paralyzed Mr. If he guessed correctly, she had only 1 to 2 years left at most. With the current medical standards of this era, there was no way to cure such a serious illness. He wondered whether stronger alchemists might have a solution. He remembered that Mr. Turing himself was a very skilled alchemist. If he needed a large number of life cores to treat Mrs. Turing, that would definitely be a cause worth helping with. As these thoughts ran through his head, Zhou Ning arrived at a sparsely populated open lot not far from the Withers Higher Cathedral Square A planned construction site. It wasn't long before, as the countdown reached 0, a chill surged through his body. At that moment, black clouds suddenly gathered overhead, fierce winds rose, and in just moments a hurricane began forming over the lot. Zhou Ning. Why did this look even stronger than the first time he'd used the lucky clover? In the apocalypse world, there was an old saying, in the face of the weather, no matter how strong your power, you will always be small. His spiritual instincts told him he couldn't withstand the hurricane head-on. Without hesitation, he left the lot. It seemed that with the lucky clover, there really was no loophole to exploit. Chapter 238, Chapter 239, Adventurers Hall 1218 words. Chapter 239, Adventurers Hall. Because of the sudden gust of wind, passers-by hurried along, quickening their pace. Zhou Ning didn't stop. He headed straight down the main street, trying to get as far away from that whirlwind as possible to avoid harming anyone else. And sure enough, the intensity of his bad luck this time did not disappoint him. At the street corner, a merman, who had apparently escaped from some unknown circus, came charging straight toward him. Unfortunately, a patrol of police officers happened to be coming from the other direction. Though small in stature, the merman was still a bona fide extraordinary creature, and its blood was even corrosive. Without hesitation, the officers drew their guns and shot it dead. One of the guns misfired, hitting Zhou Ning in the arm, while the other 2 bullets tore through the merman's body. In Zhou Ning's stunned gaze, the creature's blood splattered all over him, eating several holes into his rather expensive black trench coat. And during all this, his observation hockey still didn't react at all. Zhou Ning could already imagine just how bad the next 2 hours were going to be. Sure enough, reality proved him right. Over the following stretch of time, misfortune stuck to him like a shadow, guns misfiring, lightning strikes, collapsing brick walls, all sorts of accidents happened one after another. None were fatal, but they left him dusty, disheveled, and utterly fed up. The earlier incidents were one thing, but what really broke his composure was a plume of thick smoke rising from the direction of the trade district. A gas lamp leak in an alchemy shop had instantly ignited. Zhou Ning's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't even have to think to know whose shop that was. The loss this time was probably another 1,500 vectas. In a sense, he was back to being a poor man again. Gritting his teeth, his heart aching, he cursed inwardly, "Damn you, lucky clover. If you've got the guts, come after me directly." When the 3-hour countdown finally ended, Zhou Ning let out a long breath and renewed his resolve to treat the lucky clover as his trump card, something he would never use again unless absolutely necessary. That thing had a knack for targeting what mattered most to him. If it couldn't hurt him directly, it would go after his money instead. If this kept up, Zhou Ning felt he'd be driven to an early grave from sheer frustration. After briefly calming himself, Zhou Ning took off the pitted, corroded coat and stowed it away in his inventory without looking at it again, then headed for his alchemy shop to see the damage for himself. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help exhaling when he saw the crowd of players gathered in front of the shop and the smoke still rising from inside. Renovations and restocking materials would probably cost around 2,000 vectas, and he didn't have that much on hand anymore. By this time, the players had noticed his arrival and quickly made way for him. "Boss, your shop blew up," they called out one after another. "Way to rub salt in the wound." Zhou Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing himself not to argue with this bunch of idiotic players. Instead, he calmly swept his gaze over them, increased his item prices by another 10%, and put the newly acquired healing skill up for sale. He chose to update his personal shop. Sure enough, the players immediately erupted with cries of "What the hell? And why is it even more expensive now?" One player immediately questioned him, "Boss, your stuff went up again." "That's right." Zhou Ning's face was expressionless as he nodded. "At first, everything was 20% off. Now it's just back to 10% off. Make sure to tell the others prices might return to the original soon. Prices are going up again later." Thanks to the effects of his deception specialty, the players never suspected that an NPC could bluff them. Their shopping instincts kicked in immediately, and they began lining up to hand over money and experience points. The numbers on his interface kept climbing. A warrior player was idly browsing the shop when his eyes landed on the skill Quick Heal. His jaw nearly hit the ground, and he trembled with excitement. Although the skill required spirit as its main stat, it could still restore 200 to 300 HP for him right now, and the cooldown was short, about 4 seconds. A warrior could absolutely sustain himself just by spamming heals. Plenty of others had the same thought, and Zhou Ning soon saw the shop's inventory dropping across the board. Just as he expected, people had to be pushed. These players wouldn't act until forced, but once prices went up, they started buying like crazy. Quick Heal sold the fastest, exactly as Zhou Ning had predicted, bringing him astronomical profits. It wasn't just warriors, even mages and wandering gunslingers were buying it. After all, who didn't need healing? In a short time, he sold 300 copies. At 15,000 EXP and 10 vectas each, that was 4.5 million EXP plus 3,000 vectas. Losses had to be recouped from the players, after all. Zhou Ning's foul mood lifted almost instantly. "Bet you didn't see that coming, Lucky Clover. The money you took from me just came right back in another form." And that wasn't all he gained. With the influx of new players these past few days, the once slow-moving wandering gunslinger job change scrolls were suddenly selling again, bringing in a nice chunk of income. In addition, he sold another devil fruit for 1,200 vectas, this one to a pro player from the whale club named Xing Yong. It turned out to be the tall, imposing giraffe fruit, just like Kaku's. Xing Yong declared himself head and shoulders above the rest, and was quite satisfied. The invitations to the Starry Sky Guild also trickled out, 12 in total, just enough to fill its 60-member cap. "Just wait, I'll bring you in soon," Zhou Ning thought. When players did quests for the Adventurers Guild or for him, both earned guild EXP, more for the former, less for the latter. Thanks to the players' hard work these past days, the guild was close to leveling up. Zhou Ning planned to head to the Adventurers Guild later to take on a bounty quest himself. Once he finally finished dealing with the players, around 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Ning closed early. Ignoring their protests, he casually posted a cleanup quest for the fire-damaged shop and left them to it, while he made his way to the Adventurers Guild in the Seton River district. Taking a public carriage, he arrived there with ease. Many adventurers were already gathered, most of them are Northlanders, some taking on quests, others chatting loudly, or subtly sizing up those who came and went. Zhou Ning's gaze swept over the crowd, finally locking onto a rough-looking Northlander sailor with a ruddy brown face. He recognized him immediately. This was the man who had sold him the Lucky Clover before. Now, Zhou finally understood why the moon looked so haggard. Chapter 239, Chapter 240, The Trail of the Lost Travelers 1156 words Chapter 240, The Trail of the Lost Travelers At this moment, the Northlander sailor hadn't recognized Zhou yet. He was toying with a black sailor's cap in his hands while checking the bounty board at the counter. Noticing Zhou gaze, he looked up and locked eyes with him. After a brief moment, he bared his teeth in a chilling, bloodthirsty grin seemingly warning Zhou, "Don't mess with me." A desperate outlaw, that was Zhou assessment of him. After the Northland Kingdom had fallen and become a colony contested by the Bryston Kingdom and the Sepharic Kingdom, a small number of Northlanders had gone back to piracy. But a much larger number had entered Bryston or Sepharic, turning into outlaws who dared to fight and kill for nothing but money. Zhou had no interest in provoking a fight with him, but he also had no intention of humoring him. Gathering his own aura, he swept the moon a faint glance. The other moon instantly froze. He felt as if he had been locked onto by an overwhelming presence, and an explosive sense of danger surged through him. He hurriedly averted his eyes and lowered his gaze. In barely 5 or 6 seconds, beads of cold sweat were already streaming down his forehead. This guy can't be messed with. The Northlander sailor silently made up his mind. Northlanders had a saying, bend or stand as the moment requires. When necessary, one should be both wary and cautious. So he dared not linger any longer, hastily making his exit. Zhou shook his head with a faint smile, then sat down in the spot the Northlander had vacated, and began checking the Adventurers Guild task list. As the capital of all capitals, Darkland was full of opportunities, and the Adventurers Guild in particular offered many missions with rich rewards. Zhou had the advantage of knowing the storyline, which allowed him to pick out relatively familiar quests. However, he quickly discovered that there were still many missions he couldn't take. Most bounty quests had reputation and guild rank requirements, and not low ones, either. Some combat contracts looked quite promising, often offering to unlock faction reputation. The best ones even rewarded rare blueprints or skills. Some were simple enough, but others were nothing short of suicide missions. For example, one quest called for the assassination of the Northlander pirate General Hank Lewis. Its mortality rate was 100%. The promised reward of 70,000 vecta was tempting, but no one in their right mind would take a job that offered no return trip. Zhou then searched for a task that would take him to Alsop Swamp in South Wales County. In his previous life, this mission had required him to find the trail of a pair of lost travelers deep in Alsop Swamp, and the reward had been very generous. Looking through the guild's postings, he quickly found the quest trail of the lost travelers and let out a small sigh of relief. Just like in his past life, it was classified as a B-rank mission, yet had no acceptance restrictions. "Hello, I'd like to take this task," Zhou told the staff, submitting his request. A reply came quickly, approved without issue. Guild mission, Trail of the Lost Travelers. Mission description: 2 followers of the Goddess of Life went hiking in Alsop Swamp, South Wales County, and have gone missing. Your task is to find their trail alive or dead. If they are dead, bring back their identification tags. Mission requirement: find the trail of the lost travelers. Reward: 320,000 EXP, 600 vectas, guild points plus 46, guild fame plus 5. This mission is very dangerous. Please be careful when carrying it out, the staff member said, handing Zhou the mission tag. All right, thank you for the reminder, Zhou replied with a smile. After that, he stopped by the Darkland Metropolitan Fair Housing Association to handle some property matters. He paid an 800 vectas deposit and arranged for them to renovate his house, then returned to his school dormitory. John wasn't there, only his dog, Polly, who was still snoring away. Zhou hadn't seen it for a while, and the dog had grown so fat it was practically a pig now, snoring loud enough to shake the room. Zhou twitched his mouth and headed into his own room. After resting for half an hour, a notification suddenly popped up on his interface. It turned out XB and Jins had completed their mission ahead of everyone else. Among all the players who had taken on the Undead's Trail series, they were the first to finish. Not bad exactly why I picked them, Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. They had completed the job in just 3 days. Zhou Ning could see the progress of each party. The fastest of the others hadn't even reached 70%. XB and Jin's quest had been the hidden truth, which required them to find a tattered diary in an abandoned mansion on Canary Street. When Zhou Ning checked his mission panel, he saw that one of the 5 related tasks was now marked completed. You have obtained Jeremy Wayne Aiden's diary, filled with obscure and indecipherable demonic script. The diary records how Jeremy Wayne Aiden, during a chance religious ritual, received the will of an evil god and began a path of brutal slaughter. Even the cover reeks of blood. Deliver the diary to the Sunwatcher, they can decipher its demonic writing. Zhou Ning was satisfied. All that remained was to hand the diary over to the Sunwatcher. By now, the whole thing was starting to feel more and more like a main storyline quest. He processed their rewards and posted the follow-up task. For the upcoming trip to South Wells County, Zhou Ning decided to bring them along. Jins, XB, and the others stood inside the abandoned Canary Street mansion, looking at the feedback from Wayne Sturwell on their mission panel. The quest had been complex, even including puzzle-solving elements. There were 3 undead creatures inside the mansion, each presenting a difficult riddle. They also had to complete numerous errands. The undead only retained partial memories from before their deaths, so the team had to run all over the place, piece together clues from all 3 riddles, and finally reconstruct the full memory to obtain the diary. Jins, who in her previous life had maxed out her reputation grind with Leandro, and was renowned as a tireless grind queen, took the lead. Through their relentless effort, they had finally cleared the mission. When Zhou Ning's confirmation came through on the task panel, the players checked their rewards, a hefty 160,000 EXP and, to their surprise, a combat skill, sword conceals gun. Well worth the effort. Even better, there was a follow-up. The next step was to bring the diary to the main character at Darkland Station before 6 o'clock, and then accompany him on his next mission. Chapter 240, Chapter 241, South Wells County 1279 words. Chapter 241, South Wells County. The benefits of following the protagonist went without saying. Just look at what Qingbai Wild Sake and Haiqing had gained. Through the task rewards from the meteorological tide, they had picked up several rare skills and an enormous amount of experience, keeping them at the top of the level rankings even now. The group, brimming with excitement, had waited impatiently for night to come. They stocked up on bullets and potions, bringing their game mode to maximum intensity, and headed straight for the Darkland steam train station with the resolve to pull an all-nighter. Amid the throngs at the Darkland station, they immediately spotted Zhou Ning, white shirt, leisurely expression, standing there as if the rush of the crowd had nothing to do with him. There was no helping it. Compared to other NPCs, the protagonist's presence really was on a whole different level. Wayne, here's that diary we found in the abandoned mansion, Wrath of Thunder Chasing Wind said, handing Zhou Ning a small notebook. Oh, and we also found this badge next to it. Zhou Ning took it and gave it a glance. Sure enough, it matched the quest description, heavy with a strong, almost choking scent of blood. The writing on it was obscure and strange, likely the demonic script mentioned in the quest, radiating an ominous air. By his own estimation, the trip to South Wells County would take 2 to 3 days, so there was no rush to hand it over to the Sunwatchers until they returned. The badge itself was only about the size of a dragon's eye, inscribed in ruined script with, "The only way to gain wisdom is to buy it with your youth." On the back, there were detailed gathering instructions. December 21, 1452, 2 a.m., Sea of Mists Estuary. It was most likely a secretive extraordinary gathering, probably even an evil-aligned one. Since the date was still far off, Zhou Ning didn't dwell on it and simply tossed it into his inventory. Well done, Zhou Ning said sincerely, giving them a wave. Let's move out. The Darkland steam train station had a direct route to South Wells County, on the same line that led to Temple Port. The trip took about 3 to 4 hours. The fare wasn't too steep, third class for 2 vectas, second class for 5, and first class for 15. After buying 6 second-class tickets, Zhou Ning led the players onto the train. They had barely stepped into the carriage when Zhou Ning caught sight, out of the corner of his eye, of a figure making its way toward him through the crowd. He looked up and to his surprise, it was his roommate, John. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What are the odds? What are you doing here?" John walked up, throwing an arm over Zhou Ning's shoulder with a grin. "I've got some business in Southwells County," Zhou Ning replied with a smile. "What a coincidence, I'm heading there too to deal with some family matters." John turned and pointed toward a seat in the first-class carriage up ahead. Following his gesture, Zhou Ning saw a group of 6 or 7 people. At the head was a slightly portly gentleman who bore a resemblance to John, wearing a black tailcoat with a green cat's eye gemstone pin on the lapel. Beside him sat an attractive middle-aged woman with a graceful figure and a mature charm. Flanking the two were a big and a small child, likely John's younger brother and sister, both of whom also resembled him. In fact, his sister looked like a carbon copy, female version of John. Around them stood several servants helping with the luggage, radiating an air of prestige. This, without doubt, was the father John had once spoken of, the man who ruled the old city's red light district. Zhou Ning recalled John mentioning that his father was preparing to donate money to a political party in order to secure a hereditary title. The price, well, it was far beyond what someone like Zhou Ning could imagine. A viscount's seat alone cost 250,000 vectas, and a baron could go for over 600,000. The joys of the rich were truly unfathomable. Suppressing a twinge of envy, Zhou Ning lifted the brim of his hat and greeted them. Through the conversation, he learned that John's family home was in Southwells County, and they were returning because of some trouble there. After a brief exchange, Zhou Ning returned to his seat as the steam train began to move. The route from Darkland to Southwells County passed through 2 large arc-shaped regions of unpredictable weather. The conditions there could be bizarre, especially in the latter area, where hurricanes often formed in September. They were lucky this time: no hurricanes, no elemental creature attacks. From just past 6 p.m. until after 10 p.m., the trip was smooth, and the train finally rolled into Southwells County. Stepping off the train, Zhou Ning was met with a chill in the air, colder than the warm carriage, and couldn't help shivering. "Want to stay at my place for a few days?" John asked. "We've got an empty manor on Iron Cross Street, you can stay there." Zhou Ning. Listen to that textbook capitalist arrogance. Smiling, he shook his head. "I won't be here long. If I need anything, I'll come find you." There was no time to waste. Players in Southwells County had been waiting eagerly for him. He couldn't afford to dawdle. When he reached the plaza, a few idle players spotted him. At first they couldn't believe it, but once they confirmed it really was Zhou Ning, they were ecstatic, swarming toward him. Soon, forum posts about Wayne Sturwell arriving in Southwells County exploded like a stone thrown into a pond. The players here had long been anticipating this moment. Fortune had finally turned. After watching others enjoy the male god up close, it was finally their turn. It was nearly midnight, but players' body clocks were never fixed. In no time, the plaza was packed with more people than he'd seen in Westland Town or Darkland. The moment Zhou Ning appeared, countless players surged forward, a dense crowd lining up to give him money and experience. Compared to the previous 2 starter towns, the players here were lower level, around 12 or 13 on average, because the nearby monsters were tougher, and they couldn't switch to the early game powerhouse gunslinger like in the other towns. They needed his help even more. As usual, Zhou Ning opened his personal shop and taught skills, switching to idle mode as players queued up. Player XXX bought your job transfer book. You received 11 vectas. Your shooting mastery was learned. You gained 2,000 EXP and 11 rose hens. Your Mozambique shooting technique was learned. You gained 12,000 EXP and 44 rose hens. Your dodge was learned. You gained 3,000 EXP and 11 rose hens. He had to marvel at the players' spending power. Even after raising prices, they still bought as if money were no object. Zhou Ning understood the sentiment if he were in their shoes. Faced with such a handsome, mysterious, and powerful skill mentor, he'd join the gunslinger ranks too. The only pity was that the Starry Sky Guild had no more openings, otherwise, his sales in this mere hour could have broken records. He didn't bother calculating the exact total before long. His funds had returned to a comfortable 9,000 vectas. Given the late hour, Zhou Ning wrapped up his business and found a place to stay for the night. According to what he remembered from his previous life, the Alsop Marsh was just 5 kilometers southwest of Southwells County, and he planned to check it out tomorrow. Chapter 241, Chapter 242, The City of Miracles 1182 words Chapter 242, The City of Miracles. Zhou Ning was staying in a 2-story inn, built in the typical old-fashioned Fauric style. Prices here were noticeably higher than in Darkland or West Lin Town. One room alone cost 3 vectas a night, but Zhou Ning wasn't a stingy man. After all, the wool comes from the sheep's back. He booked a separate room for each of them without hesitation. The players were all the restless sort. Not long after settling in, they headed out to stroll around, hoping to trigger quests in this new area. Only XB was a textbook couch potato. He didn't go anywhere, sticking to Zhou Ning's side the whole time. Zhou Ning didn't try to stop them, letting them scatter wherever they pleased. These were all potential players he had personally chosen. While he was training them himself, he also needed to give them space to develop on their own. That way, they could make the most of their abilities. Just then, a light rain began to fall outside. Zhou Ning shut the doors and windows, casually lit the gas stove, then pulled a small workbench and some materials from his inventory to start making bullets and firearms. The enthusiasm of the Southwells County novice village players had exceeded his expectations. What was meant to be stock for 2 or 3 days had been cleared out by more than half in just over an hour. Zhou Ning could only work overtime to replenish the goods, pain and joy in equal measure. After a while, Zhou Ning went downstairs for a quick bite. Just as he was heading back to his room, he saw John walk in with a smile. "Wayne, want to go out for a stroll? There's something I'd like to talk to you about while we're at it." "Wait, how did you know we were staying here?" XB asked curiously, live stream still running. "That's easy. This inn is part of my family's property," John said, assuming XB was Zhou Ning's follower. Out of respect for Zhou Ning, he nodded politely to XB, shrugged, and added, "Simple as that." "I knew it." Zhou Ning nodded without concern. "Lead the way." John grabbed 2 umbrellas from the stand and tossed them to Zhou Ning and XB before heading out. As one of only 2 places in the apocalypse world where the element of life was active, Southwells County wasn't just an excellent seaport with a large number of sailors and a stationed navy. It was also a famous tourist destination, and even more renowned than Darkland for its red light district. The active life element here also fueled an overabundance of hormones. Especially after midnight, the streets would be lined with streetwalkers in all sorts of cosplay outfits, one of the Bryston Kingdom's specialty industries. Along the way, Zhou Ning even spotted couples laughing and slipping hand in hand into dark alleys, not the least bit concerned about the rain. "So this is Southwells County's style, huh?" John, who had been born here, was long accustomed to the sight. "But as a friend, I'd still advise you not to pick up women here if you can help it." "How come?" XB asked, intrigued. Ever since they arrived, he'd been looking all around, clearly fascinated by the red light district and seriously considering experiencing it firsthand. "This is Wells County, the City of Miracles. The women here might pull something out that's bigger than yours." John's eyes flicked over XB's little animal before he chuckled. XB wasn't thrilled by the disdainful glance at his little animal, but his curiosity for the game world's history and anecdotes was greater, and he knew how to stir up audience interest. "Why do they call Wells County the City of Miracles?" he pressed. "For a very simple reason. This city once witnessed a miracle of life." John seemed in the mood for a story. About 120 years ago, in 1332, 3 northern pirates, the pirate general Storm, Wilt, his first mate Savage Wardhouse, and his second mate Suspenders Jacquin, were defeated by the Darkland Navy stationed nearby. Forced ashore with a huge amount of treasure, they fled into Wells County. On the third day of their arrival, a life element extreme weather event occurred, blanketing most of the county in dense life energy. Because Storm Wilt had many lives on his hands, and had just looted a large merchant ship from Lavendel, the Navy and the local church of the life goddess pursued them relentlessly, chasing them deep into the Alsop marshes where they vanished. Half a year later, when Storm Wilt was finally captured along with his 2 loyal lieutenants, people were stunned to find that Savage Wardhouse and Suspenders Jacqueline had become women and were both pregnant with Storm Wilt's children. At first, no one believed it, but repeated identification confirmed it. The two had turned from male to female during the life element event, with complete physiological transformation. In the end, Storm Wilt was hanged, Wardhouse died in prison of fever, and Jacqueline gave birth to twins in prison before passing away in 1395. Because of this miracle of life, Wells County became the dream destination for men who wanted to become women. Even now, there are statues of Wardhouse and Jacqueline in the square. No exaggeration, over 80% of the ladies in the alleys are actually men, especially here in South Wales. So never trust your eyes here. A man might be a woman, but a woman is even more likely to be a man. Holy crap. XP couldn't help feeling relieved that he had asked. Otherwise, he might have ended up comparing sizes with a lady here. Looking at John's pleasant smile, he couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Take a guess." John chuckled. Even Zhou Ning's gaze sharpened at that. Damn, could this guy really be a gender-changed woman? "I'm 100% man," John said with a shrug and a smile, before turning into a bar on the left side of the street called the Defender. The bar had the typical red light district vibe, full of young, alluring dancers. But thanks to John's earlier education, both XB and Zhou Ning were in monk-like, pure-hearted states of mind. Pausing at the entrance for a few seconds, Zhou Ning spotted several sailors and marines among the patrons and, as if fate insisted on it, he saw that northern sailor again on the far side of the bar. This time, the man had a sailor's rapier at his waist, and judging by Zhou Ning's eye, likely a pistol tucked under his chest. Beside him were several other towering, well-muscled northerners, each over 1.9 meters tall. What a coincidence, meeting again in another city, hundreds of kilometers away. Zhou Ning didn't know if it was their bad luck or his. He withdrew his gaze, slipped off his ring, and followed John to the bar counter, tapping the table lightly. "A light beer. 1 roast hen." The bartender took the money and slid a glass over. "Want to talk over a card game?" "They've got weather cards here," John suggested, pointing to a booth. Zhou Ning nodded casually and followed him to the booth. Chapter 242, Chapter 243, Richie Burke 1506 words. Chapter 243, Richie Burke. The three of them sat down in a booth. John casually picked up a deck of weather cards that had been placed by the table, glanced at XB, and asked, "Want to join in?" XB suddenly felt a little nervous. Although he had always called himself an esports gambling king in the live stream, he had never actually played weather cards before. He swallowed hard, then nodded. "I'll give it a try." John chuckled, began shuffling, and dealt the cards. "Wayne, if I remember right, you're quite a capable supernatural, aren't you?" "Fairly capable, I suppose." Zhou Ning nodded slightly, picked up his glass of Jean High Pale beer, and took a small sip. "Then you'll have to help me figure something out." John finished dealing the cards and began arranging his own hand as he spoke. "I remember telling you once that I'd seen a ghost." Zhou Ning searched his memory but couldn't recall it. Keeping his expression neutral, he replied with a non-committal, "And then? A month ago, I went back to my hometown. That night, I ran into this ghost, a distinguished-looking old man in a judicial wig who kept sighing gloomily. Later, I saw a portrait in my family's old house and realized it was my great-grandfather Sean Fowler, who once served as the Bryce Town naval minister and as mayor of South Wales." John spoke with lingering unease, telling the story while playing his cards. It turned out that ever since he encountered Sean Fowler's ghost that night, the servants who had stayed behind in the family estate at Darkland had begun spotting the old man pacing by the front door every few days, with the sightings becoming more and more frequent. Given the seriousness of the matter, the family had rushed back to deal with it. It did sound a bit like Zhou Ning's own experience. Perhaps there was some connection. He thought for a moment, then looked at John and said seriously, "My advice is to find the Sunwatchers or the Circle of the Earth. They've got plenty of experts in the occult, and should be able to handle this. Maybe it's because I grew up under the red flag, but when something happens, my first thought is always to call the authorities." That's what I thought too, but my dad wouldn't have it. This is what he said to me at the time, "Bloody hell, that's your great-grandfather. You want the followers of the sun goddess to purify him out of existence." John imitated his father's tone vividly. That was a good point. Most likely the ascetic church really would purify a ghost. And the stricter circle of the earth would probably do the same. If Zhou Ning handled it himself, well, the only thing he could really do was feed the ghost some bullets. John's dad would probably have his head for that. He thought a moment and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I can only use physical means, and my methods are. Maybe try the Church of the Goddess of Life. They should be gentler." John gave a wry smile and nodded. "That's what we're doing now. Forget it, let's drop this topic and keep playing." 10 minutes later, XB's face was ashen. He had lost most of his chips in that short time. John's expression had also paled, his eyes flickering as he began to regret ever inviting Wayne Sturwell to play cards. Then came another round of all-in. On the surface, XB had the biggest hand, a blizzard big snow plus rainstorm big rain combo. In reality, it was blizzard big snow medium snow plus rainstorm big rain, a full house with 3+2. Hoping to win it back, XB shoved in all his money, holding his breath, and waiting for Zhou Ning to reveal his cards. "This round, there's no way I can lose. If I do, I'll eat my optical brain," XB vowed confidently in the live stream. But just then, a tall man with a scar on his chin walked over, holding his drink, and sat down next to Zhou Ning. "Hey, handsome, are you here in Southwells waiting for a miracle?" he said, raising his glass and leaning closer. Now that was bold. He immediately looked at the man with respect. Then XB deliberately scooted back a little, didn't want to get sprayed with blood, but still kept his hand firmly over his cards. This was his chance to win it all back. Zhou Ning slowly looked up, his gaze cold. Using observation hockey, he could faintly sense that the northern sailor from earlier was watching him from a distance along with his companions. "We've done our research. There are certain special spots where, when the miracle of life arrives, you can change from male to female. If you'd be willing to come with me. First, send someone he didn't know to stir trouble. Then, once he retaliated, rush in together to start a fight." Such a tired, predictable trick, and very typical of northern men, cowardly and cautious when at a disadvantage, but aggressive and provocative when they thought they had the upper hand. Zhou Ning closed his cards, picked up his beer, took a sip, and set it down. Without warning, he reached out and grabbed the man's already thinning hair. He slammed the man's head down onto the table, splinters flying as blood sprayed from his nose. Cups and chips on the table bounced from the impact. Then Zhou Ning stood, released his grip, and gave him a light push, sending him collapsing backward to the floor. The other patrons quickly scattered, and as Zhou Ning expected, a group of guards rushed in alongside the northern sailors. As expected. Zhou Ning smiled faintly, stood, and moved to meet the approaching sailors. In an instant, a silent wave of conquerors' hockey swept over them. Without bothering to control his targets, everyone in the wave's path, patrons, guards, collapsed unconscious. Only the northern sailors, with their decent mental strength, remained on their feet, albeit briefly stunned. Zhou Ning didn't stop his forward charge. In just a few steps, he reached a familiar face, quietly drew his ebony pistol, pressed the muzzle to the man's forehead, and smiled. "Heard you were looking for me. I surrender." The northern sailor's mouth went dry. He had already fallen for Zhou Ning's tricks once at the Adventurers Guild. Even though he had been wary this time, there was no escaping it. True to northern tradition, he simply raised both hands. Richie Burke. I used to be a pirate. Richie Burke gave a bitter smile. I mean no harm. I just thought you were following me to Southwells, so I wanted to warn you. If possible, under the prisoner exchange rules, I'm willing to pay 1,600 vectas to buy freedom for myself and my companions, 8 people in total. 3,200 vectas, and you're free. Zhou Ning's voice was calm. He remembered all too clearly that he had paid a high price of 3,350 vectas to get that lucky clover from Richie Burke. You fleeced me that badly, and you still want to pay less. The pain of handing over such a huge sum made Richie want to refuse, but his northern instinct for self-preservation made him agree. When one of Richie's underlings finally handed over the 3,200 vectas in cash, Zhou Ning holstered his pistol, spun it once lightly in his hand before it vanished into his palm, and tipped his hat at Richie. You're free. Feel free to come find me again next time. There won't be a next time. Richie watched the young man in the black coat and hat walk a few steps, then suddenly turned back. I want to know, why have you come to Southwells? To search for. Can I choose not to answer that? Richie gave a strained smile. As you wish. Zhou Ning didn't press the issue. He returned to his seat, glanced at the dumbfounded John and the starry-eyed XB, and pushed their chips back to them. Let's go. Wayne, I didn't know you were this strong. This was the second time John had seen Zhou Ning in action, and compared to last time, this was enough to shock him for a whole year. He grabbed Zhou Ning's shoulder excitedly, bombarding him with questions. Do you think I've got the talent to be a gunslinger? XB, meanwhile, was still hung up on the earlier round of cards. He quietly lifted Zhou Ning's previously folded hand from the table and froze. It was another royal flush. This guy's a gambling god, isn't he? On the other side, only after Zhou Ning stopped looking their way did Richie Burke relax and hurry out of the bar. That guy's terrifying. He only let out a silent sigh once they were far away. Are we still going into the Alsop swamp? One of his men asked. Of course we are. And we'll go early, we can't let anyone else get there first. Richie Burke's tone was firm. Chapter 243, Chapter 244, The Second Bonus Map Journey 12 words. Chapter 244, The Second Bonus Map Journey. Richie Burke had once been the subordinate of the famous pirate, treasure expert Sydney, serving as the first mate of the MYRNY Rooster and carrying a bounty of 5,000 vectas. His captain, Sydney, was none other than the star of the Wiltshire Miracle, son of Storm Wilt and Overall's Jacqueline. 5 years ago, Captain Sydney led Richie Burke and the others on an expedition into the Sea of Mists. They had come across a sailor's logbook in a compendium of northern historical records. A sailor, who had once served on the ship of a certain Fauric emperor. As a shaman, Captain Sydney possessed the rare skill of reading and writing. Using the logbook as their guide, they retraced that emperor's route through the Sea of Mists, discovering the Island of Giants, Dragon Island, and even islands not mentioned in the logbook, such as those inhabited by the remnants of the elves, the avian race, and other extraordinary peoples. Eventually, they found the emperor's first stash of treasure on a small island. Among the loot were some riches, a sword, an item called the Lucky Clover, and a map that supposedly led to the legendary Great Treasure. Relying on the Lucky Clover, they managed to navigate through the dangerous currents deep within the Sea of Mists and reached an unknown island. There they not only found more treasure but also stumbled upon grand ruins, within which they discovered a book. As a shaman and a reader, Captain Sydney was deeply fond of the book and intended to take it with him. But once the Lucky Clover's time expired, Sydney suddenly went mad, mutating into a monstrous creature with the ability to unleash floods and lightning, and attacked the crew. Fortunately, Richie Burke acted quickly. He and the other sailors took turns using the Lucky Clover, barely managing to escape Sydney's assault and flee to the MYRNY Rooster moored at the island shore. Although Richie Burke, as first mate, had always been at odds with second mate Aaron Ingersoll, the deadly crisis forced them to work closely together. In the process of repeatedly using the Lucky Clover, they discovered its greatest flaw: if the same person used it repeatedly, their luck would gradually weaken while their bad luck would steadily increase. By strictly taking turns in a set order, they endured countless hardships and finally made it back to land. But the moment they docked, Aaron Ingersoll tore off his mask of civility. While his luck was up and Richie's misfortune was peaking, he declared himself the new captain, exiling Richie according to Northern pirate custom. Richie and his small crew were given only a gun, a sword, and a bottle of liquor before being thrown off the ship. The Lucky Clover, now seen as a burden, was tossed to him as well. Now, driven by his desire for revenge on Aaron Ingersoll, Richie Burke's greatest goal was to find the treasure Captain Sidney had once mentioned, loot stolen by Sidney's father, Storm Wilt, from a treasure ship out of Lavendel, hidden deep within a cave in the Alsop swamp. The problem was, Aaron Ingersoll had the same idea. Word had it the MYRNY rooster had already been spotted in nearby waters. Compared to finding the treasure, Richie considered his grudge with that terrifying young man a minor issue. Besides, he wasn't confident he could win in a fight. Sure, pirates lived by the code of vengeance, but a Northlander knew the value of bending before breaking. Richie sighed to himself. After sending off Richie Burke and his slightly Pirates of the Caribbean-esque crew, Zhou Ning had no interest in lingering at the bar with John and XB, and the three of them left. As a normal young man, he was tempted to meet a few girls and have a fling in this foreign port, but with players around, he had to maintain his image, so that option was off the table. XB was still stuck on the earlier card game, ranting to the live stream chat. I mean, how was I supposed to know the main guy would hit a royal flush? I had a full house, and the odds of him getting that were only 1%. Out of 7 hands, he pulled 5 royal flushes like some gambling god. When I saw that last royal flush, I was stunned. Fine, I'll owe you the brain food for now. It'll taste better when we have enough to share. So XB's tradition of owing brain food started all the way back here. Zhou Ning almost couldn't keep a straight face. If nothing else, before Zhou Ning's last trip across worlds, XB had owed enough brain food to open a sizable internet cafe. At the inn's entrance, Zhou Ning declined John's invitation to visit the red light district. With a trace of regret, he said his goodbyes. He'd only taken a few steps when John called after him, "Wait, one more thing, you remember the investor I mentioned last time? He's agreed to sponsor our Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. This weekend, take some time to come back to campus and I'll introduce you. I guarantee he's the perfect backer you could imagine." John grinned. Zhou Ning, intrigued by the prospect, readily agreed. When he returned to the inn, the other 4 players had also come back. Hearing XB describe his earlier encounter, which sounded suspiciously like a hidden quest, they all regretted not going with him. Zhou Ning excused himself, returned to his room, and read for a while, fulfilling the daily reading quota needed to maintain his clan ability. Then he suddenly frowned. He'd forgotten something important. Zhou Ning slapped his forehead. He'd nearly made a fatal mistake. He'd forgotten to buy the Spider-Man template. This was the template he hadn't been able to afford during his last journey. Today had been so busy he almost let it slip again. He quickly opened the travel simulator. Since buying a template required a trip, he checked his travel coin balance. The Hall of Curiosities reward had given him 50 coins, his travel refund was 136, and with the 2 coins from overnight, he now had a grand total of 188. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning selected the bonus map to continue his journey. Preparing for travel. Travel coins minus 180. Please select travel mode. Direct travel. Travel using a parallel world template. Travel using a random template. Zhou Ning hurriedly chose the second option, and when he looked inside, holy crap, that was close. He'd only bought the Golf Master Zhou Ning template earlier, and the timers for Spider Sense Zhou Ning, and the hidden One Piece Zhou Ning template were about to expire. It was already 12:50 a.m. Only 12 minutes remained before the precious Spider-Man template would be wiped. And this was the perfect moment to exploit the Lucky Clover bug. The price for the template was 600 coins. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning topped up 5,920 vectas and bought it. Then he instantly locked onto the One Piece Zhou Ning hidden template, and began the journey. On the card, the version of himself wearing a dark red coat sharpened into focus, standing tall with a cold gaze fixed on the horizon. Behind him, a towering black ship cut through the waves, charging forward. Chapter 244, Chapter 245, Pirate King, Zhou Ning 1131 words. Chapter 245, Pirate King, Zhou Ning. One Piece Pirate King Zhou Ning. His personality, wise, calm, and ambitious. His talents, Tony Stark purple, mermaid blue, portable elder mentor purple. His skills, devil fruit creation expert, armament hockey grandmaster, observation hockey master, conquerors hockey master, Ironman suit crafting advanced, scientific research ability grandmaster, along with countless densely packed navigation-related skills. Only now did Zhou Ning's stifled mood finally ease. After struggling in a battle of wits with the Lucky Clover for so long, this was the first time he felt he had truly gotten the better of it. Clearly, he had a hidden template for traversal, but had deliberately refrained from using it, forcing himself not to even think about it, waiting until the unlucky streak had passed before activating it. But thinking about it more carefully, this could very well have been yet another trap set by the Lucky Clover. As a supernatural being, his memory should be flawless, yet he somehow couldn't remember to buy this Spider Sense Zhou Ning template, nor to use the hidden template, both of which were crucial. Zhou Ning suspected this was actually part of the bad luck effect, a real headache. You have chosen the Pirate King, Zhou Ning, for traversal. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are the subverter of the celestial dragon's rule, the one who brought the great age of pirates to an end. You are the Pirate King, master of the seas, protector of the four seas, a legend and a living myth. You command a towering battleship seemingly from the depths of hell, and possess technological power far beyond this world's era. What changes will you bring to this world? Let's wait and see. Current world exploration rate, 40. When it reaches 66.7%, you will unlock permission to access the next map. The next map will be a bonus random map, with difficulty and setting completely random. It has currently been confirmed as Level 5 Dungeon, Tempestuous Seas. Traversal coins earned in bonus maps will be multiplied by 2, and you will receive one additional reward you can bring out of this world. This reward is not limited to items or skills. Therefore, you must explore this world as much as possible. If you die in the simulation, the game ends. Now boarding the time machine. Traversal complete. Note: when using a template for traversal, you may freely choose the time and location. Note: template characters possess a degree of subjective initiative, and can sometimes act unexpectedly. You did not choose the time or location for traversal. You have been randomly transported to the waters of the Caribbean in the year 1716. From this moment on, the wheels of history begin to turn. April 9, 1716, you appear on the waters of the Caribbean, aboard your flagship, the Pluton. Not far away is a small pirate fleet of 4 ships. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the steel monstrosity that is the Pluton, they do not flee, but instead move in for a boarding battle, intent on capturing it. Who gave them such courage? For what most people would call a nightmare start, you find it merely amusing. Though these ships might be considered mid-tier vessels in this world, the gap compared to a legendary ship is obvious. They are nothing but small fry before you. The Pluton fired only 2 shots to sink the 2 ships charging in the lead. The Pluton's fearsome display instantly shattered their courage. When your ship reached speeds of over 18 knots, they quickly raised the white flag. There were still some twists upon seeing that you were alone aboard. Your captives tried to resist. But after some friendly negotiations involving conquerors hockey and armament hockey, they willingly complied. Through conversation, you learned their leader was Tuval, a rather well-known pirate who operated on the trade routes between the Mediterranean, Europe, and the New World, with a bounty of 6,000 gold coins. Such an amount makes him a great pirate. You were stunned, but perhaps he was exactly the kind of subordinate you needed. Tuval was a somewhat grim-looking middle-aged pirate from Marseille, a maritime trade hub on France's southern coast. His usual targets were merchant ships traveling between Europe and the New World. After seizing goods, he would head to Port Royal to fence them. When he attacked you, he had just finished plundering a ship from the New World island of Montserrat. Over the next few days, you completely subdued Tuval with your leadership charisma and the aura of the Pirate King. He initially refused to submit, but after several failed escape attempts, mutiny attempts, and assassination attempts followed by a thorough beating, he became your devoted follower, much like Brynd Morton or Enel in another world, obediently taking the post of your first mate. According to Tuval, you are currently in the waters near the Leeward Islands. Even at the Pluton, cruising speed of 18 to 20 knots, it would take about 3 days to reach Port Royal. Bonus map special commentary. In places you have yet to see, the entire pirate world now knows that a new legendary vessel has appeared on the seven seas, the fifth one after the Flying Dutchman, the Queen and Revenge, the Silent Mary, and the dreadnought, a pitch-black steel warship. On your voyage to Port Royal, more than one pirate ship encountered the Pluton. April 12, 1716, when the Pluton docked at Port Royal, you could clearly feel the fear from your peers. Being back on Earth felt pretty good. The city's architecture reminded you of the West Blue from the Pirate King's world, rugged in style. The air here was thick with both freedom and decadence, something you found familiar. Aside from the many fierce-looking pirates coming and going, there were also plenty of British soldiers in red coats. If you weren't mistaken, the pirates and the Navy seemed to have reached some kind of understanding, colluding and using each other. Very interesting. With your abilities, establishing yourself in this world is naturally no problem. But thanks to your experiences in the One Piece world, your ambitions have inevitably grown. Your sights are set far beyond merely establishing a foothold. You want to influence this world in every possible way, and your ambitions are greater still. From what you know, this is now the trade and transport hub of the Caribbean, and the most decadent city in human history. Any shameful crime can be found here. To conquer the Caribbean, you must begin by securing a foothold in this city. With Tuval's introduction, you spent a few days here, and through your leadership charm and more importantly, the fame of being captain of the Pluton, you recruited a large group of pirates, giving your forces their initial shape. Chapter 245, Chapter 246, Silent Mary. 1117 words. Chapter 246, Silent Mary. You're underestimating how enticing the Pluton is to the pirates of this world. Greed, deceit, cunning, treachery, and reverence for strength are the core themes of pirate life here. Although you don't know much about the history of pirates from your previous life, you still recognize a few future big names among those who've pledged themselves to you. One of them is a sailor named Sam Bellamy, now still a down-and-out seaman, but in the future, history will remember him as the Pirate Prince, active in the Caribbean and becoming one of the most feared pirates of all time. At this moment, the man has yet to make his mark. Still, recruiting a future legendary pirate is no doubt a boon. Since he had notable management skills even in your previous life, you appoint him as bosun. April 19, 1716. After recruiting a group of formidable pirates, you and the Pluton inevitably become the focus of Port Royal. But you're in no rush to set sail. Instead, you have Tuval and Bellamy sell off the loot you seized earlier, stockpile funds, and bide your time. By merging Tuval's ship with several new recruits' vessels, your fleet now numbers 10 ships. While the term pirate crew isn't exactly in vogue here, you stick to the tradition from the One Piece world and name your band the Pineapple Pirates, flying a flag emblazoned with a skull sporting a pineapple-shaped hairstyle. This is your one non-negotiable point. April 22, 1716, after days of silence, just as expected, Port Royal's British governor, Weatherby Swan, finally loses patience and invites you to the governor's mansion for a meeting. Historically, this year marks the peak of pirate activity in the Caribbean. Britain alone issued 1,763 letters of marque, allowing pirates to act as government agents and legal privateers against the Spanish Armada. When you arrive, Swan's purpose is exactly what you anticipated. He first tries to negotiate for the Pluton on behalf of the British Crown, offering land and a title in exchange. When you refuse, he invites you instead to serve as a commissioned privateer for Britain. For someone who once ruled the entire sea, becoming a privateer to fight for England and the East India Trading Company is laughable. But it fits into your short-term plan. You still need an official facade. After Swan offers generous terms funding, tax exemptions, and free supplies, you reluctantly agree. To you, the contract is just a piece of scrap paper you can tear up at any time. Meanwhile, Tuval doesn't disappoint. Together with Bellamy, he quickly fences all the stolen goods and amasses some wealth. You're finally ready to start changing this world in various ways. After consulting your crew, you decide to remain in Port Royal until the end of June, setting sail only after hurricane season passes. In these 2 months, you've got quite a bit to do. Building an Ironman suit is impossible. Technology is 300 years behind and you're not looking to leap too far ahead. Casually, you hammer together a steam engine. You have unlocked the achievement, Steam Age. April 26, 1716, something strange happens. Who would have thought that Grandpa in the Ring trope exists on Earth too? Your ring starts talking in a guttural, trilled Spanish. It takes you a while to understand it. This isn't Roger or Goodwin, but a man named Hernán Cortés, who died in 1547. Hernán Cortés. You pause. Anyone who knows history has heard the name. One of the most famous conquerors of the Age of Discovery, a Spanish navigator, military leader, an explorer who, with fewer than 1,000 men, conquered the Aztec Empire population in the millions in just 2 years. From your conversation, you discern Cortez's true nature. Unlike Roger or Goodwin, he is more like a true pirate, greedy, cunning, perceptive. Though he bears you no malice, he certainly underestimates you. After some negotiation, he makes his request: find the sea goddess Calypso and find a way to resurrect him. In exchange, he will teach you all his black magic and tell you the location of the treasure he left after conquering the Aztecs, a mysterious island, the route to which passes a deadly island and the legendary Mermaid Island. You have to admit, Cortés knows exactly how to exploit your love for the sea and taste for adventure. After some thought, you agree to his terms. April 29, 1716, you mount your steam engine on a sailing ship. At first, Cortés and your crew don't understand what you're doing. But when the steam engine pushes the ship forward at over 15 knots, everyone realizes a new era yours, and the seas has arrived. April 29 to June 29, 1716, as in the One Piece world and the Apocalypse world, you improve the sails and upgrade the cannons. The Pineapple Pirates now surpass other ships in firepower, speed, and stability. You also attempt to create devil fruits in this world. With the alchemy and life alchemy you learned from Goodwin, it's theoretically possible, but your research shows some essential elements are missing. Perhaps cooperation with local alchemists will be necessary. June 30, 1716, the Pineapple Pirates leave Port Royal, heading north. As a refined pirate and one-time guardian of the four seas, you have no interest in plundering merchant ships. Your targets are slave ships, warships, and rival pirates. On the open sea, the Pluton is nearly synonymous with invincibility. The other steam-powered ships in your fleet have a decisive edge in maneuverability. Anyone targeted by your fleet has little hope of escape. In just half a month, you make a name for yourself in the Caribbean. Notably, you haven't attacked a single merchant ship, nor has a single civilian died at your hands. July 14, 1716, you even defeat the Silent Mary, commanded by Spain's infamous Butcher of the Seas Salazar. Historically, this ship crushed all pirate kings, routed the British Navy, and upheld Spain's naval supremacy. This was a clash of legends. Against this 1,000-ton, 88-gun juggernaut, you pay the price of 2 ships sunk before finally defeating and capturing her. July 23, 1716, you haven't neglected training. Though already at the peak of your strength, you find Cortés's black magic surprisingly useful. His unique magic can weaken enemies and even influence whether to gain an edge in naval battles. For example, grinding cocoa powder, boza stone, and daisy root into a powder and casting it with black magic can create a brief localized storm. Unfortunately, your talent for black magic is limited. It will take time to master. In this time, your relationship with Cortés grows quickly. Under the combined weight of your strength and charisma, you've become quite good friends. If this were a certain kind of unmentionable romance game, you could have already unlocked his route. Chapter 246, Chapter 247, Newton. 1219 words. Chapter 247, Newton. Of course, you had no intention of pursuing him romantically. Even after all your worldly experiences, your tastes remain perfectly normal. You prefer well-proportioned, mature women with full figures. After hearing your description of devil fruits, Cortez grew very interested. He told you that in this world, it is entirely possible to create such a thing. Back in his time, there was a famous European alchemical organization called the Rosicrucian Order, which had made great strides in the search for new elements. If you could find one of its members, they might be able to help you with your devil fruit research. July 25, 1716, at present, you command 2 legendary warships capable of dominating the 7 seas. Though the Silent Mary's combat power still falls far short of the Pluton, in terms of size and firepower, it ranks among the very best in this world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to, in Pirates of the Caribbean 5, single-handedly subdue the 9 pirate lords. After a brief refit in Nassau, you incorporated the Silent Mary into your fleet, and continued sailing northward, having received a report that a French slave ship carrying a large number of African slaves was traveling south toward the Caribbean via Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Perhaps its fate. The slave ship in question is none other than the Concord of Nantes. Destiny has it that it will once again fall into your hands. As the saying goes, if you don't intervene, this vessel would be captured by Edward Teach Blackbeard, renamed the Queen, and Revenge, and go on to become a legendary ship famed across the 7 seas. July 26, 1716, near the waters off Boston, you intercepted the slave ship. Almost the moment the Pluton appeared, the captain, Pierre Dorset, ordered his crew to raise the white flag. You seized the ship with ease. Out of courtesy, once you docked in Boston, you allowed Pierre to take all cargo and ships you didn't need. Having been through so much, you always make sure to leave others a way out. Impressed by your might and magnanimity, about 30 of Pierre's sailors left him that very day to join you. Among them were a navigator, 3 surgeons, 5 carpenters, and over 20 sailors. The Pineapple Pirates welcomed another wave of expansion. From this, you learned a truth: if a man is generous, he must show that generosity with feeling. July 27, 1716, you chose to go ashore in Boston for a short rest. Compared to the world-renowned city it would one day become, Boston at this time was merely a part of New England in the British North American colonies. The vast majority of its residents were English Puritans, with a strong religious atmosphere. Perhaps by fate, that evening, with distant thunder rumbling in the sky, you encountered a boy flying a kite while out for a walk. Striking up a conversation, you learned his name, Benjamin Franklin. Out of a mischievous whim, you taught him the kite and key trick, hoping that when he grows up, he won't be too shocked remembering this moment. Title progress, history changer. For fifths, when Franklin learned you were a privateer captain, he became very interested in going to sea, and asked to join your crew. But you're not in the business of abducting children. Franklin is only about 11 or 12 right now. Perhaps one day in the future he'll sail under your flag, but that day is not today. August 1, 1716, among the new recruits, you discovered someone skilled in both black magic and alchemy. His name was Mason Hicks. Though he was initially wary of you, he quickly became a loyal subordinate. According to Mason Hicks, he was a French alchemist who had recently participated in and succeeded in the assassination of King Louis XIV. To escape the French army's pursuit, he fled toward Port Royal. To your surprise, he turned out to be a member of the very Rosicrucian order Cortez had mentioned. Upon hearing your request, Mason grew wildly excited. Studying such an extraordinary artifact was every alchemist's lifelong dream. However, he alone could not help you. He would need to bring in his dear friend Newton to work on it together. You had read before that Newton was indeed an alchemist, known even as the last of the alchemists, and that the law of universal gravitation was merely a byproduct of his alchemical research. You had always assumed this was just apocrypha, but now it turned out to be true. You agreed without hesitation. August 9, 1716 to March 2, 1717, sailing back from North America to the Caribbean over the next several months, you crossed paths with 3 of the 9 pirate lords, Boris Palachnik of the Caspian Sea Bounty, 4,000 gold, Villanueva of the Adriatic Sea Bounty, 2,000 gold, and the Gentleman Pirate Jockert of the Atlantic Bounty, 3,600 gold. Of these, the March 2nd battle against Boris Palachnik remains especially vivid in your memory. This pirate lord was notorious for cruelty and brutality. When you encountered him, he had just massacred every last soul in a merchant convoy, 75 sailors, and over 220 passengers. You gave him no mercy. In the boarding battle, you alone charged onto Boris's flagship, the sloop Kaldunya, determined to light a candle for him personally. Confronted with a mass of Caspian pirates, you unleashed your conqueror's hockey at full force. Instantly, a wide swath of them collapsed like boiled shrimp, tumbling into the sea. At the same time, you drew Roger's pirate pistol. Jackson took aim at the unconscious Boris and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck his brow, and he collapsed lifelessly. Defeating Boris earned you one of his 8 real tokens, a wooden eyeball. This was the pirate lord's token, and one of the 9 items needed to break Calypso's seal. Though originally ordinary, under Calypso's divine influence it had gained its own unique properties. You obtained an epic item, wooden eyeball. You have once again unwittingly changed history. If you had not killed Boris Palachnik, events would have unfolded differently. At a recent informal meeting of the 9 pirate lords in the Great Hall of Shipwreck City, they had all agreed to put Boris on trial to prevent the European navies from declaring war on pirates. To ascertain his crimes, they resolved to summon Davy Jones, whose supernatural powers could reveal the truth. However, Davy Jones's attempts summoned only Boris's spirit because you had already killed him. In a way, you have managed to offend all 9 pirate lords and Davy Jones himself. March 9, 1717, Mason Hicks had not been exaggerating. Half a year later, in Port Royal, you met a travel-worn Newton. He was exactly as you imagined, arrogant, stubborn, unreasonable, but with scientific brilliance beyond question. With their help, you finally succeeded once more. In a collision of palladium and beryllium, you accidentally created a new catalyst capable of simulating a substance akin to the devil factor. After some experimentation, you successfully produced the first devil fruit. Mason Hicks volunteered to be the first test subject, and the result was a success. He transformed into a goat-headed man. Though the fruit was not particularly powerful, he wept with joy, bleating loudly. This was a great leap forward for human alchemy and for human occultism. Chapter 247, Chapter 248, The Kraken. 1189 words. Chapter 248, The Kraken. Witnessing Megan Hicks's astonishing transformation, even someone as intelligent and wise as Newton couldn't help but gape. Newton told you that only now did he feel like a little boy playing by the seaside, who had stumbled upon a slightly rounder stone and a prettier shell, feeling delighted. But in front of him, there were still countless undiscovered stones and shells as vast as the ocean. He decided to stay aboard your ship to continue studying the demon factor, believing it might be the path forward for human occultism, God's revelation to mankind, just like that apple which once fell on his head. You have earned the achievement, Newton's apple. You had no intention of correcting Newton's religious fervor. As for his willingness to remain on your ship to study devil fruits, you thought it was just fine. With their help, you easily replicated the breakthrough you once achieved in the apocalypse world. Now, the devil fruits you produce might turn out to be paramecia, and if luck was on your side, even mythical zoan types could appear. Newton himself could not resist the temptation of the devil fruit. His luck was exceptionally good. He ate a mythical zoan bat fruit, vampire form. This was also the first time you'd ever seen someone hit such a jackpot. Perhaps it was for the best. Now, he was the second strongest fighter on your ship. Historically, by this point, he should have been entering the final stage of his life, destined to die 9 years later. But now who knew how much longer he might live? After witnessing the power of devil fruits, your pirate crew could no longer resist the temptation either. The first to follow your lead was Tuval, who ate a paramecia slip fruit. After eating it, he became a smooth man, his skin so slick that anything touching it would slide right off. Now he might even threaten the position of your pineapple pirate's resident face in terms of looks. The future prince of pirates, Sam Bellamy, ate a shiny fruit, allowing him to turn any part of his body into unbreakable diamond. His combat power was formidable. Your ultimate goal, just like in the world of One Piece, was to somehow form an army composed entirely of Zoan-type users. You had successfully made the already fantastical Caribbean pirate world even more bizarre. On April 1, 1717, you returned to Port Royal. Through Megan Hicks's introduction, you met a witch named Tia Dalma, none other than the legendary sea goddess Calypso. You sensed Cortez's excitement. Calypso claimed she could help you resurrect Cortez, but only if you freed her from this human shell. This required gathering the 9 pieces of 8 carried by the 9 pirate lords. You spent 2,000 Louis d'Or to acquire from her a compass that doesn't point north, and you flatly refused her advances without giving her any face. From April 2, 1717 to April 7, 1718, over the course of a year, you expanded from 4 ships to 6, targeting only slave ships, naval vessels, and your fellow pirates. After killing Boris, you were seen as an eccentric who openly challenged the authority of the pirate lords. From time to time, one pirate lord or another or pirates from Nassau would come to fight you, upholding the oldest and noblest pirate tradition, fight for the sake of fighting. If they could win, they fought; if not, they ran. But such traditions were useless against you. You could confidently say that aside from the Black Pearl and the Flying Dutchman, no ship was faster than your steamship. After all, they relied on wind and oars, while yours ran on coal. In several battles, you not only defeated the fleet of Mediterranean pirate Lord Cheval, but also crushed reinforcements from Nassau. Nassau Pirate Republic's leader Benjamin Hornigold and his apprentice, Blackbeard Edward Teach, led a fleet to support him. When their massive fleet of 11 ships and nearly 1,200 men entered range, you immediately ordered your cannons turned toward them and opened long-range bombardment at sea. In the raging storm, their 11 warships fired nearly 600 6-pound cannonballs and 50 volleys of musket fire over several hours, yet the heavy hull of the Pluton remained solid as rock. After a single broadside from your fleet, Hornigold was forced to abandon ship and flee. Blackbeard Edward Teach, on the other hand, was captured by you and surrendered without hesitation before you even spoke. But at that moment, you finally encountered the strongest enemy since arriving in this world. Amid massive surging waves, a tattered black ghost ship emerged from beneath the sea, covered in barnacles and seaweed, its mainmast flying a ragged black sail. On its deck stood a barnacle-encrusted black captain hat-wearing figure, his face covered in writhing tentacles, gazing at you with pure malice. You recognized him instantly, the legendary Lord of the Deep, Davy Jones. In the raging Caribbean storm, your well-trained sailors immediately opened fire with a volley against the Flying Dutchman, inflicting heavy damage. But like its master, the ship possessed the trait of immortality, quickly regenerating. Operated by its undead crew, its triple cannons dealt steady damage to your ships. After trading positions at sea, Davy Jones clearly had no desire to drag out the fight. Without hesitation, he summoned his pet, the legendary sea monster, the Kraken. In an instant, countless massive tentacles rose from beneath the waves, wrapping around the Pluton. The ship shook violently in moments. Faced with this 155-meter-long, 300-ton ocean overlord, even the bravest Sam Bellamy trembled. Megan Hicks tried to persuade you to abandon ship, for this was none other than the fabled Kraken of the North Sea. But you refused without hesitation, telling them seriously, "If you see me fighting the Kraken, pray for the Kraken." What happened next would be told and retold by sailors for years to come. Pouring all your strength into it, a nearly tangible wave of conquerors' hockey swept forth, so strong that even the torrential rain seemed to pause. The Kraken, as if seeing a ghost, retracted its tentacles, ready to retreat into the depths. But just then, you drew the supreme-grade sword ACE from your waist, its blade wrapped in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, and unleashed your strongest divine departure. Even though the Kraken desperately dove, it could not evade this strike, a blow that completely overwhelmed even the peak-level Roger. Every one of the dozens of tentacles spread across the surface was severed. With a tsunami-like surge, the Kraken plunged swiftly back into the depths. Moments later, Davy Jones froze in shock, then turned without a word, taking the Flying Dutchman back beneath the waves in full retreat. At that moment, everyone's expressions mirrored Davy Jones's, utterly stunned. All eyes turned toward you with reverence. Others might not know, but in the days that followed, even Newton, who had always acted high and mighty, spoke to you with the utmost caution. This unexpected encounter sent your fame soaring. Now you were seen as someone who had surpassed the pirate lords in both ships and strength. In your view, the time was almost ripe to conquer Nassau and become the pirate king of the Caribbean. Chapter 248, Chapter 249, Elite Black Magic 1102 words. Chapter 249, Elite Black Magic. Like all pirates of this era, Edward Blackbeard Teach was ambitious, fickle, treacherous, a worshipper of the strong, and a thorough pragmatist. After witnessing your brutality toward the Kraken, he wasted no time in selling out Nassau, acting as your guide. He helped you contact his confidants in Nassau Harbor, stirring up chaos there. As a result, on October 12, 1718, you sailed the Pluton and led your fleet straight into Nassau, sealing off the port without meeting any real resistance. When the massive, pitch-black warship appeared in the harbor and even fired a shot toward the shore, every pirate in Nassau trembled under its cannons. Even the most defiant, like the great pirate Charles Vane, didn't dare utter a word. Then, with Edward Teach leading the way, you intercepted Benjamin Hornigold, who was trying to sail for Shipwreck City, and persuaded him to surrender. This legendary pirate had always leaned toward the moderate, surrender-friendly faction. In history, when Bermuda's Governor Benjamin Bennett brought the king's pardon to Nassau, he had been the first to give in. Of course, there were a few hotheads who tried to resist you, most from the pirate king's factions in Shipwreck City, but you held nothing back. The Diamondman Sam Bellamy and the Slip-Slipman Tuval, both devil fruit users, subdued them without breaking a sweat. The 5 pirates who resisted the fiercest were marched to the gallows. The rest quickly defected to your side and obeyed your orders. In just 24 hours, Nassau was flying the flag of the Pineapple Pirates. From October 12, 1718 to January 2, 1719, you used your political skill to consolidate Nassau's pirate forces. Now, whether it was the veteran privateer Hornigold from the Anglo-Spanish War era, or the arrogant, unhinged Charles Vane, they were all your subordinates, and loyal ones at that. By then, Nassau's pirates already had a code of laws jointly drafted by the first pirate king, later Jamaica's Governor Henry Morgan, and Captain Bartholomew. Bound in over 1,000 pages of parchment, it contained rules and guidelines, such as how to banish a mun. It even explained what to do if one were banished. One passage mentioned artifacts like Poseidon's trident, weapons strictly forbidden for pirates to own because they were too powerful and dangerous. Only the pirate emperor, also known as the king of the pirate council, had the right to summon the 9 pirate kings and amend the code. But as the great sea dominator of the pirate king world, you couldn't care less. Under your orders, Nassau's pirates were now bound to your own rules, such as an absolute ban on wanton killing, leaving a way out for every target you plundered, and returning unwanted ships and cargo. On February 9, 1719, after you had completed Nassau's unification and taken full control, you received a letter from Weatherby Swan in Port Royal. First, he praised your handling of Nassau. He went on to say he had applied to the British Crown on your behalf for a barony and the governorship of Guyana. All you had to do now was hand Nassau over to the new governor of the Bahamas, Woodes Rogers. On paper, this was no loss. Guyana was a land rich in waterways, gold, and diamonds. The messenger from London was quite arrogant, pressing you to begin the handover. But you loved nothing more than saying no to the self-important. Right in front of the messenger, you flatly refused, tore up your privateer's license, and returned to piracy. By taking Nassau, you completely altered this part of history. Originally, Woodes Rogers would have skillfully brought Nassau under control, only to fall at the hands of Charles Vane, who would have burned Rogers' fleet with fire and looted the city. But now Nassau would never belong to Britain, and Charles Vane had become your loyal subordinate. History Changer Title Upgrade Progress. May 5th, you have completed the History Changer Title mission. This title has been upgraded to History Meddler. In all simulated worlds, you will now find it easier to intervene in events that shape world affairs. Participating in historical events grants an extra 15% exploration bonus. This title can be upgraded again after participating in 8 historical events. Current progress, 0/8. Upgrades only possible in reward worlds. On March 2, 1719, news of your return to piracy caused a sensation throughout the Caribbean. Now you stood not only against the 9 pirate kings, but even the British Navy was beginning to stir. To many, you were already the pirate king. With the Caspian pirate king's 8 reals in your possession, they believed you should inherit his title. On March 5, 1719, after 2.5 years as an apprentice, even without natural talent, you finally learned Cortés' black magic. You could now roughly mix powders to change the weather. You gained the skill, elite black magic. Learning this skill replaces your original black magic skill. On March 9, 1719, you showed no courtesy to the British. Stationed in Nassau aboard the Pluton, you sent your fleet to sweep the entire Bahamas. Before long, the newly appointed Governor Woodes Rogers fled the islands by ship. In a flash, you had taken control of the entire Bahamas. Knowing your history, you realized that this place would one day be not only a tourist paradise, but also an international financial hub, the Zurich of the Caribbean, ranked 75th out of 77 global financial centers. On May 4, 1719, your fleet encountered a British squadron north of the Bahamas, commanded by Commodore James Norrington. Their flagship, the Dauntless, was one of the Caribbean's legendary warships, with triple decks, triple gun batteries, and terrifying firepower. With one salvo, they sank one of your steam warships. But against your other 2 legendary ships, they quickly fell behind. Surrounded by the Silent Mary and the Queen and Revenge, the interceptor lasted less than 15 minutes. After a crushing barrage, the balance tipped in your favor. In the end, your trusted subordinate, the Diamondman Sam Bellamy, defeated James Norrington in a deck battle and seized the Dauntless, the British Navy's greatest asset in the Caribbean. On May 9, 1719, the victory caused a sensation. On Cortés' advice, after a short rest in Nassau, you led your fleet straight for Jamaica, destination, Port Royal. In this era, it was the richest and wickedest city in the world. If you could take Port Royal, the balance of power in the entire Caribbean would change. Chapter 249, Chapter 250, The Sea God's Trident. 1163 words. Chapter 250, The Sea God's Trident. Due to your steadily rising fame and status in the pirate world, from Nassau, New Providence Island, Charleston, Williamsburg, and Newport, all the way north to Boston, more and more pirates with big dreams have flocked to your banner. Among them is the legendary female pirate Anne Bonny. She was the inspiration for Miss Fortune, the pistol-wielding lady pirate, with long, wavy hair and striking beauty. To win some good luck, you appointed her as your ship's quartermaster. In addition to pirates, many Jacobites from Britain itself have joined your ranks. Queen Anne had just passed away, and by succession, the throne should have gone to her half-brother, James Stuart. However, he was a Catholic, and the Act of Settlement of 1701 forbade Catholics from becoming monarchs. In the end, Buckingham Palace chose a German who couldn't even speak English, George Ludwig, as king. This prompted various Scottish nobles to secretly recruit soldiers and form clandestine societies, aiming to overthrow George I and restore the Stuart line. In the retelling of many, your attacks on British ships gained the ultimate, perfectly legitimate cause, avenging Queen Anne. Quoting from the only newspaper in America at the time, the Boston News Letter, written by your ardent admirer Benjamin Franklin, some believe the fall of Nassau heralds the decline of piracy, and that you are the gravedigger of the pirate age. But the truth is entirely the opposite. Your arrival heralds the dawn of the golden age of piracy. On your way to Jamaica, you gradually brought southeastern Cuba and western Haiti under your protection. Even before you reached Jamaica, many pirates entrenched in Port Royal had already submitted letters of surrender. Your trusted subordinate Edward Teach played a huge role in this. Before becoming a great pirate, he had spent 11 years in Port Royal, serving as first mate, chief engineer, and boatswain on numerous ships, building a vast network of contacts. Under your instructions, Teach replied to each of them if they raised a black flag bearing a pineapple when you entered Port Royal, they would be spared. On May 14, 1719, off the southeastern coast of Jamaica, you once again encountered a massive British fleet, this time even reinforced by numerous French warships. The scale was immense. This naval battle would later be remembered as a textbook example in naval history of the weak defeating the strong. Old acquaintances Governor Swan and Commodore Norrington crossed paths with you at sea once more. They sought to turn the tide with this battle, to destroy you completely and restore order to the Caribbean. But you disappointed them. Using Cortés' black magic, you summoned a localized storm ahead. Though they braved high winds and rough seas, stubbornly maintaining their crescent formation against the wind, many ships had lost their anchors. In the strong gusts, the fleet was scattered and unable to hold formation. Soon, under your fierce bombardment, the signs of defeat were clear. Although Norrington managed to regroup most of the warships and gather them together, even executing a captain who tried to flee mid-battle, it could not reverse their fate. Their ships were slower than yours, their firepower weaker, their range shorter, and they were fighting against the wind. How could they hope to win? Governor Swan led the fleet in retreat, marking the end of the battle. From then on, Britain would never again muster such a large fleet in the Caribbean, nor could they threaten you. Many pirates saw that sudden storm as a sign of God's favor upon you. You have earned the achievement, the fall of the Invincible Armada. On May 20, 1719, you arrived at Port Royal, expecting fierce resistance. But when you set foot on its soil, black flags bearing pineapples hung everywhere, filling your view in a dark sea. These shameless pirates were quite adept at acting as guides. Before long, they led you straight to the governor's mansion. Jamaica's Governor Weatherby Swan had no time to escape, and was captured on the spot. This marked the near-complete fall of the West Indies into your hands, its skies filled with black flags. Captured alongside Weatherby Swan were his wife and daughter. To keep London from responding too quickly, you decided to hold them for now. From May 20, 1719, to May 30, 1721, over more than 2 years, you united the various native nations of the West Indies to form the Pineapple Confederacy, under your rule, including 13 nations such as Jamaica, Cuba, the Cayman Islands, and Montserrat. You focused on developing science, technology, and industry. With your prior experience as a king in both the one-piece world and the apocalypse world, you quickly established a well-functioning economic and political system across these vast islands. Within your Pineapple Confederacy, you began the Industrial Revolution 40 years ahead of this world's history, applying the steam engine once used only on ships to science and industry. As an inventor, Newton had no resistance to such technology, far beyond its time. At a glance, he grasped the steam engine's principles and quickly proposed numerous applications such as adapting it for textile machines and other tools. And so, the first industrial revolution truly began in the West Indies. As in real history, no one could halt the spread of steam power. In just 1 or 2 short years, your Pineapple Confederacy developed at breakneck speed, with waves of immigrants pouring in. Your subordinates transformed from plunderers into protectors, engaging in piracy only beyond national borders, targeting other countries. On June 4, 1721, Britain and France formed another fleet to invade the West Indies. On June 6, your fleet encountered them at sea but failed to engage their main force. Near the Lesser Antilles, your second fleet led by the diamondman Sam Bellamy and Honig met the enemy's main force. Against expectations, with fearless, seemingly invulnerable courage and ferocious firepower, Bellamy crushed their fleet of 18 ships with just 12 of his own. The enemy was nearly annihilated. The British commander, Lord Beckett, fled in panic. You then seized most of Belize and Nicaragua's territory, capturing Managua, the Nicaraguan capital, Britain's last colony in the Caribbean and Central America. On November 9 of the same year, you won 2 more decisive victories over the Spanish Navy near Jamaica and in the Havana naval battle. In the second battle, even the 9 pirate lords made their appearance. This victory cemented the Pineapple Confederacy's status as a maritime power and greatly strengthened your rule. Finally, you met with Spanish Governor de Torres Ayala, and the 2 sides signed a peace treaty. The peace treaty with Spain was expected. Now you could focus on wars against Britain, France, and other pirates. But before that, spurred on by Cortés, you decided to take one last adventure to Death Island. To find Mermaid Island, to seek the sword of Cortés and Cortés' treasure, and if possible, to claim the trident of Poseidon itself, your final adventure in this world, purely to satisfy your thirst for excitement. Chapter 250, Chapter 251, Glorious Achievements 1250 words Chapter 251, Glorious Achievements November 9, 1721. As a man of action, you carried out your thoughts without hesitation. You assembled a fleet, accompanied by several loyal subordinates and this world's protagonist, Jack Sparrow who, during the previous naval battle against Beckett, had led the wicked wench into the fight. Captured, he immediately surrendered. At this time, Jack Sparrow was still just a young upstart of barely 22 or 23 years old, immature in your eyes. At first, he schemed to trick the wicked wench back from you, but after suffering repeated setbacks in your hands, he had no choice but to truly join your ranks. With the Hades as your flagship, you set out into the boundless sea. November 11, 1721. According to Cortez's account, he had hidden his treasure somewhere on an unknown island near Tripoli. After conquering the Aztec Empire, he was summoned back by King Alfonso I of Spain. To avoid mishaps, he buried his treasure on a nameless island. Guided by the compass that doesn't point north, you entered a fog-shrouded sea. In these waters you heard mermaids singing an unervingly beautiful song. As your ship drew nearer, you spotted them perched upon a reef. Unlike the mermaids of the Apocalypse world or the One Piece world, these mermaids, though shapely and pale-skinned, were far from sweet-looking, their mouths brimmed with sharp teeth, closer to the sirens of legend. Just as the stories say, they sat upon the rocks, luring sailors with enchanting voices only to make them their prey. Cortez told you that nearby there was an island called Serena, home to tens of thousands of such mermaids. That night, as you passed Serena, the seas and the island swarmed with mermaids beyond counting. Perhaps sensing your power, they did not attack but instead sang a gentle farewell tune, as if urging you to leave quickly. Their attack surprised you. You had been prepared to erase Serena from history had they dared to strike. Jack Sparrow, on the other hand, was reluctant to part. He kept grumbling, even wishing to spend the night with a mermaid maiden, never mind the rows of razor-sharp teeth. You found yourself wishing this world had something like a four-leaf clover of fortune, so Jack could go ahead and spend a night with them. November 19, 1721. Following the compass, you finally reached the Isle of the Dead. Just as in the film, there was a treasury filled with Aztec gold. Guided by Cortez, you uncovered an inner vault not mentioned in the movie, where you discovered great quantities of Spanish gold and Veracruz silver. According to your rules, you kept only 15% and distributed the rest to your men. You had no real interest in treasure. As for the Aztec gold, it carried the curse of heathen gods. Whoever removed even a single coin from the chest would become an immortal skeleton, stripped of pain, touch, and taste. You chose not to take them, leaving the cursed hoard upon the Isle of the Dead. December 1721. Your next target was Fortuna Island, where Cortez had hidden his sword, lying near the Gulf of Mexico. Upon arrival, you were stunned by the sight of the island, a vast lake with an immense tomb at its center. According to Cortez, it was the resting place of Montezuma I, ruler of the Aztecs. Before the tomb, you discovered the sword of Cortez, a lavishly decorated blade, its hilt inscribed in Spanish with the words cruelty and conquest. It suited your taste perfectly. When you drew it, you also unleashed Montezuma's spirit. Though history pitted the Aztecs, you could not show mercy to one who sought to oppose you. Amid mountains of gold and jewels, you fought his vengeful spirit in a fierce battle, and in the end, reaped immense rewards from the tomb. You have gained the achievement, Treasure Raider. You have gained the epic item, Sword of Cortez. April 1722. The Sword of Cortez indeed possessed extraordinary black magic, forged in lost Atlantis. At its peak, it could command the weather at willpower enough to conquer nations. Sadly, the sword's might had waned after repeated use over the centuries. Now it could only stir small storms, its practical value greatly diminished. April 22, 1722. Your final goal was to obtain Poseidon's trident. Not only was it a divine weapon, but it could also dispel all curses at sea, a priceless artifact. Though guided by the compass that doesn't point north to a certain island, a diamond all glittering with countless gems, once you arrive the compass spun aimlessly, pointing instead deep beneath the ocean thousands of meters below. You lingered on the island for a long time, several times attempting to dive into the depths. Near the seabed, you glimpsed a temple-like structure, but conditions prevented you from exploring further. Regretfully, you had no choice but to load your ships with gold and gems, and return home. This became your greatest regret of the voyage. June 1722. You returned to the Pineapple Confederation, ending this adventure, and resolved to devote yourself fully to your enterprise. July 1722 to September 1727. In these 5 years, the Pineapple Confederation rose to unprecedented power. Port Royal had already been the world's most prosperous city of its age, and with no shortage of wealth, under your guidance the Confederation became not only the jewel of the Caribbean, but the most flourishing nation on earth, with industry and commerce thriving. Over these years, you established banks, reformed the financial system, founded the National Economic Promotion Association in 1723, and the Manufacturing Guild in 1725. You pioneered the use of the spinning jenny, fueling a boom in the cotton textile industry. During these 5 years, you also crushed the 9 pirate lords in a great sea battle. Once again they summoned Davy Jones, yet the dreaded ruler of the deep fled the moment he saw you. Soon after, you marched on Shipwreck Cove, forcing the Pirate Council to recognize you as the sole pirate emperor, empowered to set the laws of the sea. You rewrote the pirate code, binding all pirates to your will. In effect, the pirate lords became your mercenaries. The golden age of piracy both began and ended with you. True to your word, you compelled the pirate lords to surrender all 9 pieces of 8, releasing Calypso so she could resurrect Cortez. Restored to life, Cortez was deeply grateful, and the famed conqueror became one of your greatest allies. Beyond that, you waged campaigns north and south, seizing Cuba and Haiti, and extending your reach into South America, much of which remained under Spanish and Portuguese rule. In October 1727, with an inferior force, you defeated Spain's superior armies and captured Mexico. Cortez played a decisive role here, his intimate knowledge of the land making him a natural weapon. On May 30, 1728, the 5th anniversary of the Pineapple Confederation, you once more defeated the combined armies of Spain and Portugal, achieving a major victory at the Battle of the Orinoco. This dealt a heavy blow to Iberian power, and swayed South America's colonies toward you. In addition, you forced Spain to recognize the independence of Venezuela, Ecuador, and Colombia, effectively ending Spanish rule in northern and central South America. You then united the nations into the South American Federation, with yourself as its leader, placing them under your protection. From this moment on, a new ambition was born within you, to lead your Pineapple Confederation to become the greatest nation on earth. Chapter 251, Chapter 252, The Great Expedition 1444 words. Chapter 252, The Great Expedition in history. Such a large South American federal state did exist. The famous South American liberator Simón Bolívar successively liberated Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Peru, and Bolivia in 1819, establishing the Republic of Gran Colombia. He served as its president from 1819 to 1830. After his death, the Republic of Gran Colombia disintegrated, with Venezuela and Ecuador seceding, leading to its collapse. Your appearance has undoubtedly altered world history. You ended Spanish colonial rule in South America 100 years ahead of time. At this point, the indigenous peoples of South America did not yet have a strong sense of resistance, and your outstanding political skill allowed the newborn South American Federation to remain both united and balanced internally. This stands in stark contrast to the Gran Colombia of history, which lasted only 11 years. From this moment, history veers onto a different path. History Troublemaker title upgrade progress January 8 under your leadership. On June 20, 1723, the South American Federation convened a constitutional assembly in its temporary capital, Cucuta. The assembly passed and promulgated the first constitution of the Federation, announcing the abolition of slavery, the liberation of slaves and their children, and the prohibition of the slave trade. Citizens were granted equal rights, as well as freedom of speech and publication. You were elected the Federation's first president. On February 3, 1724, Peru and New Granada also announced their accession, and soon the entire northern part of South America raised black flags. You then improved the still primitive flintlock rifles and cannons of the time, transforming single-shot reload weapons into a revolving system, with vastly increased range and waterproofing. In the humid, rainy South American tropics, this gave you overwhelming superiority, a devastating surprise for your enemies. To commemorate the birth of the world's first revolving rifle, the Craftsmen's Guild of Port Royal kept it for you, and it was personally blessed and reinforced by the sea goddess Calypso. Upon receiving it, you named the weapon Ambition and carried it with you at all times. On April 5, 1724, you had your first child in this world, giving you a true bond to it. On February 7, 1724, you set out with Cortés to campaign southward. Ironically, this notorious conqueror, after being resurrected through forbidden arts, suddenly donned the mantle of a liberator. In regions like Paraguay and Brazil, you were welcomed as saviors. In the hot, rainy jungles, your army equipped with revolving rifles held an absolute advantage. Though Portuguese and Spanish colonial forces allied, they could not halt your advance. After your decisive victory at the Battle of Recife, Portugal and Spain were forced to concede defeat, and withdrew from the major colonies of Brazil and Argentina. On April 9, 1724, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile all declared accession to the South American Federation. From then on, you became the undisputed hegemon of Central and South America. From April 9, 1724 to September 5, 1734, over 10 years, you continued to march north and south, bringing French Louisiana and Spanish Florida under your protection. After securing Florida, your ardent admirer Benjamin Franklin finally fulfilled his wish of becoming your subordinate. It had been 15 years since you last met. It is worth noting that, in a native settlement in Florida, you discovered the legendary Fountain of Youth, guided by Calypso. But drinking from it directly would not bring eternal life, it would bring death. To gain immortality, the ritual required a mermaid's tear, with 2 silver chalices filled with the water, one containing the tear, the other not. Whoever drank from the tear-filled chalice would have their life extended, while the other would die, the added lifespan being taken from the deceased. As a great leader, obtaining a mermaid's tear was not difficult for you, nor would it have been hard to find volunteers to sacrifice themselves. Yet you disdained immortality gained through such means. You understood the profound mysteries of life and preferred to live in the present. Once your name was etched into history, in a sense, you had already become immortal. Aside from this interlude, in 1730 the South American Federation held a referendum, and merged with your Pineapple Federation. The new state was named the United States of Central and South America, with you remaining president. This United States now spanned all of Central and South America, the southern half of North America, and the entire West Indies, becoming the largest nation in the world. From 1734 to 1756, Europe was embroiled in the War of Austrian Succession. After the death of Emperor Charles VI, 12 states including Prussia, France, and Spain refused to recognize Maria Theresa's succession, while Britain and the Netherlands supported her. The war raged globally for 8 years, leaving Europe unable to manage its overseas colonies. Seizing the opportunity, you sent Cortés and Bellamy northward, gradually annexing all of North America's colonies into the Pineapple Union, eventually clashing with Britain and France in a 4-year war. The war began between you and Britain, when your explorers reached the Great Lakes and Ohio, establishing trade centers there. Britain, claiming the land as its own, declared war. France then attacked your Louisiana territory from the rear, forcing you to withdraw from the Great Lakes and march south. But from April 19 to 23, you won 5 consecutive battles, routing the French army. On May 13, you retook New Orleans, driving the French into the sea. A year later, Montreal and all of New France fell. Turning back to Britain, you went on to win 12 successive victories, crushing their resistance. In September 1756, you won major victories at Louisbourg, Fort Frontenac, and Pittsburgh, forcing Britain to surrender. You regained control of vast lands stretching from the east coast to the Mississippi River. Nearly the whole North American continent was now under your rule. During this period, you established a steam train network connecting all of North and South America. Newton, as a scientist under your patronage, developed many new technologies, making him even greater than history remembers. In 1762, you convened another constitutional assembly. With public approval, a new constitution was adopted, and the United States of Central and South America was renamed the Republic of America. You remained lifetime ruler, while your protégé Franklin and Cortés became second and third consuls. Though nominally a republic, this established a de facto dictatorship. You were 69, but had finally built a vast state spanning both Americas. By now, your Republic of America was the strongest nation in the world, economically and commercially. The first industrial revolution began here and spread worldwide. It became the global center of science, politics, finance, and currency. Yet you did not halt your conquests. On June 29, 1763, after King Ferdinand VI of Spain died without heir, the Spanish succession crisis broke out. Crossing the Atlantic with your fleet, under the guise of protecting Spanish territory and resolving dynastic disputes, you occupied Madrid. Spain became a mere shadow, with your son installed as viceroy. Soon after, you captured Montego Bay and by July 20, had taken all of Portugal, forcing its royal family to flee to India. Europe now lay open before you. Next, you advanced northward. Off Lisbon, you clashed with a massive Franco-British fleet. In the battle, British Admiral Samuel Hood was killed. The later battleship HMS Hood would be named after him. The Franco-British fleet was utterly annihilated. Europe trembled. In August 1763, Britain, France, Austria, and Prussia formed an alliance against you. In late October, leaving Lisbon, you marched east. On October 24, your forces captured Paris, forcing France to surrender. Later that same year, against the Anglo-Austrian coalition, you leveraged your superior firearms and artillery to win another great victory at the Battle of Austerlitz, crippling Britain and Austria. On February 7, 1764, you occupied Vienna. To make peace, Empress Maria Theresa not only composed a peace for you but also offered her daughter in marriage. You accepted the latter but could only remain silent at the former, remarking instead, "Today I listen to your song, tomorrow it will hang on the southern branch." At this point, you held undeniable dominance on both land and sea. You could have swept through Europe in flames, but the fierce resistance of the occupied peoples and your own failing health forced you to pause. For years, you lay bedridden. You recalled the fountain of youth, but only smiled and let the thought go. As the saying goes, spring, summer, autumn, winter, the leaves may stay green. Life, death, and aging men cannot live forever. On February 7, 1769, surrounded by wife and children, you passed away quietly in Paris at the age of 75. Simulation End. Chapter 252, Chapter 253, Unprecedentedly Generous Rewards 1176 words. Chapter 253, Unprecedentedly Generous Rewards. Summary. Congratulations, you have completed a brilliant and dazzling life, and you have perfectly cleared this map. In this crossing, your life surpassed 100% of other travelers. Not only did you conquer the seas, becoming the overlord of the ocean and the pirate emperor, but you also uncovered every hidden element on this map. More importantly, you accomplished what no other traveler ever could. You founded a nation of unmatched power in this world. Even many years after your death, that nation remained the strongest on the planet, representing the order of the world. After your death, your son failed to complete the grand feat of conquering Europe, halting at Austria. But beyond being recognized by historians, strategists, and military researchers as the greatest commander and conqueror, you were also hailed as the greatest adventurer, navigator, and scientist. Your name even surpassed that of Alexander the Great, forever remembered by the world. Just as you said when facing the fountain of immortality, you were already ageless and deathless. Evaluation, S. World Exploration Rate, 99. Because your exploration exceeded 99%, you are rewarded with 80 Traversal coins. For your unprecedented impact on world history, you are rewarded with 70 Traversal coins. For your unprecedented impact on the history of science and technology, you are rewarded with 70 traversal coins. Because this is a bonus random map, your total rewards are doubled. In total, you have received 440 traversal coins. You have earned the milestone, Perfect Explorer. Perfect Explorer, a map-exclusive title. When simulating this map again, your exploration will be more fruitful, as though you were the chosen child of this world. Because you perfectly cleared tempestuous seas, you are granted the chance to retain one talent in the real world. Because you received an S-rank evaluation and cleared the map, Pirate King Zhou has been updated to Lord of the Seven Seas Zhou, with a significant power increase. On particularly lucky draws, he may now appear as a selectable card. This upgrade will also apply to your Dissension cards. Congratulations, player! A new map has been unlocked. Your current alignment, Chaotic Neutral Lawful Neutral. Please select your reward. Randomly obtain 3 skills or specialties acquired during your crossing. Randomly obtain 3 items acquired during your crossing. Because this was a bonus map, whichever option you choose, you will receive 1 extra reward. One notification after another popped up. Only after reading them all did Zhou finally exhale in relief. Just as he expected, choosing the right template was like facing a dragon-type Pokemon with a fairy-type, twice the result with half the effort. Perfect synergy had brought about a perfect outcome. For the first time in his life, he had cleared a map with 100% progress, and on top of that, it was a reward map. The harvest was unprecedentedly rich. A one-time return of 440 traversal coins, enough to shock Zhou for an entire year. From now on, whenever he entered ocean-themed maps, Lord of the Seven Seas Zhou would be a must-pick. As for the reward options, it didn't matter much which he chose. Option 1 offered temptations like the super black magic that could control whether something Zhou was practically drooling over. Perhaps it also included the third version of the devil fruit manufacturing method, jointly refined by Newton and Megan Hicks. Not to mention, Lord of the Seven Seas Zhou himself had quite a few powerful skills available. Option 2's benefits were more straightforward, with treasures laid bare, several legendary warships, Sword of Cortez, that firearm named Ambition, and countless other gains. After some difficult deliberation, Zhou ultimately chose the second option. Since this was a reward map, there likely wouldn't be another chance to enter, nor would it appear in the prize pool again. In such a case, a transcendent relic like Cortez' sword was especially valuable. You have chosen option 2. You have obtained the legendary item, Sword of Cortez. Legendary weapon, Sword of Cortez. Unknown relic damage, 459 to 954 attack speed, 4. Attributes, +8 strength, +9 constitution, +9 spirit. Effect, grants control over wind and rain within a certain range. Scope and scale increase with spirit. Requirement, level 60. Required skill, Elite Black Magic Master level. Description, a weapon forged in the legendary land of Atlantis. Cortez once wielded this sword to conquer the Aztec Empire. The hilt bears the inscription, Cruelty and Conquest. You have obtained the epic item, 9 reels. Epic item, 9 reels effect, +2 spirit. This set of reels functions like a set of talismans. You have obtained the epic item, Pirate Codex. Epic item, Pirate Codex effect, works passively when kept in inventory. +2 charisma, +50% intimidation against pirates. You have obtained the skill, Elite Black Magic Beginner. To Zhou delight, though the item rewards were rather stingy, the 9 reels and Pirate Codex were second-rate. The most important Sword of Cortez, and Elite Black Magic had been secured. These alone would greatly enhance his power. What pleased him even more was that acquiring both the 9 reels and the Pirate Codex triggered a synergy in the Hall of Curiosities, symbol of the Pirate Emperor. Symbol of the Pirate Emperor, 9 reels plus Pirate Codex. When activated, all attributes +2, intimidation against pirates +50%, legendary rank +1. In total, there were 10 items to collect. Zhou Ning had now gathered all 9 reels, allowing him to take them out at once. Though the difficulty was high, the reward was astonishing, an extra point of legendary rank. With this, Zhou Ning now had 3 points of legendary rank within the Bryston Kingdom, making him more or less a widely celebrated figure of legend. He was curious how the game would reflect this status. Beyond that synergy, the 3 epic items each refunded about 20 traversal coins, meaning the Hall of Curiosities alone rewarded him with 60. Adding that to the 440 coin refund from clearing, this crossing not only cost him nothing but actually netted him 320. Truly, an unprecedentedly generous reward. Normally, that would have been enough. But thinking about how he had only managed it by exploiting the lucky clover bug card, Zhou Ning felt doubly pleased. His mood soared. As for the talent carried into reality, Pirate King Zhou Ning had 4 in total: Tony Stark Purple, Mermaid Blue, Grandpioneering Purple, and Medical Doctor Purple. Since he already had numbers 1 and 3, after the draw he obtained the Medical Doctor Purple talent. Not particularly critical, but it instantly filled his mind with a wealth of medical knowledge. He was now an expert in medicine, not a bad outcome. After checking all his gains, Zhou Ning turned his gaze to the newly unlocked map. The new map was called Endless War 2. Sharing the name of the Marvel world, Zhou Ning strongly suspected it might be its sequel. Perhaps a parallel world plagued by the Joker's havoc, or where the Hulk had fallen. The price wasn't steep, just 120 traversal coins, 1/3 cheaper than before. Chapter 253, Chapter 254, the second episode of Apocalypse Forecast, 1249 words. Chapter 254, the second episode of Apocalypse Forecast. For cheap maps like these, Zhou Ning could only think, the more the better. Looking at the template column again, the spider sense of Zhou Ning, template he had bought earlier, hadn't yet been used, but it already gave him some extra perks like a Spider-Man title. Equipping it slightly enhanced his neural reaction speed. Though he wasn't sure just how much slightly meant, Zhou Ning still swapped it in for the Phantom Thief title. What could he do? Men always liked the new and abandoned the old. Immediately, Zhou Ning felt his senses sharpen. He could hear the sound of raindrops outside, the hiss of gas burning in the stove. With a thought, he slapped the table. The plate of pastries on it sprang up with a bang, every single one flying into the air. Zhou Ning snatched the plate, and without missing a beat, caught every pastry as they fell back down. The boost from this title seemed quite impressive. Smiling faintly, Zhou Ning set the plate back on the table. Tests showed his reaction time and perception were both enhanced. Truly worthy of Spider-Man, it seemed. Next, Zhou Ning checked the experience requirements. To raise elite black magic to master level and thus equip the Sword of Cortez, he'd need nearly 970,000 experience. Expensive, yes, but still within his reach. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning upgraded elite black magic straight to master level. Your elite black magic has reached master level. You have comprehended the skill weak clairvoyance. Your elite black magic has reached master level. You have comprehended the skill weather shift. You have obtained the feat condensed casting. Upgrading unlocked 2 new skills and 1 new feat. Among them, condensed casting was a rare treasure for spellcasters, though not particularly useful to him. Weak clairvoyance beginner, general skill. Upon use, deprives the target of vision. Visual range minus 80%. Duration, 20 seconds. Weather shift beginner, general skill. By using self-prepared powders, you can affect the weather to a limited extent. Low priority. Condensed casting allows certain syllables of incantations to be omitted when casting, making spellcasting more efficient. Though upgrading elite black magic was a huge drain on experience, the rewards weren't bad. Zhou Ning finally equipped the Sword of Cortez. Counting the Triton sword, which controlled ships, and the Frostmourne gathering dust in his inventory, Zhou Ning could only regret not having learned 3-sword style back in the One Piece world. The next day, as usual, Zhou Ning's first order of business was opening shop. His experience and gold deficit was enormous, but with time running short, he only planned to spend one last morning here. Compared with last night's hurried opening, today he truly witnessed the enthusiasm of South Wales County's players. Not only did they have money and experience to spare, they were also not exactly dumb, but definitely generous. The number of players coming to change class or learn skills was overwhelming. Before long, Zhou Ning was surrounded, pressed on all sides, both suffering and enjoying it. He simply set up an automated vending system, occasionally humoring fans with handshakes and photo requests, while also checking the forums and guild channel. Since returning from Austin Manor, Zhou Ning hadn't logged into the forums. Now, browsing them, he found that with the release of the fourth batch of Apocalypse helmets and the broadcast of the drama starring him, the game's popularity had soared even higher. Just looking at the fan count in his own sub-forum said it all, nearly 110 million. Inside, he saw fanfiction, comics, novels, everything you could imagine. Screenshots involving him were everywhere, many of which even he didn't remember happening. 110 million. Zhou Ning faintly recalled that in his previous life, Apocalypse had peaked at only 90 million concurrent players. Right now, the game had fewer than 9 million players total. Which meant almost all his followers were cloud players. All Zhou Ning could do was sigh. Reality was far stranger than fiction. Movies and literature at least had to follow logic. Reality, however, didn't. Reality ignored logic altogether. Wait, episode 2 of Apocalypse Forecast is out. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. It had been exactly 2 weeks since the first episode aired. He had thought his butterfly effect might have snuffed out the program altogether. Seeing it updated, he quickly clicked in. On screen was the same familiar, chubby host and several guest pro players. This time, the show had really splurged. Jinx, still first on the level rankings, had become a regular guest. Not only that, but they had invited Shuidi Qinxing, a true rich heir and owner of the Star Moon Club, and even Yanran Weil, ranked top 3 in all of China's gaming scene. Zhou Ning also noticed that XB, teammate of Jin's and Shuidi Qinxing and 5th on the level rankings, was participating too. The show started, as always, with a childish round of Pictionary to warm up the atmosphere. Jin's embarrassed himself by finishing dead last, not guessing a single one correctly. The comments flooded with teasing. A few minutes later, the program finally moved on to serious content. Episode 2 of Apocalypse Forecast ran a little over an hour. As in the previous episode, the first 20 minutes quickly recapped the overall situation of Apocalypse players worldwide. Currently, 4 batches of helmets have been released, totaling 9 million players. After more than a month of gameplay, most players have changed class, and the average level has reached 18. Upon reaching level 30, players will undergo their first advancement. We don't yet know whether this advancement will affect class balance. For example, will warriors escape their fate as low-damage, immobile bottom feeders? Can knights and wandering gunslingers stay dominant? As you can see, nearly all of the top 100 players are pros. Among them, mages make up the largest share with 37, followed by wandering gunslingers with 25. This proves that in the early stages, ranged classes are well suited for questing and leveling. Currently, the rarest classes remain knights and shamans. Both require considerable strength and luck to unlock. Out of 9 million players, there are fewer than 10,000 knights in total, a textbook rare class. Shamans, meanwhile, are practically exclusive to walrus folk. In terms of class strength, all the pro players, including Yanran Weil, agreed that wandering gunslingers were the strongest. Not only did they boast top-tier damage, but also flexible mobility, making them strong contenders in the upcoming competitive tournaments. On the level rankings, Jin still led far ahead at level 23. Second place now belonged to August of America's Gunfire Club, a pro player. Shuidi Qinxing, empowered by his devil fruit, ranked 3rd. For NPC popularity, Zhou Ning still dominated first place by a landslide, his lead only growing stronger. Second was Cress Bradenreiser, whose performance in episode 6 of the drama had been outstanding, not to mention her figure. Third was the original protagonist, Leandro, whose flaming greatsword was eye-catching and whose strength was formidable. Speaking of Wayne Stirwell, since the game began, he has always occupied the C position of the entire game. In the past half-month, he's had many new developments. He remains the only NPC to have had extensive interaction with players, repeatedly showing up in starter villages to guide and reward them. In terms of power rankings, for the first time, he has even surpassed Grand Prelate Stuart Crow of the Ascetic Church, taking first place. Here are his top 5 legendary moments. Chapter 254, Chapter 255, the second episode of Apocalypse Forecast Part 2. 1290 for words. Chapter 255, the second episode of Apocalypse Forecast Part 2. Wait, I actually came in first. Seeing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help being shocked. These goofy players really were fearless out of sheer ignorance. They didn't seem to realize that every church in the Apocalypse world, even the royal families of various nations, possessed their own hidden heritage, with several top-tier combatants lurking in the shadows. And even putting those people aside, the Ascetic Church's High Pontiff, Stuart Crow, was definitely not someone he could casually provoke. For anyone whose mental strength was suppressed by him, Stuart Crow's great prophecy and truth-telling were practically a guaranteed win. Although he felt both surprised and a bit embarrassed about being ranked number 1, Zhou Ning couldn't deny that watching the video left him rather pleased. The director of this show really knew how to put on a spectacle. His 5 greatest highlight moments were all shown in full. The 5th highlight was the scene in West Lin Town, when he unleashed the full power of his clan's teachings, activating Conqueror's Haki. At the time, the hem of his black trench coat was whipped wildly by the wind and snow as he advanced step by step. Every ice-snow insect within his path exploded in unison, the sheer visual impact overwhelming. Even Zhou Ning himself thought he looked cool. The 4th highlight came from a submission by Qingbai Wild Sake, the duel where he and Leandro went after each other's vital spots. With textbook-perfect maneuvers, he played Leandro into the palm of his hand, and in the end, without losing even a sliver of health, he strolled casually forward to claim victory. The 3rd highlight showed his projection inside a dungeon. There he was riding Sly for the Sky Dragon, launching hundreds of thunderbolts that effortlessly annihilated every monster and every player inside the instance. That scene had since become a lingering nightmare for anyone attempting to clear Nomorigan. The 2nd highlight came from the recently concluded battle at the Austin Manor. Several enemy players had recorded him summoning Blue Eyes White Dragon. Under the blessing of his clan's teachings, his performance was overwhelming, showcasing powers he had never revealed before. He thoroughly crushed Harrison Rivers and Professor Bislock, looking explosively strong from the player's perspective. The best highlight, however, came from episode 6 of the series, his battle between the Weathertide and Archibald. Facing Archibald, who looked every bit the Demon Lord, Zhou Ning not only pummeled him with a barrage of fists until he was completely defeated, but when he finally burst out of the temple, he encountered a walrusman blocking his path. With just a slight sway of his trench coat, he clenched his fist, delivered one serious punch, and instantly obliterated the opponent's health bar. One punch total annihilation. This string of battles was even hailed as one of the greatest fight videos in gaming history. At the end of the video, Apocalypse Forecast also compiled what players had heard from NPCs about Wayne Stirwell. Thanks to his +3 legendary reputation, his name spread through countless mouths: bartenders, mercenaries, coachmen, passers-by. Everyone was telling his story. As the background music softened, the final shot lingered on a bartender chatting casually with players in-game. Have you heard of Wayne Stirwell? He's a big deal, a true legend. Want to try the drink he once had? The subtitle zoomed in, froze, and the BGM cut off abruptly. The live comments exploded. Viewers went wild, spamming 666 non-stop to vent their excitement. Zhou Ning. As an onlooker, he had to admit the editing had a certain flair. For a brief moment, even he felt dazed, wondering if he really was that strong. There was a saying in his past life, if you only watch highlight reels, any pro player looks unbeatable. Right now, that was exactly how Zhou Ning felt. Behind Zhou Ning, the Ascetic Church's High Pontiff Stuart was ranked 2nd, Archibald was 3rd, an unknown cultist came in 4th. In Zhou Ning's eyes, While players had made great progress, their standards for judging strength still mostly boiled down to whether someone's visuals looked flashy and their moves stylish. Not reliable at all. According to the show's routine, the next segment covered the moves of pro guilds and esports players. After some interaction with the pros present, the chubby host read from his script. Since the public beta launched a month ago, the world's most famous esports clubs have basically all joined Apocalypse. Not just the big clubs like Star Moon, Deep Blue, and Rookie, but even many of the esports clubs once active in Journey have switched over. According to the Global Esports Federation GEF, the first Apocalypse Pro League will kick off in 1 month. At that time, clubs and pro players worldwide will join the competition. Sunken Star Beneath the Water, what's your take on this? No particular opinion. At Star Moon, we always aim for first place, Sunken Star Beneath the Water replied with a smile. And I'll officially be going pro, competing in this league. Hopefully, I won't embarrass myself. Sunken Star Beneath the Water real name was Chen Xing, a figure much like Wang Xikong in Zhou Ning's past life a textbook, National Husband. The host's announcement of the league left players thrilled, and Chen Xing's statement sent the live chat into overdrive. Zhou Ning kept spotting comments like "Hubby is so handsome" and "Hubby's awesome." Besides Sunken Star Beneath the Water, other pro players also shared their thoughts on the upcoming league. Even XB, who had been ignored for the whole show, said he might enter the World Championship prelims as an independent player, aiming to break through from the open qualifiers. Domestic pro clubs are raring to go, but overseas teams are no slouches either. America's Gunfire Club with the legendary August, France's Oasis Club, and Japan's Pirate Club are all favorites to win this pro league. As for pro players, the top domestic spot still belongs to Deep Blue's female player Jinx. She was the first to reach level 10, the first to hit level 20, leaving her milestones across Apocalypse. Congratulations, Jinx. Ranked second is another Deep Blue player, Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds. Like Sunken Star Beneath the Water, he spent a fortune to buy a devil fruit from the game's protagonist Wayne Sturwell, awakening the ability to transform into a spotted dog. Together with Sunken Star Beneath the Water, who can transform into a jackal, they form the wolf-dog duo. So, Sunken Star Beneath the Water, which of your fruits do you think is stronger? About the same, Chen Xing answered with a smile. Our national husband is modest as ever, the host chuckled. As for overseas players, we don't have much intel yet. Aside from August, who switched to the rare Lightning Mage class through a hidden quest and holds the #1 spot, there's Oasis Club's great Alex. He received a hidden quest on day 1 and switched to Warrior, gaining a powerful specialty. Reportedly, his strength is tremendous. They'll be the toughest opponents Chinese players face in this pro league, so please take note. As per last season's tradition, next up are the top 10 unlucky players and top 10 lucky players, but first, a quick commercial break. After watching the show, Zhou Ning's first impression was that his screen time had increased a lot. Compared to the first Apocalypse forecast, this episode was practically his personal showcase. Not only was he ranked #1 across every NPC leaderboard, but all of China's top 5 pro players had direct ties to him. The absurdity was off the charts. And with the pro league about to form, all the big clubs would soon start an arms race. Which meant business for him was only going to get better. Chapter 255, Chapter 256, The Alsop Marsh 1104 words. Chapter 256, The Alsop Marsh. Crossing over really does toughen a man up. It's actually forced someone like me, an honest man, into becoming a profiteer. Zhou Ning chuckled and shook his head. He stayed in the novice village of Southwestshire until noon. Players kept lining up to hand him money and experience points. By Zhou Ning's estimate, around 600 people had already transferred into the Wandering Gunslinger class here, and the profits were considerable. He even sold off a devil fruit. The buyer was a pro player with the ID Moonlight Stardust, yes, the very same pro god of the guild Star Moon, on par with Yenran Weil. But this guy didn't eat it right away. He chose to keep it secret, probably planning to unveil it during the pro league for a dramatic effect. Moonlight Stardust could have been an excellent backup candidate, but unfortunately the guild roster was already full, so he'd have to wait for later. Aside from that, the last 3 missions of Undead's Trail were also bought up by pro players in the guild. Just like with team missions, once they completed them, Zhou Ning would automatically see the details and confirm them remotely. Compared to slogging through quests himself, outsourcing them to pro players and reaping the fisherman's benefit was far simpler and easier. Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at it. The hand pointed to 1 p, just about time to set off. After drafting a group mission for the few players following him, he led them toward the southeastern corner of Westshire. Westshire was bursting with the energy of life, lush with greenery everywhere. Outside the southeastern gate lay an endless stretch of forest. Because this region frequently experienced extreme elemental life force fluctuations, the forest housed many powerful beasts and nature elementals. For that reason, guards were always stationed at the southeastern gate to prevent unaware townsfolk from wandering in. Of course, this also blocked most of the hopefuls waiting for a miracle entry required paying gold. When Zhou Ning and his group approached, they were stopped by a guard, who said sternly, "The outside is very dangerous. If it's not necessary, don't go out." "Wait a minute, you're Wayne Sturwell." "That's me." Zhou Ning hadn't expected his fame to spike so sharply once his legend rating reached 3. He nodded in confirmation. "Ahem, since it's you, then there's no problem. Westshire welcomes you." That was the effect of legend rating extra bonuses when dealing with most NPCs. From the guard's face Zhou Ning could read admiration, his attitude suddenly turning warm as he quickly opened the gate for him. "Thanks," Zhou Ning replied politely, leading the players out. On the other side, the players had watched the entire exchange. They had clearly seen the guards shift from stern to deferential, and their understanding of Zhou Ning's status deepened further. Wayne Sturwell was the real deal. Beyond the gate lay a sprawling forest of about 3,000 hectares. Beyond the forest lay their destination Alsop Marsh. In Zhou Ning's past life, this forest was a hot spot in the later stages of the game. That was because Apocalypse featured a quirky milestone: show love to the small animals of the Apocalypse world. The milestone rewarded a specialty that granted plus 500 HP and plus 15% maximum HP. Even Zhou Ning had found it tempting. But the requirement was bizarre: you had to make a heart gesture toward more than 200 listed animals. This included squirrels, rabbits, spiders, pythons, and even predators like wolves and tigers. Many of these animals could only be found together in the life-rich South Westshire forest. So as soon as they entered, the other players went wild, running everywhere to flash heart signs at every animal they saw. Zhou Ning didn't stop them. As long as they didn't hold him up, they could do whatever they wanted. Thinking it over, he released the little Deathwing to follow and share the experience. He'd been raising the tiny black dragon for nearly half a month now, and it had only just reached level 7. Its attack power was already 104 to 175, comparable to 2 average players' output. The only problem was its miniature size. Who knew how long before it was big enough to ride? The little Deathwing immediately drew the others' attention. Waterborne Stardust abandoned heart signing at animals to rush over and try to play with it. But Deathwing's pride was fierce. It wasn't having it. With an "awoo," it spat a puff of flame right in his face, leaving him sooty and bedraggled. Zhou Ning was just about to speak when his brows furrowed. He'd heard something large moving fast nearby. He raised his hand, and the ebony pistol appeared, barrel swinging toward a bush as he pulled the trigger. A hideous lion burst out, jaws wide as it lunged straight for XP, who was busy offering love to a skunk. The ambush was sudden. It was a level 54 manticore, a transcendent beast. Its stinger alone was top-tier forging material. But normally, these creatures only appeared deep in the forest or in Alsop Marsh. Why was one here? Before anyone else could react, Zhou Ning's special bullet struck it mid-pounce, freezing it in the air. In the next instant 2 more bullets pierced its skull, spraying XP with blood. "Look out!" roared Wrath of Thunder chasing winds, who had been following just behind, eyes wide. Boom! The ground shook again. A lynx the size of a leopard leapt from the shadows, pouncing for XP once more. This beast was like the honey badger of giant cats, ferocious, vengeful, and notoriously troublesome. Most adventurers wouldn't dare provoke one. Zhou Ning half-turned, and a gorgeous single-handed sword appeared in his grasp. He triggered rapid pursuit along with several burst skills. His clothes whipped about as green light flared. 2 sleeves of green serpents. The defense-piercing slashes struck clean through the lynx's body. The beast, one that would normally take adventurers 10 seconds to kill, collapsed instantly with a single blow. Zhou Ning sheathed the blade and swept a calm glance over the dumbfounded group. Stay alert. The monsters here are strong. His eyes shifted to the dead manticore. He had already noticed its HP was only around 2/3, and now he saw sword and flintlock marks on its body. That confirmed it. There was another party ahead of them, and a strong one at that. They had driven beasts from the deeper forest outward, sending them crashing right into his path. He then noticed the trampled branches and footprints on the ground, all leading southeast toward Alsop Marsh. Their goal might just be the same as his. Chapter 256, Chapter 257, Controlling the Weather. 1341 words. Chapter 257, Controlling the Weather. After that little episode, the players, especially XB, became much more cautious. No one dared to be careless like before. They obediently followed behind Zhou Ning. Half an hour later, Zhou Ning gradually entered the depths of the forest. The life force here was dense, making the trees especially lush and green, while wisps of mist wound between them. From time to time, strong winds swept through, lending the place a faintly sinister air. Along the way, Zhou Ning saw more tracks and often encountered beasts of various levels. But ordinary monsters stood no chance before him. With his agility now close to 250 points, even a basic attack was wrapped in searing flames. Coupled with the naturally fast attack speed of his class, his damage output was absurdly high. Ordinary monsters couldn't even touch the edge of his cloak. What frustrated him, though, was his level cap removal quest. It required killing 10 boss-level creatures above level 60. Yet despite all the monsters he had slain along the way, he hadn't come across a single boss. Instead, little Deathwing had been leeching quite a lot of experience. Unknowingly, it had already reached level 15, gaining a new skill called Frenzy, allowing 6 consecutive normal attacks. Its body had also grown a bit larger. At this rate, perhaps it really might one day learn the legendary Cataclysm skill said to be able to destroy the world. After a while, Zhou Ning suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing. His sharp senses picked up voices ahead. Not long after, he saw a group of silhouettes in the distance, several dozen people dressed in gaudy red and green outfits. They didn't look like an adventuring party at all, more like a noble sightseeing tour. Who goes there? Zhou Ning's approach quickly drew their attention. One figure stepped out from the crowd and walked toward him. It was a man dressed like a typical adventurer. He wore a black coat suitable for combat, carried a greatsword on his back, and had a firearm tucked at his chest. Judging by his gear, he seemed to be a meteorologist. Zhou Ning tipped his hat in a friendly manner and said with a smile, "Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Sturwell, just a passerby." Wayne Sturwell. I've heard of you, a formidable gunman. The man's expression eased slightly as he nodded. I'm Argus, a mercenary from Darkland. This time, I'm escorting my employers to the Alsop Swamp. He turned and gestured to the group behind him. Zhou Ning followed his gaze and saw a dozen or so people gathered together, 10 men and 3 women. The men were effeminate young nobles, while the women looked somewhat more normal. The sight reminded Zhou Ning of Yubuchuan and Lin Pingji's Huashan sect. Argus's employers were clearly a bunch of aristocrats chasing after the miracle of life out of sheer boredom. Among Bryston's nobility, this trend of gender reversal had become fashionable. From Joshua's diary, Zhou Ning knew that one of Darkland's most sought-after socialites had once been a Mun. What's going on, Argus? A handsome young noble walked up and upon seeing Zhou Ning, his eyes lit up. He extended a hand with a charming smile. Spark Lambert, second in line to inherit the Lambert family. May I have the honor of knowing your name? What the hell is he hitting on me? Zhou Ning felt a chill crawl down his spine from the man's smile. He kept his face calm, refused the handshake, and said flatly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in making acquaintances with strangers." "You're no fun." Spark withdrew his hand with some resentment and turned to Argus. "When can we get moving again?" "We'll have to wait a bit longer. There's going to be a strong acid rain ahead." Argus's tone grew solemn. "If you're not in too much of a hurry, I suggest you wait." His last words were directed at Zhou Ning's group. This NPC must be a really skilled meteorologist. Another meteorologist, Wrath of Thunder-Chasing Winds, looked at Argus with admiration. He couldn't predict anything at all himself. Acid rain. Zhou Ning blinked. He had encountered it before, highly corrosive, deadly to the weak, though it posed little threat to him, just rough on clothes. He suddenly remembered, his newly obtained Cortez sword had a special ability controlling wind or rain within a certain range, with its scope scaling with his spirit power. He hadn't tested it yet. Could it control acid rain? The thought stirred a strong urge to experiment. According to the system's description, although weakened compared to its prime, the sword could still summon heavy rain, thunderstorms, gales, even hurricanes, virtually unrestricted in manipulating weather. The stronger the phenomenon, the shorter its range and duration. On Earth, where supernatural power was scarce, such an ability was practically divine. No wonder Cortez had nearly single-handedly conquered the Aztec Empire with this weapon. Even here in the Apocalypse world, where transcendent power was common, such might bordered on semi-divine. Unlike meteorologists, who needed mediums and combos, this sword relied solely on black magic and its own power to alter the weather. Zhou Ning placed his hand on the hilt at his waist and activated the ability. A wave of dizziness struck, and methods of controlling the weather naturally surfaced in his mind. In short, by consuming focus points, he could alter local weather, turn drizzle into a downpour, heavy rain into a light shower, summon thunderstorms, lightning, storms. It was spectacular. He quickly made his decision, and waited calmly for the change in weather. Sure enough, soon after, a heavy acid rain began just as Argus predicted. A constant hissing sound filled the area as plants and trees corroded, riddled with small holes. "Stay close to me." Zhou Ning spoke calmly to the players, gripping his sword hilt, and strode directly into the acid rain. The players exchanged uneasy glances, but trusting the protagonist, followed him. To their amazement, although acid rain poured from the sky, not a single drop touched their heads. "What's he doing?" Spark, who had just returned to his companions, heard the exclamations. He turned and froze. The man who had just caught his eye was calmly walking straight into the acid rain. "My God!" Spark gaped. Before everyone's stunned eyes, a sudden gale surged up. The curtain of acid rain split neatly in two, driven aside by the wind. Wherever he walked, the rain parted. Not only he himself, but even the few following him remained completely unharmed. What in the world? Spark rubbed his eyes frantically, trying to convince himself it was an illusion. What a joke! Even the strongest meteorologist couldn't do something like this. But no, he wasn't imagining things. In moments, the intruders had crossed through the acid rain, and were heading deeper inside. "Should we?" Spark asked Argus. The mercenary only gave him a look as if he were crazy. "You can try if you want. It really works." Zhou Ning, who had deliberately chosen to manipulate wind, felt a rush of exhilaration. The Cortez sword's power exceeded his expectations. It was without doubt a trump card in his arsenal. But testing also revealed the weapon's drawbacks, and not just one. First, while wielding it, Zhou Ning felt an unavoidable surge of greed, just like the historical Cortez himself. Second, his focus drained rapidly, with his spirit power showing signs of collapse. For weaker transcendents, this could easily lead to total mental breakdown, like what had happened to Richard. Still, for short-term use, both drawbacks were manageable. With such a powerful weapon in hand, he could crush opponents with ease. And honestly, what's wrong with a merchant being a little greedy? A few minutes later, Zhou Ning had led the players safely through the acid rain. He didn't bother waiting for the group behind, striding onward. After more than 2 hours, they gradually entered a dark swamp. System, you have discovered the Alsop swamp. We're here. Looking at the mist-shrouded swamp ahead, Zhou Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 257, Chapter 258, An Accidental Encounter 1230 words Chapter 258, An Accidental Encounter. Although Alsop Marsh was said to be the place in Bryston where the element of life was most abundant, Zhou Ning's first impression of it was still eerie. The ground was covered in pitch-black stagnant water and mud. Now and then, the skeleton of some animal appeared in sight. Ahead, darkness stretched endlessly, as if countless unknown dangers lurked everywhere. Stay close to me. Zhou Ning glanced at the few players and said lightly. Although players wouldn't truly die, each death still cost them experience. In this place, if one wasn't careful, they could end up dying over and over, unable to stop the losses. The swamp teemed with all kinds of monsters. Among them was even a man-eating race that looked disturbingly like titans from the comics, called the Marsh Pygmies, who lived deep in the swamp. They were said to be descendants of the ancient Moderate people, warped by their worship of an evil god and forced to retreat into the marshlands. Short and twisted in nature, they were addicted to cannibalism. Each one was a natural beast tamer, raising venomous swamp lizards as mounts, darting about with great speed. Though their talents often landed them in circuses, there was no doubt that running into them in the swamp was revolting in the extreme. Zhou Ning took out his compass that never pointed north. This exploration mission required him to find 2 followers of the Goddess of Life, who had gone missing during a hike in Alsop Marsh of Southwells County. Alive or dead, the only hope was that they hadn't been captured by the Marsh Pygmies. Compared to last time, the compass was quite cooperative. The needle quivered once and then pointed straight to the southeast, deeper into the marsh. That must be some kind of magical item, right? The players looked on in surprise at Zhou Ning's action, each speculating aloud. Zhou Ning only smiled faintly without responding. After confirming the compass's direction, he began threading his way through the swamp. Compared to the forest, the marsh's monsters were mostly elemental creatures. With his powerful observation hockey, Zhou Ning walked as if at ease. But when he passed a patch of foggy mire, a sudden image flashed in his mind. In that image, a massive figure lunged out of the mist and rushed straight at him. Without a second thought, Zhou Ning activated evasive shooting, darting back as he pulled the trigger. The huge figure had only just closed in when Zhou Ning shot it square in the face, sending it flying backward. Now he could see what had attacked him. It was a life element lord, about 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with green and black tumors, its cyan-green skin mottled with black spots, oozing cyan poison, a terrifying sight. As combat initiated, its information appeared. Life element lord age, 355 years attributes, strength 140, agility 115, stamina 178, spirit 88, willpower 105, charisma 15 rank, boss. Emotion, angry HP, 4569/50/50 status, healthy special traits, immune to poison, gigantic creature life plus 1000, attack plus 72, fear of fire resistance minus 50% more unknown skills, poison fog advanced, healing expert, vine entangle intermediate more unknown, finally, a boss level creature. Zhou Ning felt a surge of delight. These life element lords didn't have much HP, their defenses were weak. Though their attacks were deadly, against someone with observation hockey like him, they were practically free kills. The life element lord, blasted back by the shot, crashed to the ground with a booming impact, raising clouds of dust. Zhou Ning swiftly pulled out a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card A magic card, Reijiki. Triggered through his Stan's ability, a massive bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the life element lord, making its body convulse violently. The only drawback of his stand ability was that cards became useless afterward. Once manifested, the card turned blank. He'd need to restock later. Without pause, he drew his ebony and ivory pistols, aimed coldly, and pulled the triggers again. 2 ripple-charged bullets wrapped in scorching flames shot out, striking the target with precision. Golden flames roared across the life element lord's body as it let out a distorted scream. Zhou Ning's ripple energy was this type of elemental creature's bane. After another 3 bullets, the life element lord's massive body collapsed with a crash. You killed life element lord LV61. You gained 48,000 experience points. Progress: kill or defeat 10 boss-level creatures above level 60, 1/10. Party: Captain Wayne Sturwell killed life element lord. Damage contribution: 0%. Overlevel kill EXP bonus: 380%. You gained 45,960 EXP. Watching their experience bars soar, the players were both shocked and thrilled. They had done nothing but follow the main character, yet he had finished everything in a flash. That speed was insane. For them, farming a dungeon for that much EXP would take at least 3 hours. Once again, they savored the sheer bliss of clinging to a powerhouse's leg. Don't stray too far. Zhou Ning reminded them as he collected the loot dropped by the life element lord. Standing still, he sensed his surroundings for 2 seconds, then suddenly stopped, frowning slightly. Not far away, hidden in a patch of tall grass, Richie Burke crouched with over 20 Northland sailors, peering toward this side. His expression twisted with frustration. Why did this bastard show up everywhere? If only he had an alchemy bomb right now, he'd gladly go down with him. One sailor whispered in his ear, "Captain, I saw him pick up some valuable alchemy material. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. Should we jump him and take it?" "Yeah, let's do it. A true Northlander never misses such a chance." The others rubbed their hands eagerly. "No, we retreat. Caution first. Remember, the reason we've survived this long isn't strength, it's caution, caution, and more caution." Richie Burke gritted his teeth, raising his hand to stop them. As they pressed themselves lower, he realized with dread that the men ahead had already vanished, leaving only a few sidekicks glancing around curiously. Then, a familiar voice spoke right behind him. "Well, what a coincidence. We meet again." From afar, the pressure hadn't been noticeable. But up close, an overwhelming force pressed down on them. Their bodies froze, pupils constricting sharply, like prey cornered by a natural predator, unable to lift their heads. Slowly, Richie Burke and his men turned around. Zhou Ning stood there, hands in his pockets, gazing at them with a relaxed smile, the hem of his coat swaying in the wind. Handsome, seemingly without hostility yet inexplicably terrifying, cold sweat pouring down their backs. At that moment, Richie Burke almost wanted to flop down and pretend to be seaweed. Without hesitation, he raised both hands high. "I surrender. I mean no harm." Zhou Ning. He was a little taken aback himself. Perhaps it was the Pirate Codex's 50% intimidation against pirates, combined with the Pirate Emperor title's additional 50%. The two stacked together for 100% intimidation, enough to make the already wary Richie Burke surrender instantly. "Then can you tell me what you're doing here?" Zhou Ning asked casually. "Damn it, why ask that?" Richie Burke stayed silent for 2 seconds, then grudgingly answered, "We're searching for a treasure belonging to Storm Wilt and Overall's Jacqueline." Chapter 258, Chapter 259, Illusions 1135 words. Chapter 259, Illusions. "It was actually just a coincidence that I ran into you." As a true northerner who knew when to yield, Richie Burke spilled everything under Zhou Ning's oppressive presence, his purpose and his mission. His captain, Sydney, was the son of Storm, Wilt and Overall's Jacqueline. While searching for the legendary grand treasure, Sydney had lost control. Richie came here to search for a hoard of treasure that his captain claimed had been left behind by his parents. And of course, if he had to suffer, he had to make sure his enemies suffered more. Richie Burke also revealed another potential pursuer, Aaron Ingersoll, in painstaking detail. In his view, even if his captain somehow survived, he would never stand a chance against this beast of a man before him. As for Aaron, merely a first mate, he was even less of a threat. The thought made Richie Burke feel much lighter at heart, and he sincerely hoped Aaron would walk right into the trap. There's such a thing. Zhou Ning was genuinely surprised. When John had told him stories about Storm Wilt, he had never imagined he was this close to the legend. According to Richie Burke, the treasure was from when Storm Wilt plundered a massive lavender merchant ship and brought the loot into the swamp, goods worth some 800,000 lavender gold coins, roughly 650,000 vectas. The treasure was said to be hidden in a cave deep within the swamp, southeast by south. 650,000 vectas. That was 650,000 vectas. As for the so-called rival Richie mentioned, what was that in the face of 650,000 vecta? Even if the Grim Reaper himself came, Zhou Ning would blow him to pieces. His heart raced, his hands trembled. Zhou Ning turned toward Richie Burke, smiling warmly. From now on, you and your companions are my prisoners. Of course, you can refuse or try to escape. Let's see if I'll show you any mercy. Richie Burke desperately wanted to say no, but under that overwhelming pressure, the words died in his throat. Hanging his head, he answered gloomily, all right, as you wish. But I demand a share. If not, you might as well kill me now. Zhou Ning considered it. The demand wasn't unreasonable. After a brief silence, he said, fair enough. You can take 20%. 30, or kill me now. Bargaining at last. Richie straightened his back, seizing the chance. Without another word, Zhou Ning raised the ebony gun, aimed it at Richie Burke, and clicked the safety off. No 20, 20 is fine. The sweat instantly streamed down Richie's forehead. He raised his hands, forcing a dry laugh. This bastard might be ruthless, but at least he wasn't unreasonable. 20% was better than nothing. When it came to life or death choices, Northerners never needed help deciding. The rest of his crew followed suit, swallowing their pride to survive. Richie Burke's group numbered 17 in all, tall and brawny, stronger than Zhou Ning expected. They weren't just well-armed, among them were even a fire mage and a meteorologist. To be honest, if it came to a fight, Zhou Ning would have had to spend real effort. With the northern pirates forced into the party, the journey became far easier. Minor monsters didn't even require Zhou Ning to lift a finger. His new companions swarmed and tore them apart. Compared to the players at his side, who could only chip away from afar while shouting 666, the difference was heaven and earth. They were so useful that Zhou Ning almost felt reluctant to let them go. As they pressed deeper into the swamp, the fog grew thicker, visibility dropping. Water pooled more and more, forcing them to wade. Zhou Ning's boots were already damp at the soles. Suddenly, the neigh of a warhorse and the clatter of hooves echoed in the mist. When Zhou Ning looked over, he saw indistinct visions forming within the fog. It was an ancient battlefield. On one side stood elves with long ears, pale skin, and blue or green markings painted across their faces. At their head, an elf clad in golden armor, wearing a crown, raised a staff high and chanted in a tongue Zhou Ning could not understand. On the other side were humans, and behind them a figure shrouded in blinding light, its form impossible to discern. The clash of blades, the roar of thunder, all resounded faintly, like an echo of the past, unreal and haunting. Just then, Molly's cold voice cut in urgently, lower your head, don't look over there. He didn't know why, but Zhou Ning had always been quick to heed good advice. Instinctively, he lowered his head and stared at his boots, then shouted a warning to the others. Moments later, a breeze swept through, and the ancient vision dissolved into the fog. Glancing sideways, Zhou Ning noticed that one northern pirate standing close by had silently vanished, gone, as if he had never existed. I didn't expect the swamp to really hold such phenomena. Molly exhaled deeply, explaining, hundreds of years ago, in your reckoning, over 1,000, this was high elf territory. Elf King Alfred led his arcane legion to conquer the Black Iron Dwarves, forcing them to forge countless transcendent weapons. That gave him the confidence to wage war against humanity. And he nearly succeeded. His arcane legion won battle after battle, hanging every human they captured. But in the end, the gods themselves intervened. He failed, and the kingdom he built vanished from history. Most elves retreated to the Misty Sea and the Forbidden Sea Islands. According to the records, that illusion was conjured by Elf King Alfred himself, born of his overwhelming unwillingness. It was his final defeat, replayed as a mirage. It rarely appears, but anyone who dares to look straight at it will be absorbed into it. That illusion, it reminded Zhou Ning of his own stand ability. The elven ruins pirates once explored out at sea must have been remnants of that kingdom. Without Molly's warning, they might have been wiped out just now. The apocalypse world was truly strange. Zhou Ning shivered, shaken, and sighed aloud. Facing the group's puzzled looks, Zhou Ning repeated Molly's tale. The players, always fascinated by in-game lore, listened in awe. The next stretch of the journey passed peacefully. No boss monsters appeared, though they gathered plenty of life cores enough for Zhou Ning to report back to Mr. The compass needle still pointed southeast, though it had begun to waver. Anyone used to compasses knew what that meant: the target was near. As they pressed on, Zhou Ning saw not only flora brimming with life energy and trees with long-legged roots, but also giant lizards spitting venom and clouds of writhing black mist swarms of poisonous insects dense enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint. Chapter 259, Chapter 260, The Swamp Pygmies and Ancient Ruins. 12-14 words. Chapter 260, The Swamp Pygmies and Ancient Ruins. Careful, these venomous insects are extremely poisonous. Even dragons can't withstand their attacks. Stay away from them and let the fire mages handle it, Richie Burke shouted loudly. In some ways, the profession system of this band of northern pirates was already quite well developed. They not only had meteorologists, but also fire mages capable of handling such situations more like a professional adventurers guild than a pirate crew. Zhou Ning had studied the guild template on the game panel. As a player with an NPC template, he could invite NPCs into his guild, appoint them as officers, and strong NPCs could even provide bonuses to guild level, quest quotas, and reputation. Back in Darkland, he hadn't found any suitable candidates. It wasn't as though he could just poach from the Sunwatchers. But if this band of pirates proved cooperative, sensible, and strong enough, Zhou Ning would seriously consider forcing them to join. Judging by the northern pirates' tendency to bend or stretch as needed, the odds of success weren't bad. So Zhou Ning made no move to interrupt their chance to shine. He simply watched as one of the northern pirates, a fire mage, raised his right hand and lifted it slightly. With a whoosh, flames leapt sky high, instantly forming into a fiery dragon that spiraled outward, streaking accurately toward each cloud of black mist. In an instant, the flames devoured 2 or 3 swarms of black insects, filling the air with the sizzle of roasting. It had to be said the northern pirates' fire magic control was quite refined. Even from the perspective of his past life as a level 90 fire mage, Zhou Ning found it impressive. Before long, most of the insect swarms making up the black mist were burned away. Well done, Sheldon. Richie Burke let out a breath and chuckled. If one wants to venture deep into the Alsop Marsh, fire mages like Sheldon are indispensable. Whether it's fireless illumination, cooking, or handling situations like this, before he could finish, the whistling of arrows suddenly came from afar. Zhou Ning's eyes flickered. Standing beside Richie Burke, he casually reached out and yanked him up just as crack 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 the ground was peppered with a rain of arrows. The volley came fast and silent, the arrowheads glistening with a ghostly green poison. Thank you. Richie Burke broke into a cold sweat. Without that sudden pull, he might already have been skewered by poison arrows and died an unknown death. He had been plotting to trip Zhou Ning up, but now he found himself feeling guilty. Be careful. Zhou Ning gave him a sidelong glance and spoke flatly. At the same time, Zhou Ning once again drew his ebony and ivory pistols, switched to rapid-fire mode, and bang, bang 2 golden bullets tore across 80 meters, piercing through the distant undergrowth. A sharp, indescribable scream erupted, followed by a rustling in the grass. More than a dozen pitch-black dwarfish figures scrambled out, leaping onto giant lizards and scattering too quickly to pursue. That's the swamp pygmies, the descendants of the ancient Gomodoric people. They're the ugliest, filthiest race on the western continent. Richie Burke drew a flintlock and fired a few rounds at the fleeing pygmies, his face dark. On the ship I used to serve, the MYRNY Rooster, there was a sailor with a fetish for other races. He enjoyed both fighting and fraternizing with them. Minotaurs, walrus men, boar men he didn't mind. But when it came to swamp pygmies, he refused no matter how much money we offered. These creatures are like cockroaches, living in swarms, never bathing, obsessed with brewing poisons and taming beasts. Their diet is varied, and humans rank fairly high on it. Looks like we've been targeted by them. Zhou Ning listened silently, inexplicably feeling that this man and Emperor Sadwind were like twin freaks, with equally eccentric tastes. Pushing aside the grass, they found the corpse of a swamp pygmy struck cleanly through the head by Zhou Ning's bullet. Black blood trickled across the ground, the stench overwhelming, its twisted features and dark skin hideous to behold. Zhou Ning suddenly understood that sailor's revulsion. The pygmy's corpse even dropped an item A hide skirt with +3 agility. Zhou Ning, having better taste, naturally had no interest in competing with the players for such a foul thing. In the end, XB snatched it up and happily put it on. Watching this, Richie Burke's pupils shrank. Did he see that right? These people were fighting over a swamp pygmy's underwear. A chill crept up his spine, and he subtly pulled away from XB and the others. Soon after, the needle of Zhou Ning's unfailing compass began trembling more violently. Before long, it spun 90 degrees east, indicating the target was very close. Following the direction, Zhou Ning discovered a mutilated corpse under a low bush. Though torn to shreds, the green leaf insignia of the life cult was still faintly visible on the chest. The name etched on the badge was James Bolton, one of the 2 missing men. At last, they had found one. But the quest required both wayfarers to be found, and after so much effort, the 2 weren't even together. How troublesome. Closer inspection revealed 2 familiar arrows lodged in the body, the same as the swamp pygmies, making it clear he had been killed in their ambush. According to the commission, Zhou Ning removed the badge and tucked it away. The compass needle then swung southeast, pointing toward a location still some distance off. That one's sure lively, Zhou Ning thought. He gazed southeast. This was already the very heart of Alsop Marsh. Any further, and they would have to cross a wide stretch of mire, muddy and treacherous. But there was no helping it. Zhou Ning pressed on, following the compass toward the southeast. Richie Burke noticed the compass in Zhou Ning's hand, and easily guessed its use. His eyes gleamed with envy and greed. He knew of countless sea treasures. If he had such a thing, wouldn't he soar overnight? But that was only a dream. No, not even a dream he dared entertain. This man was far too terrifying. Richie Burke forced himself to look away. As the group ventured deeper into the swamp, the aura of life energy grew denser, and the monsters they encountered more numerous. To Zhou Ning's surprise, Richie Burke proved formidable in battle as well. His flintlock was no ordinary firearm, but an unknown relic. It had infinite ammunition, and even a chance to instantly kill targets on a hit. If Richie had been an enemy, Zhou Ning would not have hesitated to seize it for himself. Richie Burke suddenly shivered, as though sensing Zhou Ning's passing thought, and instinctively hunched his shoulders. According to the compass, they pushed through a stretch of mire until, at the swamp's center, an ancient ruin came into view. The ruins were steeped in elven style, weathered by wind and rain until barely recognizable. At the heart of the ancient city stood a massive elven altar, built from huge blocks of marble, its surface carved with archaic elven script that radiated an air of ancientness. Here, the compass needle spun wildly once more, making it clear the last missing man was nearby. Chapter 260, Chapter 261, Ancient Elven Ruins 1251 words. Chapter 261, Ancient Elven Ruins. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Looking at the vast stretch of ancient city ruins before him, Richie Burke instinctively opened his mouth wide. The ruins were completely hidden in thick mist, and only when standing right in front of them could one notice anything unusual. If it weren't for that strange compass, it would have been nearly impossible to discover the presence of this place. As a historian who occasionally published columns in newspapers, he had never heard of any ancient elven ruins existing deep within the Alsop Marsh. This had to be an area that no one had ever explored before. Though weathered by countless years, the place was still magnificent despite its dilapidation. The ornate, extravagant style unmistakably carried the flavor of the ancient elven empire. In the final days of the ancient era, under the leadership of the elven king Alfred, the entire elven race plunged into boundless vanity and madness. Alfred considered himself the ultimate being, perfect, immortal, a living god. Likewise, the elves saw themselves as superior to all other races, possessing the right to rule. Thus, with their alchemy and magical civilization developed to the extreme, they launched wars against humans and every other race. 1,200 years had passed, and the truth of that time had long since been buried in history. Yet in everyone's mind, the ancient elves remained synonymous with cruelty and slaughter. Even without thinking too hard, one could guess this place was filled with traps. Are you really sure the person you're looking for is inside here? Richie Burke forced a smile. I mean, this place looks a little dangerous. Forget it, don't look at me, I won't say anything more, you call the shots. He realized that when facing the men before him, he had no confidence to resist, and wisely gave up the idea immediately. Absolutely certain. Zhou Ning withdrew his gaze and said with a smile. At this moment, he was actually rather surprised. In his previous life within the game Apocalypse, no player had ever discovered this ancient city ruin inside the Alsop Marsh. Could this be another ripple effect of his transmigration? At this moment, the compass that never lost its way pointed toward the very center of the ruins. On the overgrown path, Zhou Ning crouched down and spotted the trampled traces of human footprints. They weren't fresh, probably left more than a week ago. According to the Adventurers Guild records, the second voyager he was looking for was a half-elf woman of high standing, said to be a descendant of one of the four heroes, the great priestess Louisa. Judging by the footprint size, it matched. Amid the mist woven from life elements, Zhou Ning walked along the city wall for a long stretch. After 20 minutes, at the 6 o'clock direction, he found the entrance to the ruins, a massive gate that looked decayed and broken. Ignoring Little Deathwing's furious protests, Zhou Ning recalled the level 15 hatchling dragon back into his inventory, then stretched out his hand and pushed open the gate. A teeth-grating screech echoed as the gate slowly swung open, revealing the scene inside. As expected, it was filled with the broken ruins of elven architecture, their colors unusually dim. And at the moment he stepped inside, the entire sky darkened. It was as if he had entered another dimension, a canopy of darkness covering the heavens, leaving only the ancient ruins within. System, you have entered Alfred's man-made divine realm. The players present clearly saw the prompt as well. They looked around curiously, one after another opening their screenshot and recording features. This map looks seriously high level. XB exclaimed. Obviously. It shouldn't be any lower than weather tide. Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds turned to Jinx and asked, how much more until you reach level 27? If I stop spending on skills and put everything into leveling, I can already reach 27. I'm less than 120,000 experience away from level 28, Jinx admitted honestly. Completing this quest should get me there. Damn, she leveled way too fast. Everyone present, all professional players, couldn't help but feel envious. Like XP, Jinx had been with the protagonist since the earliest days of the public beta. She had already triggered hidden quests before, and now her level and skills crushed others with ease. No wonder she was the hottest favorite to win the Pro League championship. Luckily, they too were participating in a hidden quest this time. They firmly believed the gap would eventually close. Zhou Ning passed through the gateway into a plaza. Ahead, he spotted a trail of clear footprints extending deeper into the city. All around was an indescribable sense of ruin and gloom, with only the massive pyramid-shaped altar at the city's center standing out. Wait, what's that? Gazing into the distance, Zhou Ning suddenly noticed at the far edge of his vision a figure made entirely of shadow slowly drifting into view. It wandered through the ruins, shrouded in black smoke, its features completely obscured. The pirates trailing behind him were clearly frightened, halting in place and whispering nervously among themselves. Zhou Ning silently drew in a breath and stopped. This scene was strikingly familiar. He remembered the unknown artifact in his possession, Damien's ordinary mirror. Within that boundless ruin of elven style inside the mirror, countless such shadows had appeared. They were called mirror wraiths. Could Damien's ordinary mirror be connected to these ruins? This world of apocalypse was truly full of strange mysteries. Zhou Ning could only sigh. The shadow drew closer. In the faint moonlight above, Zhou Ning could see its body was made of pure, lightless darkness, just like those mirror wraiths but much larger. And deeper within the ruins, he could make out more such shadows wandering aimlessly. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ning raised the black ebony and ivory gun, taking aim at the nearest shadow. A bullet flared with dazzling light as it flew out, striking the shadow squarely in the chest. Above its head, the glaring number -749 appeared. With a voiceless shriek, the figure vanished only to reappear in an instant right before Zhou Ning. Immediately, the control panel refreshed with the monster's information. Wraith Guardian attributes: Strength 40, Agility 65, Stamina 98, Spirit 48, Willpower 85, Charisma 19. Rank: Normal. HP 1251/2000. They were normal class monsters, their health low and attributes fragile enough to take down easily. But what couldn't be ignored was their sheer numbers. The ruins crawled with them. Just as the shadow blinked before him and Zhou Ning prepared to pull the trigger, Richie Burke suddenly drew his large flintlock and fired. A massive flash burst from the barrel, and the bullet blasted into the Wraith Guardian. In an instant, the shadow froze as though all life had drained away. Its body split with fissures before shattering apart. That gun's firepower was insane. Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At last, my chance to shine. Seeing Zhou Ning's impressed look, Richie Burke couldn't help but feel smug. After that, Zhou Ning and the others carefully avoided most of the wraiths, only rushing forward to eliminate stragglers. Before long, they had cleared a path. And soon ahead stood the massive pyramid-shaped altar. On it, not only were dozens of Wraith Guardians patrolling, but there was also one especially gigantic wraith, clutching a staff in hand. You all wait here. Zhou Ning turned back and spoke to the group. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.